omi. Amọ́kọ lójú táyì bẹ́ẹ̀ni kọ́kọ́ ò jẹ́ nkọ́kọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanumọ́. Bọ́kọ bá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀dùn lọ́wọ́ àníbọ̀dá ìpanudé.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at him. And then you get out. Mama said, I want it to go. I got no one tell him, but where would he get? I got it on
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, don't it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Movt, my brother. National Stadium. President,
my sister, brother.
Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. Refinery, the contract, but you won't pay me some more money. They can't bring up.
Aku Ramadan, àròwó dájọ́ ṣùgbọ́n arọ́pẹ́dá. Mọ́rí àbábíkà yá Ramadan, gbogbo ẹnu ló máa gbẹ bí àsìkò Harmattan. Olúwa dákun jọ gbẹ́bẹ̀ mi, benefit mo fẹ́ jẹ mi ò fẹ́ jẹ̀bi. Ẹni tó wà nǹkan àwẹ̀ kó má rí mi ní kọ́nà. Bíbẹ̀ kó agba lámbà bí Olúwa bọ́nà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, pàdé lọ kí jù máa jì. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Báríkà yá Rasulullah, máàkì mi, lọ kí jù máa jì. Bẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run tákùlà, láìlà ìlàlà. Àwẹ̀ tán ojú tajọ̀sán, Ọlọ́run ló mọye ládá 30 bag. Nothing should tamper with my ego, èmi mo lẹ̀sìn mi sẹ́ mo lè fi brag. Ẹgbẹ́ Ọlọ́run tóbi, Allahu Akbar. Ẹyọ̀ ń bá nábì, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Olúwa ló ń ṣọ́ wa, àwa ò ní ìdí ajá. Tí Fọlárìn bá mú bí ìtàyà bí ti ajá. Torí ìdí gan lébè wọ́n fẹ́yìn bíìjì àwa. Fùrọ̀ tí ò bá ti tóbi tó fùrọ̀ ìfánà kò lè fíríkì àwa, kò dẹ̀ lè fíìtì àwa. Tinúkẹ́ ń tó pitì, ó ń gbé màlúmi tìwotìwo ló dìndín. Irú àyẹn níbo ló ti rí, ta ló tún fẹ́ fi jọ òbí tó bí ni. Wọ́n ló ń dó yátì, bó ń dó ṣéke, bó ṣe ń jó disco ló ń jó rékè. Fún wa nọ́mbà jẹ́ ká patronize ẹ̀, sọ̀rọ̀ owó ká mọ price. Jẹ́ ká ṣe lọ́wọ́ déédé, ìwọ náà mọ̀ mi ò kéré. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò hólì ìbọn ọmọ wòlíì ni mi béèrè lọ́wọ́ délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo délé. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo missionary gbogbo. Tẹ́ bá ti rí Tinúkẹ́, ẹ sọ fún pé mo dúpẹ́. Gbogbo kìsìn gbogbo. Ọmọ ìgbà wo ló jáná? Gbogbo scope mi ló ti ká tán. Ọmọge wá ná, I go chop before I chop you, ṣe lè dáná. Ó mọ̀ pé mo kó ẹ̀jẹ̀ bíi ti sushi, gbọ́n ẹ̀ mú bíi ti squishy.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún lè yé. ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jóye ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa akíntọ́lá ọmọ ogun wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Apologies for the yes, I'm not quite dressed. It's sweltering. However that word is, weather here. We're just baking in the heat of it in the UK at the moment. So apologies for that. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good day to you. It's been a moment since we last met. Apologies for the lack of coming out over the last 2 days or so. Circumstances beyond my control. Some pesky little thing called sleep was getting in the way of me coming out. But here I am now. A lot to talk about as well. But the protocol still remains the same. Click on the like button just at my invitation to do so. Click on the like button. Not already subscribed, please do. Please subscribe. Like and subscribe. The two go-tos of anybody and everybody that does all these sort of things. So no different here as well. Like and subscribe. So like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, your ticket to ride is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll post it again so it's immediate to hand. If you want to take on the conversation, if you want to share your thoughts about the goings on in your country, Nigeria, then click on that hyperlink, come join. So like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat, of course, towards the stream. You see the $ at the bottom of the comment section right there. Is there for a purpose, and the purpose is for you to make donations towards the stream if you feel that way inclined, and you should really feel that way inclined. So let your inclination draw you towards that $. And please don't be derisory. So if you are inclined towards those sort of $2 something, don't bother. So if you are either making something handsome, you're either making a handsome donation or you're not at all. It's almost disrespectful, really. So the super chatting too, who even does that? Well, I do that actually on several platforms, so maybe I shouldn't be saying that. But all that. So good to be back. Always, I miss it when I don't do it. It's like a drug, this thing. I just I crave it. I look forward to the conversation all the time. I enjoy being in your company. I love poking at the usual space. You know what really delights me in doing this thing more than most. I would say more than anything else. What really delights me is hanging out with you guys. But a subset and a jara to that delight is poking at that, the headless mob space just to tell them that we're still here, we're still holding it righteous, and we're still calling we're still calling them BS, So all that, just that it rankles them, they like me so much. What did Wike say? As they pain them, it is sweet us and all that. So as if they pain them, it is sweet us. Shall we just get started, shall we? Let's get started, why don't we? So we get started and we start with this. So the worst kept secret in Nigerian politics, the Gbajue from Awka has now declared his intention to run. He had this big outing actually amongst his adherents, amongst his fanatics, amongst the raw meat eating space. He had this big outing where I tried to watch it actually. It streamed on Twitter Spaces. I watched a little bit of it. I actually went in as well because I wanted to go there and give it to him a little bit, but I got fed up of waiting and then I just left. But I did see some of it, but I didn't watch a lot of it because it was nauseating after a while. It was just hugs and kisses all around and the usual stuff that you hear from those spaces. But apparently, one of the outtakes of that engagement with his followership is this. Peter Obi declares 2027 presidential ambition to serve only one term. So before I actually get into this, let me play you a clip. And this clip, obviously, it underpins then what he's saying in that, what that headline is hinting at. So do I have that clip? Yes. Yes, let me play you this clip.
By 2027, I'll be 65 years old, as at the time of the election. And if, for example, they do it north and south, so if it didn't come to me, if I was not lucky, it will go north 2031. The next time it's coming to south is 2039. Am I right?
Yes.
I'll be about 77 years. I wouldn't want to do any election. It will make a mess of it. I don't want to do that.
Oh, all right. So what Peter Obi was saying in that clip is quite pertinent, quite relevant also to the headline here. So what he was saying, even Peter Obi acknowledges that the 2027 is his last window of opportunity. He also acknowledges that power transits to the north in 2031. So to cover those two spaces, is offering to serve one term. But who is fooled? Who is fooling who is the question. Peter Obi declares 2027 presidential ambition to serve only one term. So I guess the headline tells us what we need to know. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has confirmed he will contest the 2027 presidential election. Obi added that he was willing to serve a single 4-year term if elected. And this is a classic promise made by Nigerian politicians, by the way. When Buhari wanted to come in 2015, he also said he was going to serve only one term, but not even an AK-47, not even the B-2 bombers that Trump used to drop bombs on Iran will remove Peter Obi. If he ever becomes president, he will serve the whole of his ethnic stock. They will stone him to death if he even attempts to serve only one term. So that is for the birds. Nobody is fooled by this. So I wonder why he would even go out and say something so ludicrous. But that's desperation, of course. Peter Obi declares 2027 presidential ambition to serve only one term. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has confirmed he will contest the 2027 presidential election. Obi added he was willing to serve a single 4-year term if elected. He made the declaration on Sunday night while speaking during a live session on X Spaces, where he answered questions from supporters, both in Nigeria and abroad. And I've got a few outtakes from that space, by the way, so hold steady. In a statement released on Monday by his spokesperson, Ibrahim Umar of the Obi Media Reach, Obi dismissed claims of a possible joint ticket with Vice President Atiku Abubakar. However, he admitted being in open coalition talks only if they are focused on addressing Nigeria's core problems. So Peter Obi keeps talking about Nigeria's core problems, and he keeps mentioning the problems, the state of the economy, the diversification that is necessary, production being a conduit towards growth, insecurity, all of those things. So it goes through this checklist of the problems that afflict that country. So it goes through those checklists as though he has happened on some understanding, but those same checklists are the same checklist of every. Go and ask Komodie Esorore, it will give you the same checklist. Go and ask Prince Adewale Adebayo, he will give you the same checklist. Atiku gives you the same checklist. Tinubu gives you the same checklist. So it will say, there's too much bureaucracy. It's overburdened. The governance is over bloated and is unwielding in the way that it moves. He says all that. He will say that there's corruption that it will fight the structures of criminal. All of these silly little things. He says all these things. But every politician says all those things too. But what are you going to do about it is the question. And any attempts to ask him what he's going to do about it, he will tell you he will do it in an organized manner. Some ludicrous, ambiguous, meaningless, nothing. So this is the thing. Now it's dog whistling. The guy is just jollying us along. Gbajue, as Wole Soyinka said. We'll take it from top again. Go at speed this time. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has confirmed. And by the way, I'll do it. Dupsy is back, by the way. So Dupsy will be coming out on the 4th of this month, which is in 3 days' time, and then she'll be doing a series of she's actually going to run a series around relationships. So just to signal to you that Dupsy will be coming out on the 4th. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, has confirmed he will contest the 2027 presidential election. Obi added that he was willing to serve a single 4-year term if elected. He made the declaration on Sunday while speaking during a live session on X Spaces, where he answered questions from supporters both in Nigeria and abroad. In a statement released on Monday by spokesperson Ibrahim Omar of Peter Obi Media Reach, Obi dismissed claims of a possible joint ticket with former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. However, he admitted being in open coalition talks only if they are focused on addressing Nigeria's core problems. If the coalition is not about stopping the killings in Benue, Zamfara, how to revive our economy, how to make our industries productive, how to put food on the table of Nigerians, count me out. Nigeria is currently at war. We need to do something about it. So what? We know we need to do something about it, but what are you going to do about it is really the question that we've been asking him that question since the campaign of 2023. He's not yet been able to prefer anything that is coherent or cogent. He also promised to stabilize Nigeria within 2 years of his administration, and that is the most stupid promise to make. What does it? That's the ambiguity again. He promises to stabilize Nigeria. So what does that actually mean? Is it going to bring to an end the insurgency that the country has been battling with 25 years solid? Is going to do that within 2 years? Is he going to heal the ethnic division that he himself introduced, because that is the core of his politics? Is he going to do that? Is he going to rebalance the economy in a way that makes the naira of the value that he said it should be? All with it. So it's just nonsense. He also promised to stabilize Nigeria. What does stabilize Nigeria even mean? Just a nonsensical statement. He also promised to stabilize Nigeria within 2 years of his administration and urged Nigerians to join him in the mission to rescue the nation. I will bring stability to Nigeria within 2 years in office. Leaders of Nigeria should sit down in Nigeria and fix Nigeria, he said. Speaking on the crisis within the Labour Party, Obi revealed that efforts were ongoing to secure the Independent National Electoral Commission's recognition of Nadi Usman-led faction in line with the Supreme Court ruling. On power rotation, Obi stated, I believe in the rotation of government between the North and South. I implemented it as Anambra governor. Commenting on President Bola Tinubu's reported trip to St. Lucia, Obi criticized the president's domestic absence, saying, St. Lucia is about the size of the 10th largest city in Nigeria, Ilorin. President Tinubu has never slept a night in any state of Nigeria outside of Lagos since the assumption of office in 2023. President Bola met Tinubu to stay in St. Lucia for 10 days. Regarding his 2027 plans, Obi said the approach will be non-violent and focused on transparency. He stated, we will do things differently in 2027. We will follow a non-violent approach and insist that the right thing will be done before the result announcement in Abuja. Our votes in 2027 will count, and we will ensure that they count. He outlined three priorities for his first 100 days in office: security, education, and poverty reduction. So that is also a ludicrously stupid thing to say. So the focus it's going to focus on security, education, and poverty. How do you even focus on poverty within the first 100 days? Because the first 100 days are low hanging impact things that people can see that you have done, just to mark then the trajectory of your administration. So what does it mean that his priority will be security? So what is he going to do? We've had an army general try to tackle that insecurity and failed. We've had the former governor of the most ethnically diverse state in Nigeria, which is Lagos State. He's tackling it with marginal success. And then we are having Peter Obi, the former governor of a mono-ethnic, mono-religious state, telling us that it beggars belief, just the ludicrousness, and it's almost obscene how vacuous this guy is. He outlined three priorities for his first 100 days in office: security, education, and poverty reduction. My family will not be involved in corruption. Well, that would be a new thing, because his family historically were involved in corruption when he was the governor of Anambra State. Yeah, from Pandora Papers, we know he has a penchant for hiding stolen monies under proxies and shell names. And we are also seeing that playing out in GRA in Lagos now, where some of the money is stolen in. Anyway, forget all this nonsense. My family will not be involved in corruption. Our funds to be channeled into critical sectors, he said. So what are those critical sectors? Well, it's just meaningless, vacuous nonsense. He vowed to promote strong party opposition and end party switching by elected officials. So is ending party switch it's unconscionable. This is a guy that started at Awka and swore on his own family if he ever left Awka. The moment the jig was up in Awka, he hopped to PDP. The moment the jig was up in PDP, he hopped to Labour Party. Now that the jig is up in Labour Party now, very quickly you see him make the jump. Obi vowed to promote strong party opposition and end party switching by elected officials. There will be no defection of elected officials to other parties when I am in charge. So what exactly can you do to stop that? It's just a ludicrous promise to make. He criticized the current administration for misaligned priorities. So what is the misalignment in priority of this current administration? Tackling the corruption in the fuel subsidy space, tackling the corruption in the Naira arbitrage space, investing in education for human capital development, infrastructural development, and trying to tackle electricity as well, and insecurity. So what exactly is a misaligned priority there? Because those are the key spaces that this present administration is tackling. So if those are misaligned, then how will he align his own administration? He criticized the current administration for misaligned priorities, saying, imagine in this country, people are dying in Benue, Borno, and other parts of the country, and our leaders are commissioning bus stops and holidaying. So you can work and chew gum both at the same time. So is Peter Obi going to be a single narrative? Peter Obi actually strikes me as the former Tottenham Hotspur sort of manager, that sort of mindset. The former Tottenham, they just sacked him, Penagoglu or something like that. That Australian guy who focused only on one competition. He went on and won that competition, but they sacked him because you should be able to multitask. So am I talking too fast? Let me know if I'm talking too fast. Obi vows to promote strong party opposition and end party switching by elected officials. There will be no defection of elected officials to other parties when I'm in charge. They are started. He criticized the current administration for misaligned priorities, saying, "Imagine in this country, people are dying in Benue, Borno, and other parts of the country, and our leaders are commissioning bus stops and holidaying." He called for responsible governance and integrity. To bring order in governance, I will prioritize security, education, and pulling people out of poverty. To do this by cutting the cost of governance and fighting corruption from day one. So that is, that mindset. It feels that what actually the panacea to insecurity and education to the pardon me. It feels that the panacea to insecurity, to the problems in insecurity, education, and poverty is costing the cost of governance and fighting corruption. So that is the same mindset that leads him to saying things like he saved money in Anambra State, and that is what makes him a good governor. So the fact that he saved money in Anambra State actually made him a bad governor, because with the level of a deficit in that state, infrastructurally and otherwise, it should be living debt. It should live in combat debt tied to ongoing projects that elevates that place and moves it forward. Not saying you left money, and that's the same mindset. It thinks the cost of governance and fighting corruption is what will lift people out of poverty, address the education space and security. That's nonsense. What will lift people out of poverty is not so much the cost of governance, but the size of the economy. If you grow the economy exponentially, then the trickle down of that will automatically elevate the lower rungs to another rung, and it will level them up. So that's how that works. Not a cost of governance and all this nonsense. To bring order in governance, I will prioritize security, education, and pulling people out of poverty. To do this is by cutting the cost of governance and fighting corruption from day one. My past speaks loudly for me. Wherever there was an issue in Anambra State, I was there physically. Anybody who wants to serve should be ready to put their life on the line for the lives of Nigerians. Nobody abroad will take you seriously if you don't have a stable government. So that is Peter Obi talking gibberish, as always is the case. But the outtake of all of that is to let us know then that he's in play again 2027. So let's go now to let's see. Tinubu's penchant for holidays whilst Nigeria suffers is disheartening. So that is Peter Obi still on just a campaign of calumny rather than a positive presentation of anything that he feels is capable of doing. 2027 elections, three strong reasons the Atiku-led coalition against Tinubu may not work. So what are those? As Nigeria edges closer. Oh, I hate all these things. Oh God, this if you don't want me to. As Nigeria edges closer to the 2027 general elections, political alignment and coalition are beginning to take shape across party lines. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who assumed office in 2023 after a hard-fought victory, is already facing a chorus of opposition from key political figures, including former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and Labour Party's Peter Obi. The mega coalition led by Atiku to unseat Tinubu in the next election had the support of several influential politicians across different regions and party affiliations. The coalition is exploring ways to create a unified front to challenge the ruling All Progressive Congress APC at the ballot 2027. However, whilst growing economic frustration and a more politically conscious electorate may seem to favor the opposition, the odds of success for the coalition remains uncertain. Yes, three reasons then are deep opposition, division, and ego clashes. One of the most enduring challenges of Nigerian opposition politics is internal division. Whilst many of Tinubu's critics agree on the need for a change in leadership, they often struggle to unite behind a common agenda or strategy. In 2019 and 2023, previous attempts to form a broad coalition failed largely due to ideological inconsistencies, mistrust, and personal ambition. Figures like Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rabi Okwakwanso, and Nato El-Rufai each command loyal followings, but past experiences suggest that reconciling their divergent interests may prove difficult. The lack of a unified vision and frequent clashes of ego could derail coalition talks long before the campaign begins in earnest. Meanwhile, the partnership between Atiku and the People's Democratic Party (PDP) has soured, as the opposition party reportedly disapproves of a strategy to unseat Tinubu ahead of the 2027 general elections. Political analyst Samuel Aye, while speaking to correspondents on Sunday, noted the opposition in Nigeria has always had the numbers, but rarely the cohesion. Too many big players, each seeing themselves as kingmakers or natural candidates, make compromise almost impossible. So, yes, there is no ticket in the opposition. The only possibility of a ticket is an Atiku Obi ticket, and that is unlikely to happen. So outside of that, there is no ticket in the opposition. They are not talking about Atiku Rotimi Ameti. Imagine that. Despite public discontent over recent economic reforms, President Tinubu remains one of Nigeria's most formidable political strongmen, known for his deep political networks, financial influence, and strategic acumen. Tinubu built and led the coalition that toppled the PDP 16 years reign in 2015. Since assuming office, he has further entrenched his grip on key national institutions and state structures. Many governors, legislators, and party stalwarts remain loyal to the president, giving him a strong base from which to launch his re-election campaign. In addition, Tinubu's APC controls most of the political machineries at the grassroots level, making it harder for the opposition candidates to compete across all 36 states. His ability to mobilize massive support in the southwest and make strategic inroads into the northern Nigeria remains a significant advantage. Another hurdle for anti-Tinubu coalition is the challenge of selecting a single compelling candidate who can rally widespread national support. Whilst Obi appeals strongly to younger voters and urban dwellers, Atiku maintains a loyal following in the north. Kwakwanso commands influence in Kano and parts of the northwest, whilst El-Rufai has a reputation for administrative competence. Kwakwanso's stance on the opposition coalition remains uncertain, as sources within the APC suggest that the former Kano governor may still defect to the ruling party, especially now that the chairman, Abdullahi Ganduje, has suddenly resigned. However, none of them, at least for now, has emerged as the obvious consensus candidate with the charisma, national reach, and unifying appeal required to galvanize the opposition space. A disagreement over who flies the coalition presidential flag could fracture the group, and weaken its electoral prospects. Without a clear front-runner who can embody the coalition's vision and energize voters across the regions, the alliance may suffer the same fate as previous attempts, fizzling out under the weight of conflicting ambitions. As the countdown to 2027 continues, much will depend on whether opposition leaders can put aside personal interests and forge a united, inclusive, and credible platform. But with so many moving parts, the road to unseating an incumbent is as entrenched as Tinubu remains steep and uncertain. So, three reasons Atiku can defeat Tinubu. So it goes on to the let's what I think that's actually short. So let's see. Uh, Oh, all right. Yeah. So that's I have to say that I concur with the totality of everything said on that piece. The egos are just too big. Nobody is going to yield for anybody else. Oh, they all imagine themselves as, even Rotimi Amechi imagines himself as a president. Imagine that. MC Oluomo promised us 1.5 million each for Tinubu's campaign, but paid nothing. Actor Ladude, so that's the Babalawo actor. So yes, of course, a lot of people were made promises. Well, there it is. Ganduje resignation, NMPP reacts to alleged defection plans of Kwakwanso to APC. So a plague on both their houses, I suspect, is what they have to say. The New Nigeria People's Party, NMPP, has expressed joy over the alleged plan that Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso wants to join the ruling of Progressive Congress APC. The NMPP National Secretary, Ogini Ogini Olaposi. So that name doesn't even rhyme. The first name sounds Igbo, the second name sounds Yoruba. Said it would be a huge relief for the party if Kwakwanso were to join the ruling APC. Olaposi stated this whilst reacting to speculation that the APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje resigned over an alleged move by Kwakwanso to join them. So yes, well, that's NMP. They would say that, of course, one day. We've been through this already. Peter Obi declares his ambition. So there's that. So a little bit of Natasha Akpoti. Why Senator Natasha must have her day in court? She should have that day in court, but she should now provide that evidence that we have now been waiting for. Her 6-month suspension is nearly up. She's still not provided anything. I'm not quite sure if this offers us anything. What does this offer us? All right. So yes, let's just leave Natasha. We've done enough, Natasha. If anybody wants to talk about that, they can. Obidient movement can make Obi president. This is what an analyst is saying. Political analyst Ahmed Raji has dismissed the potential of the Obidient movement to secure a presidential victory for former Labour Party candidate Peter Obi, arguing that the support base lacks the natural structure and political diversity needed to win a general election in Nigeria. Raji made the remarks while speaking on Sunday Politics, a current affairs program aired by Trust TV, where he insisted that Obi's popularity alone is insufficient to translate into electoral victory without broader grassroots mobilization and a robust political structure. This is a movement, not a political party, Raji said. People may sympathize with Obi, but that does not necessarily mean they will vote for him. If the Obidient movement wants to test its strength, it should register as a political party rather than ride on the back of coalitions. According to him, Obi's current strategy mirrors other regional movements that have failed to convert their popularity into national success. Drawing a comparison with former Kano Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso's New Nigeria's People Party, Raji noted that despite securing over 1 million votes in Kano during the 2023 elections, Kwakwanso's influence could not make him president. The same applies to Obi, Raji added. 1 million votes in one region or the popularity of a movement cannot make you president in a country as diverse as Nigeria. He needs to cross regions, engage with grassroots voters, and gain widespread acceptability. Raji also dismissed arguments that President Bola Tinubu's electoral losses in his home state of Lagos and parts of the southwest delegitimized his victory, stating that Tinubu's overall performance in other regions compensated for those shortcomings. Yes, President Tinubu lost Lagos, but he made up for it with wins in places like Kaduna. You can't say that the same about Obi. What he lost in the north cannot be recovered with votes from the southeast alone, Raji argued. He maintained that true political success in Nigeria requires a national spread and a strong presence across ethnic and religious divides, something he believes the Obidient movement is yet to achieve. The presidency is not just about emotions or online momentum. It requires real structure, groundwork, and a convincing national message. As of today, the Obidient movement alone cannot deliver that for Peter Obi, he said. So, of course, I think we all know that anyway. So, it's all bluster and no bang. That's just the summary of that. All bluster, no bang. 2027 elections, 3 reasons Tinubu may drop Shettima as his running mate. It's almost a certainty that Shettima will be dropped. A political storm is brewing within the ruling of Progressive Congress APC amidst growing speculations over the fate of Vice President VP Kashim Shettima in the 2027 presidential election. The rumor that President Bola Tinubu may consider replacing Shettima as his running mate ahead of the 2027 election reached a boiling point mid-June. In this report, correspondents look at some of the reasons that may compel President Tinubu to drop Shettima. Some northern stakeholders have urged President Tinubu, a Muslim, to consider picking a Christian as his running mate in 2027. The stakeholders argued that President Tinubu and the ruling APC will record a landslide victory with a Christian from any of the northern states instead of a fellow Muslim. In the build-up to the 2023 election, an avalanche of backlash greeted Tinubu's disposition to the Muslim ticket, pitting him against a considerable number of Nigerians, aggrieved party supporters, and religious bodies. Number 2, some stakeholders in North Central have, for almost a year, been asking Tinubu to pick his deputy from the region in 2027 if he wants their support. Correspondents recalled that recently, the North Central Renaissance movement, led by its chairman, Professor something or the other, threatened to withdraw support for President Tinubu if he fails to present a vice presidential candidate from the geopolitical region. The delegation had a closed-door meeting with former National Security Advisor Aliu Gassau, former federal lawmaker Senator John Damboyi, His Royal Highness Musa Baba Yanusa, the Honor of Abaji, and others who claims 65 years of marginalization. Number 3, some reports claimed that Shettima's influence is waning, and this could set the stage for a potential electoral victory for the opposition 2027. A certain portion of political observers have posited that 2 years into Tinubu's tenure, APC members are witnessing how Shettima's effect, is quickly deteriorating. Let's just leave it there. Ishmael Ahmed, a former member of the APC Board of Trustees, calmed nerves amidst growing rumors of internal friction within the party. Ahmed describes the claims that President Tinubu is weighing his options as malicious rumors, insisting there was no substance to the report, suggesting discontent between the two leaders. I personally am a Shetima man, so I wouldn't object to. I'll be somewhat. I'll be saddened somewhat if they drop Shetima. APC chair battle for Ganduje's successor begins. I think they already have a guy in place anyway. Politics has a very short memory. Or let me play you a clip. Politics has a very short memory. Yes, just watch this. It didn't even take a minute before they start to forget about Ganduje.
Great and go. Je kawo maka hoto da national chairman.
Right. No?
So that's Ganduje's picture being quickly taken down, and they have an interim chairman. I can't quite recall his name. If you remember his name, tell me. We'll get used to his name shortly, but in the course of, but I can't recall it immediately. Okay, so Reno Omokri wants Northern Nigeria against backing Peter Obi in 2027. So Reno Omokri also released. Can somebody send me that link? I seem to have lost it some, but Reno Omokri also released an email that he received from Peter Obi in 2014-2015 thereabouts, when he was begging Reno Omokri to propose him, Peter Obi, as the vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar. So that email was released today. Reno Omokri, former presidential aide, has cautioned northern Nigerians against supporting Peter Obi for president, warning that it could lead to marginalization similar to what befell northern Cameroon after the resignation of Amadou Ahidjo in 1982. In a post on X, do you know that Reno Omokri has actually banned me on X? I can't even comment on his post. I wonder what I did to him for him to have banned me. In a post on X, Omokri said, and I'm even trying to get him to come to our platform. The guy wouldn't even allow me to comment on his on the nonsense that he's always posting on X. In a post on X, Omokri said the Hausa Fulani have become the most marginalized ethnic group in Cameroon under President Paul Biya, who, according to him, reneged on promises made to Ahidjo. He wants that supporting Obi and the coalition he represents will result in a similar fate for northern Nigeria. But in Nigeria, Matunen Arewa has a southern friend they can rely on in President Bola Tinubu. Omokri said. He described Tinubu as a man of loyalty and integrity, recalling how the president supported Muhammadu Buhari's successful bid for the presidency after 3 failed attempts. General Buhari had tried 3 times without Asiwaju Tinubu and failed each time. But in 2015, Jagaban stood with him, and that fidelity made the difference that led to victory, he said. Omokri questioned Obi's record on issues affecting the North, including his alleged silence on the activities of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. Today, millions of innocent Nigerian citizens will be forced to observe the infamous sit-at-home in the South. Has Peter Obi ever criticized this sit-at-home? That's the question. It's not what is a political life for him to criticize anything in Southeast. We all know that. Today, millions. But imagine if there was a sit-at-home in Lagos. In Lagos, Peter Obi will be there marching down the street naked, beating drums. Today, millions of innocent Nigerian citizens will be forced to observe the infamous sit-at-home in the Southeast. Has this same Peter Obi ever condemned IPOB or their sit-at-home? Omokri also criticized Obi's choice of campaign coordinators during the 2023 elections, noting that in Sokoto, considered Nigeria's most Islamic state, Obi named the Christian Ifeanyi Ezeagu as coordinator. He said Obi also named one John Ezeibe as campaign coordinator for Lagos. So we all know that Obi is an ethnic jingo. I don't think even his supporters dispute that. I think that's widely known. So let's go on from there today. So still on the don't come to the north thing. Any northerner who wants Peter Obi to take over Nigeria is an enemy of Islam and the North. Popular Arewa ex-influencer what's popping. So what's popping? A popular Arewa ex-influencer what's popping has taken aim at northerners who back Peter Obi, the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party ahead of the general election in 2027. In a post shared on his X handle this morning, What's Poppin argued that any northerner who wants Peter Obi to take over Nigeria is an enemy of Islam and the North. So here he is. Any northerner who wants Peter Obi to take over Nigeria is an enemy of Islam and the North. There is no sugarcoating it. It is that simple. So that's how they are looking at it over there. So now this is now the last one. Oh yeah. Oh okay. Yes. I challenge you to deny it. Omokri dares Peter Obi as he provides evidence of mail exchanges in 2019 VP pursuit. You know, they are already claiming that the email that this guy produced is AI generated. I think we've all seen the email, so there's that. So that's that. So I'll play you the clips that I have now. Nobody in the studio at the moment. If you want the conversation, you have to hop on. Nobody hops on, then we'll call it a night. All right. So let's go through. What do we have here? So here is Tinubu in St. Lucia.
President Bola Tinubu commenced his historic visit to St. Lucia on Sunday. First, a visit to the government house. Governor General Cyril Iro Charles received the Nigerian leader at Mount Fortune. The Lucians are originally Africans long separated away from the black continent by distance, with some of their citizens having a place in the history of Nigeria. And now, the president of the most populous nation in the world is set to formalize the Nigerian-Lucian relations, rekindling the ancestral bonds and igniting a new era of diplomatic, cultural, and economic possibilities between the nations. The mission also took President Tinubu to the Prime Minister of the Eastern Caribbean nation, Philip Bear, and there a proof of contact between the nations. The discussion also went on with modalities for the imminent formal relations being worked out.
The president was very particular that Nigeria and most of the Caribbean nations, not even St. Lucia alone, but all the Caribbean nations, we have similar culture, we have similar ambition, and we have similar problems. We strongly believe that if we can sit down, like we are going to do tomorrow, to see how we can begin to connect with each other, to improve on our relationship, to improve on the economies, and see where we can both learn from each other. Because St. Lucia and most Caribbean islands are basically islands, so they face the same problem that we face in our coastal areas. So we are going to look at that. We are going to look at the area of health provision in those countries. We are looking at the issue of education.
President Tinubu, popular in Lucia for his long-standing commitment to the entrenchment of democracy, is scheduled to address the special joint session of the Senate and the House of Assembly of St. Lucia this Monday. In Castries, St. Lucia, Musbah, and Wahab, NC News.
All right. I wonder what Tinubu is doing there. It can only really, it can only be to do with money laundering or whatever it is. St. Lucia is not an obvious holiday spot. This is the country right here. Capital, official language English, ethnic stock, mostly Africans, with some Indians, religion, Christianity. What's the population? That's even if they have a population. population 178,000 people. So their GDP is about $3 billion. I'm not even sure if that is correct. So what is it doing there is the thing. It's not an obvious holiday spot. So what is it doing in there? There's definitely something shady at food. Maybe they want to buy the island. Who knows? So that's that. So this now next clip explains the tax bill to you in a bite size. What's this?
The president has signed a new tax bill. What does it mean to you? Well, calm down. Let me explain. You see this Federal Inland Revenue Service cancelled. It will no longer exist. It will become the National Revenue Service. And some of the functions that they can carry out has been expanded. Here are some of the benefits as an individual and as a business. If you earn up to 1.3 million naira, you are exempted from tax. For all our members of the armed forces, all the people in the armed forces, you are exempted from tax. All your salary exempted from tax, from pay as you earn. If you do business and your turnover is not more than 50 million naira, you are exempted from tax. Seafood and healthcare, zero VAT, zero VAT. Those are all the agricultural products that are produced in Nigeria. CNG, baby products, sanitary pads, even LPG, exempted from VAT. There's even a portion if your employer sacks you or you are laid off your work and they are paying you up to 50 million naira, that money is exempted from tax. In fact, you need to go and read this tax bill. There's a lot of incentives and it takes an almost 50 to 60% of the Nigerian population are exempted from one form of tax or the other. Amazing work by this man. Now with all these things, know that there's a stricter penalty if you don't pay your tax. And there'll be various ways for you to pay your tax. So you won't be able to avoid paying your tax in the near future in this country. Especially for business owners, go and get ready to pay your tax. So now that almost 60% of Nigerians are exempt from one tax or the other, the poorest of the poor are exempted. The middle class and the rich are the ones that will pay this tax. And you are the ones that operate bank accounts, have BVN, and can be tracked. If you've not been tax compliant in Nigeria, this is my warning to you. Go and learn about how to file for your taxes. I'm just going to give you one quick tip. Everything that you buy as a business owner, every receipt is now going to be very important to you. Any form of, whether it's electronic, tell them to receipt it for you because you might need it for you to reclaim your tax, reclaim your VAT, and file for proper tax. This will go into effect January of 2026. So
there it is right there. So hopefully you're a lot clearer. It'd be interesting to see how the usual naysayers are looking to rubbish that, because they look to rubbish everything, don't they? So there's that. Do you remember this clip? This is a blast from the past. Do you remember this?
All right. Have you voted?
I'm voted, yeah. I'm happiness, I'm voted, yeah.
Tell me your feeling after voting today.
Yeah, after voting, I'm feeling okay. What I want, I get it on the result. I'm getting the party I want is the one going on. Thank you for that.
What are you expecting from these people you voted?
I'm voted, they can do what you want, and then when they want, what they want, inshallah, we'll happiness more, isn't it? So then please, I want to beg them. We suffer almost 10 hours we are standing because of what we want. We need change. And then the person we need, he's the one on the party we want. Isn't it? So please, we want change.
Change? What kind of change?
The change of situation which we are now.
What is the situation you are in?
Situation of sufferness. Isn't it? Yeah, we are suffer. How many years? As you see, 12 years for what? I mean, almost 40-something years. I don't know what is government did for me. It's come out of this like this radio. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, yeah. I have to complaining. I'm in Nigeria, really. Almost 40-something, I don't know what is government. So I need change. And the person I know is going to change this thing by force, whether the leader they want or not. Any person which is bad, he must escape in this country, or he be hidden like how they are hiding a poor people inside prison, which he don't have a court. attended. Inshallah, we need Buhari to change this country.
And there it is right there, isn't it? I am voting. I am voted. I didn't even understand what he was saying, but there it is. That was a bit of still staying with the blast from the past. As ludicrous as that clip was, this one is even worse. This is one of the most laughable things. Just somebody whose ego is above their station in life. Watch this.
You are under oath. Yes. And by virtue of that oath, you are under direct order from me. Yes. Any day you wake up, you hear I've been arrested, born Nigeria down.
So there it is, right there. Your friend, certainly not mine, Nnamdi Kanu, telling us then that any day that he is arrested, Nigeria will be burnt down. So he has been arrested, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe they can't find the matches or the kerosene. Nigeria is at least still very much intact. So from the sublime to the ludicrous. So now, in the 2023 elections, one of the clips that came out when Obi traveled abroad was a meeting he attended where they were strategizing about how to hijack INEC server. And we saw that the Obidient space really attacked the INEC server heavily in the course of 2023 elections. So they have not deviated from that space. They are even looking to go deeper into using technology to try and hijack the system and then declare themselves president. Watch this.
There have been people within our midst who have started to question your authority, who have started to question the things that you do, the campaign style that you have chosen. The opposition is using a campaign style that is of a psychological warfare type. Are we allowed to use that? Because we can use the same tools, but if we do not know if you're comfortable with things like this, then we cannot be sure if you're going to back us in the future.
Can you give me an example of one of the tools?
Okay, Mr. President. Sorry, you're my president, so that's what I will call you. We have a TikTok app. It's an application. It's called TikTok. And on that application, you have millions of young people who are constantly on a daily basis being subjected to media of the current sitting president of the FCT, who is not supposed to be in power, and displaying him as though he is a drug baron, displaying him as though he's someone who is corrupt, but still in power. That is an example. Media tools that have been created using AI, user-generated content using AI, that are not even created from actual videos or clips, to portray an image as though someone who is illegitimate can indeed still rule a country as powerful as Nigeria. That is an example. Thank you.
So there it is right there. That's their strategy, to make up fake stories and fake lies and fake AI-generated videos in order to color Tinubu bad. I wonder how worse they can color him still. I was at that spaces, by the way. I was actually on that panel, but I didn't actually get to go at the guy. I got bored, like I said. It was things like that. I just bailed after a while. But let's go on to the next one now. The next one now is Omoyele Sowore, who makes a very curious allegation against Air Peace. Watch this.
Happy to support you. People are not stealing monies that are meant for immunization and education. And what I would do is do things differently. If somebody says you want to support us, I'll say, instead of sending experts from abroad, give us the money. We'll find experts at home and train them. I want to give you an example. When I was when they started the amnesty program in Niger Delta region years ago, one of the amnesty directors contacted me and said, because I was giving them hell and they thought that they could bribe me. He said, why don't you handle all of our foreign students going to the US? Help us just find universities and place them. And I said, you're foolish. The universities you want to send them to, or the institutes you want to send them to, who built them? They were built by them. They developed them. So why don't you build schools, renovate classrooms in Niger Delta, bring in some of these foreign experts, since you are obsessed with foreigners, and come and teach people and transfer the technology locally. When they are done in 5 years, when they go, the technology has become domesticated. The ideas have become domesticated. They have trained new teachers. Of course, we're not happy about it. That was the money that eventually used in creating the airline that is known as Air Peace, because that was how they moved out all those monies. So this is what I know to be true, that the moment the ideas are there, the policies are proper and they are transparent and they are well implemented and there's passion.
So there it is right there. That's quite a weighty allegation by Showore right there, telling us then that the money that they used to create Air Peace was stolen money from Amnesty International. But there it is. He said it. It's probably right, actually, because there's dubious money that they used to create Air Peace. We all know that. Monies from the hold on, monies from the Goodluck Jonathan administration. So there's that. So that's my offering. So the link in the comment section if you want the conversation. Play the Kegaite music, see what happens after that. Next door, the Kegaite.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniri Agbeshe may just have nothing to do with us. So we've got Baba with us. So hopefully Baba is there. Otherwise, we may just say goodbye. Baba, good to have you.
Yeah, man, I'm here. A very fine evening to you.
Good evening to you.
I hope your week is going well.
It's better now you are here. Yes.
I salute also the people of the commentariat. The favorites are there. Some are yet to show up. And also I can see the hate parade in gear and full force. And our esteemed viewers, I salute you. I formally welcome you. Most importantly, I hope you've clicked the like button. And whilst at it, don't forget to subscribe and also share. For the eavesdropper who refuse to adhere to the norms, well, kindly repent. That's all I have to say. Yes, one man.
Yes, good to have you here, Baba. No, we are here. So a whole myriad of things to go through. I'm not quite sure what's been missing in the cycle. I think we've not been on for about 2 days. But Omokri still, as ever, his jackboot on the neck of Peter Obi and his followership. So that always tickles and titillates. So we have that. Obi coming out in a big outing yesterday, making all manners of
Yeah, I followed everything right from when you started. It's interesting time. The silly season, the silly political season is here again, and rightfully so, because whether we like it or not, the next election, believe it or not, is just 19 months away. It's less than 2 years.
Imagine that.
19 months away. Yeah, 19 months away. But firstly, before I go into that, unpack that, let me just add something to the tax bill because that bill is a relief to Nigerians. I heard somebody saying there 60% of Nigerians, one of the clips will not be paying taxes. Much more than that. Much more than that. Over 80% of Nigerians will be paying zero tax. And one aspect, everybody have done well in analyzing it and framing each article of the tax in its proper perspective. But there is one there that I find very interesting that actually spread the non-payment of tax further. For a household of earning combined husband and wife, earning 250,000 a month with 3 children, zero tax. Zero tax. Husband and wife earning 120, 130, 250 together with 3 children, you don't pay any tax. What more can we ask? I mean, we are almost like those countries that their citizens don't even pay taxes at all, where their population is just 3 million, 2 million people. So it's a very good thing. It's not taking off until January 2026. And good luck to everyone. Now to this Obi issue. Let me correct one thing he said, because this is my problem with him, actually. In this age and time, you don't spew anything you are not sure of. You said the president has not spent one day in any or slept overnight in any of the states in Nigeria. But just look back to May 2nd. May 2nd and 3rd of just 2 months ago, barely 2 months ago.
He said apart
Yeah, he
from
said
Lagos.
apart from Lagos, but Tinubu slept 2 days in Katsina in May.
Did he not sleep in Anambra as well, or was it just? I think he slept in Anambra as well.
No, he came back actually, but in Katsina, he spent 2 days. These are the things I don't know. Administratively, I think a lot of aides to most of politicians are not up to their game. It's what he did there is most times he do it is akin to what Tinubu's aides are also doing, giving dead people national honors. They call them people that are alive, dead, and things like that. This mumbo jumbo of things. You have to be very factual. When you come out to speak, you speak confidently. Don't just throw anything out. People will fact check you, and it diminishes whatever you say on the long run, because people hold on to this kind of little things. And if he's doing it deliberately, he had better put a stop to it. Now, what Obi has done is classical. And I think whoever advised him to do that actually advised him well. And it is good that he took that advice. With that preemption of coming out ahead of Atiku, ahead of Rotimi Amechi and all the rest, while they are still cooking in the kitchen, their political broth, he came out to say, I am running. He came out of the shadow of I don't want to be president. I just want Nigeria that works. It's not my ambition, for which we all know that is just he did not wash with people like me then. It will not wash with somebody like me today. But I'm glad he came out to say, I want to be president. I'm contesting in 2027. And I wish I could see Atiku's face when he got wind of that yesterday.
Baba, good morning.
I know. Yes, sir. Yes, who is that?
Does it matter if it's contesting or where it's
I can't hear you.
Does it matter if it's
I can't hear you.
contesting? Okay, sorry.
Say again.
Let me fix this. Let me fix this and I'll get back.
Okay, rejig your equipment. So he has come out to say, yes, I'm running in 2027. And we all know that Atiku wants to run. Amechi wants to run as president or VP. And a host of others in that coalition. Now, we know ADA is not going to work, not because they will not register it, but going by the procedurally, it will take minimum 7 months for ADA to be registered. That is Amechi's baby. That's a party Ricketts is trying to float for and on behalf of Amechi at the behest of Atiku. So the thing is, in the alternative, like Baba Sheil Lawal has been saying that, look, there will be delay in registering ADA. Let us use ADC as our vehicle for this coalition. And now I think that is the tool they are going to use. So if they're going to use it, that brings the question of SDP, where we have El Rufai situated presently. So El Rufai will leave SDP and throw his gauntlet in the arena of ADP or ADC. What's he going to do? That means we'll be counting party PDP to APC to SDP. So Obi has really caused a lot of confusion for them because the article needs him he wants to run with him. And he turned the table against Atiku because Atiku wants to run as a one-term president, just to reel in Obi to support him so that they can contest together. And I've said it here before when I was analyzing this issue that if Obi believes him, he believes him at his own peril because you can't trust the North with power. Less than 4 years, they are screaming blue mother. Not to talk of when now they grab it in 2027. They're not going to leave it. Now Obi turned the table and say, okay, I want to run. It's me gone. I will spend only 4 years, and I will quit. So what do they now to offer Obi? Very interesting. I love the tactics. Brilliant.
Why do you think he said that?
To preempt them, because you're trying to force his hand.
No.
To run with Atiku.
No, I think he said that, Baba, because he wants to give the North the assurance that power will still transit to them in 2031. Because the biggest obstacle Obi has in the North is that if he becomes president in 2027, he has an 8-year complement. So that's the biggest obstacle, and they don't want to be out of power for 12 years. So he's wanting to preempt that. He's going into that space to say that, look, I'll only do 1 term and you still get your turn. But of course.
Okay, 2 things there, one man. Yeah. Atiku has an ambition. This next election will be his last. Most definitely. He's not coming back. Age, health, everything. And he still believes in this prediction of his Marabu that he will be president. So he is desperate to be president. And he wants Obi to run with him. So 1 term is promising Obi to rope him in. And Obi has turned the table and said, no, okay. Well, because for Obi to, like Obi analyzed in one of the early clips we played, it's his own last chance too. At a shot at the presidency, 2027, 2027. If you fail this, not coming back, most definitely. So it's a real catch-22 situation for both Atiku and Obi, because I know definitely Atiku will be strategizing right now to dump Obi and pick possibly a Southerner, Rotimi Amechi, to run with him.
They're already flying that. They're already flying that kite, Baba. Amechi.
Yeah. So Obi now will have to find a Northerner to run as his VP, and it's 2023. A woof.
It's still being rumored. Baba, it's still being rumored to want to stay with the Mauritanian guy, Ali Baba Yusuf. You know, that's Ali. He wants to stay with that guy.
I don't think that is kind of etched in stone because of the political atmosphere we find us, or he finds himself right now. If it's expedient that he has to do away with him, Obi will not blink an eyelid. It's about political survival. He's doing his best, as it were. He's coming out in the mold people like Kenneth Okonkwo wanted him to. He's coming out brazenly, sharp-mouthed, and things like that, throwing in everything in the kitchen, including the sink. So he's doing the work. But then the pool is just too wide. If they don't come together, and they will never come together, it's not possible. There is no way they can defeat an incumbent. There's just no way they can defeat an incumbent, because this is not a merger, it's a coalition. What brought Buhari to power in 2015 was a merger. There are two distinct, different things: a merger and a coalition. The coalition is just every brick and brat of every color of woman coming from every corner and then banding together with the sole aim to push somebody, a sitting president, out of power. So they all come with their own ideas, come also on board with what they desire, what they want the coalition to look like. Whereas in a merger, that the type that brought Buhari to power is all about parties. All about party, ANPP, ACN, and all the likes. They all came together, part of New PDP, part of ABGA, they all coalesced, collapsed everything, drop it, and formed a new party, APC. It is easier that way. And when you come in, as they are coming in, they've already divided the spoil. Okay, you from this side of the ACN, this is what you're going to do, this is your part you play. Everybody agreed. But in a coalition like this, there is just, it's strange. It's a difficult situation. Because when they talk about SDP, everybody rushed into SDP. Shehu Malami, Major Al-Mustafa, El Rufai, they all went there so that they can put in their carpet and start welcoming every other politician. That collapsed. We started hearing of ADC. And this sitting chairman of ADC was doing everything to suck them in. Then we started hearing of ADA, which is a baby of Rotimi Amechi. And ADA is attractive to the young talks in this coalition. Because what the young talks, those the young are afraid of, is they don't want anybody to badger them in an old party. Or when they all go into the corridor is so narrow for them to go, so they have to stay behind the line for the big heavyweights to move in first, because the corridor will be narrow. But in a party like ADA, is fresh. Everybody is a joiner. Everybody becomes a joiner. It's fresh. So the spoils of the party, they have to build it together and distribute it equitably amongst themselves. So there is that selfishness of the young talks being led by Rotimi Amechi. So that leaves Atiku, because PDP is in this area as a party that is not even a no-go area entirely. So an Atiku will contest. Don't think he will be a statesman and he will tell you, okay, I'm not contesting. No, he's not going to do that. And then, even if that were, because we are doing analysis, we are rubbing minds together. Were it even possible that Atiku now says, look, I swear by my blood that I'm going to run only one term. Obi come in 2031, I'll hand over power to you. Quite all right. Fine. Okay, they come together to contest. Will Obi trust him? Because when it comes, same also, if Obi Atiku were to be a statesman, let's paint him, wear him that gap. And Obi, he was to support Obi to contest and won the presidency in 2027. There is trust deficit already. Would anybody trust Obi to spend only 4 years? Hell no. No,
I don't think.
Let me finish this point. One man before you come in, because we've seen this thing before. By second year of an Obi presidency in 2029, for instance, people will start going to court on his behalf. On his behalf, to be putting one judicial clog or the other on the way of anybody, justifying reasons why he has to do a second term. Are you following my point? So if I can see it from this my small corner here, why wouldn't they see it? Because there is trust deficit. They'll become, or to put it bluntly, the Southeast will not trust a Fulani man like Atiku to stand on his word. He has not done it before. It is not in 2025 that he will now be a different man entirely. No, it's not going to happen. It is the reality of our polity. Because already Obi said it yesterday, the ulamas are out in their numbers. The ulamas are out in their numbers in protestation. Whether we like it or not, whether we want to believe it or not, we are in, it's a north and south thing in 2027. And surprisingly for me, the party that shouldn't worry at all are the ones even putting a coalition together. And we start hearing different narrative. Oh, it doesn't matter if you have the whole governor or 36 governor behind you, it's not guaranteed. It's you versus the people. But we know that is a very, very bad strategy. Very, very bad strategy. The governors matter. The governors do matter. And the guy in APC is really in everybody. Even Saraki said about 4 days ago that they still expect.
The governors are the structures now. When you talk about structures,
Exactly. Even Saraki himself, 4 days ago, told Anyogolu that they still expect 2 PDP governors to defect. Saraki himself, a PDP stalwart. So it's like if you see in that interview, he looks a defeated man.
Yeah, that's Osun State and River State.
He looks a defeated man. What about Umba in Enugu? You can't discount him because no governor, no political office, a certain politician will wait and contest under PDP in this condition, where they have to even go to INEC to ask who is our national secretary. Hello?
Does that mean Saraki's reconciliation committee is that done?
Of course, even Saraki himself is positioning himself as a presidential hopeful, secretly though, because it's like if the North are not presenting anybody acceptable, the West, Northwest, Northeast, then let them, since they are saying they are going to field a Northern candidate, then they should look to North Central. And who is the #1 political leader in North Central? Of course, it's Saraki. Suswan is there, but they are all behind Saraki and stuff like that. So the dynamics is just modeled up. Just modeled up, the whole dynamics there. And I don't see a pathway at the moment. That was why the other day when I think it was BT, Dr. BT that was here, I was saying, is it a FUN or a D that is troubling these people? Because if you have to remove this man, you have to speak with one voice. Everybody have to subsume their political ambition and put somebody forward. When APC was formed, from the word get-go, it was of course decided that Buhari is going to lead this coalition to the election. From the word get-go, it was not in dispute. But this one, 19 months to an election, nothing so far. We were in July already. They said, okay, they will declare for ADC maybe in the next couple of days. So we'll see how they share the spoils of office.
All right. All right. Baba, take us to St. Lucia, and then from there we're going to Arogidigba. So what is Tinubu doing in St. Lucia, of all places? Yeah, it can only be some shady goings on.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but it's so small, but yeah. Okay, drive safe, okay, please. So this thing is, it's not about St. Lucia is visiting per se. It's visiting all the countries around St. Lucia, Kitts and Nevis. I think they named them about 4 or 5 countries. The prime ministers were present when he had Tinubu addressed the Senate of St. Lucia earlier today. And I think he went on that trip just like a step away from his Brazil trip for the BRIC summit, where he'll be going to BRIC summit. So St. Lucia, apart from what if I think Glendale or something they call the Senate leader in the woman in St. Lucia, that 34% of the slaves brought in from Africa about 200 years ago are from Nigeria. And they are a majority there. So there is this relationship we have. And besides that, there was this gentleman, fair-colored Sir Danley Alexander. He was our Chief Justice, I think, from 75 to 79 during Obasanjo's time in office. He was from St. Lucia. He was from St. Lucia. He looks like a Calabar man, but no. And we had a lot of them here. The only curious thing I think coming from the visit is they wanting our doctors and nurses. And here we are. We don't have enough for ourselves. That is one. Two, the president even promised them that he's going to give their students scholarship to come to Nigeria to study. Well, we don't have enough money. We still look for money, being power, and things like that. And yeah, anyway, there is not. The God loves a cheerful giver. So let's say the president is a cheerful giver, but nothing is lost. I know it's also a safe haven for money laundering. I wouldn't put it past the president doing his own deal, but I'm suspect more because most of the waters around the Caribbean with the new technology for tapping oil, midstream or ultra deep waters are now available, and all those places are awash with oil. Maybe he is there to do his own personal deal. We've seen what happened in Guyana with his
Sorry, Baba.
his cousins.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, I was just going to interject you. Does his cousin not have a stake there somewhere? I remember vaguely that
No, in Guyana, yes, they even list a refinery in Guyana. They list a refinery in Guyana, and for which it will serve Nigeria's purpose, though, even though they are lining their own pockets. And even the Granada Prime Minister, you remember Sanwo-Olu's trip to Granada with the chick? The Granada Prime Minister was in St. Lucia also to meet with the president. So a lot of things going on. I hope Nigeria's interest is at the forefront of everything, and whatever drop on the table for their pocket, well, I'm not one or to try to reorder the world. I'm not one to reorder the world. So because as we speak, a president is taking a gift of 400 million jets and doing Bitcoin and a host of other things. So nothing is happening. So I don't think that is an issue to say a president cannot visit anywhere. But then if he leaves, he goes to Brazil for the BRIC meeting, and then he will return home. So I yield for others to come in, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Of course, always the best way for a session to start is always when it starts with Baba, and the better way for it to continue is when it goes to Aro Gidigba. So, Aro, hopefully you have a good connection. Floor is yours.
One man, good morning.
Good
I
morning
hope
to
you can
you.
hear me clearly.
Yes, yes.
How are you doing? It's been a while.
I'm good. Yes. I've just not come out for the last 2 days, but
That's why. That's all right. Once the big masquerade comes out and has a good dance, we're good. I was actually around your neck of the woods there last week. I was having lunch in Mayfair. But,
oh right.
Yeah. But then
they let you into London. I thought they were keeping the riff raps out. How did you manage to sneak in?
Well, I put on a good costume.
Yes.
So yeah, it's quite a place. It's quite the weather is lethal, but it's roasting. It's still hot.
It's baking hot, It's just
Yeah.
my conservatory, because it's an enclosed space. It's like an oven,
I know. Yeah.
Even the air conditioners are not, We have to open the doors eventually,
Yeah, I suspect as much. So yeah, one man, what's on the table? I think I overheard something about Obi. Obi made a declaration.
Yeah, he made a declaration that he is going to run, which is the worst kept secret in the country. But then he added an addendum that he's only going to serve one term because, of course, he knows that power has to transit to the north in 2031. So Are you buying that
Oh,
attempt at a slight
what a what a
rebranding?
what a man! What a man! What a man! What a man! And you know what? He's just quite a cool. That's quite a cool in itself. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it was evident he was going to contest. I think this fellow David Unday in that Nielsen, he put something out about essentially urging Peter Obi to declare and this and that. But yeah, it's quite a coup him saying he's only going to run for one time. I mean, that's quite something. It does throw some spanner in the works, doesn't it? Um, yeah. It's good. It's good. The whole idea of democracy is that anyone that wants to contest has the opportunity to contest quite fairly. So, I mean, it's good. It's good that he's going to contest. So
Do you think it's quite crucial that Obi runs on his own steam rather than as part of a coalition? If Tinubu wants to return, then it's very important that Obi doesn't form an alliance. He just runs the way he ran in the last cycle.
I think the nature of what Tinubu is playing now. I mean, these are politicians, and we are, I'm not should say I don't have some magic ball that I can a crystal ball I can look into. It looks like it doesn't matter to me that they're gonna play it out closer to the time. I, I think we keep forgetting that Nigeria is a collection of different interests. Every political, every word, every nook and cranny. It's politics is local, really. Even when we're doing presidential elections, it's still local. At every ward, at every senatorial district, they're going to have their own political interests that they might believe will be better served with this individual or that individual. Yes, they might split their votes this way or that way, but sometimes it might sway strongly for someone. So it doesn't matter if it forms a coalition that might undermine them because he's put up a particular. I mean, but then again, is a lot of his followers are hypocrites anyway. So I mean, I don't think that would matter. They're not quite equitable. So I don't think. I think even if they were to dine with the devil, they'll do it comfortably. With a teaspoon and have their legs crossed for that is. I mean, they're devils themselves anyway, so it doesn't matter. So I don't know. I don't know if it matters if he forms a coalition, if he runs it alone. If he runs it alone, it's going to split the votes.
If it joins the coalition, is that much more tasking for Tinubu to be returned?
Yeah. It depends on what coalition he joins. But at the same time, if he joins a coalition, that might put some people off.
Yeah, but if he subordinates himself to Atiku, then that's a
then he loses a lot because I don't think that we realize that they are kind of like what they call them in America. They call them swing voters. There's a lot of obedient people that no, I won't call them obedient, but there's a lot of people that voted for Obi that are essentially swing voters. You see, there's a lot of people that are quite intelligent that voted for Peter Obi. I know we like to say that we like to.
You see, the thing is, Aro, it's a game of numbers, isn't it? Obi has to make the calculations then that if he subordinates himself to Atiku, he will lose quite a lot of people, but he will gain a lot more. He will gain a more realistic chance of being in governance than if he went off his own steam.
Yeah, true. It would be in governance, but it will be a third wheel. Really, but we see what's happening to Shetima now these days.
What do you think is going on there, Shetima? What do you think is going on there?
I don't think he has a problem with the president himself, but I think to really be it's a terrible thing to be the leader of a country. So many different people are whispering in your ears. They're telling you different stories. People are trying to take advantage, and I think it's a terrible. It can be a terrible position, to be a leader. I don't because I can't see what he's done wrong, Shetima. I can't quite tell what he has done wrong.
It's electoral value, isn't it? What does Shetima bring? Shetima brings Borno State. You know, but is Borno State enough for him to hold on to? Yeah.
It'd be a terrible thing to. The Kanuri are very fierce when they are confronted. Um, because Tinubu will be stoking some very dangerous ethnic tensions if he were to switch from a Kanuri man to a Fulani man. Very, very dangerous. It's going to cause quite a lot of strife in the north, I suspect. They are sworn enemies to the end. I don't know. You should be very careful, I'll say Tinubu. Should be very, very, very careful. I really wouldn't want to dabble into what might be going on, but there's something not quite right there. And the president should come outright front and put it to bed. I think he should run with Shetima for a second term. I think that would be the decent thing to do.
Yes, it's cleaner, isn't it? Let him just go with Shetima, and then
it's a decent thing to do to run with the man. I think the man is this guy. I quite like him. He's very poetic, and I tend to like poetic people.
I really admire his use of language. I think Shetima has the best oration.
Oh
in
yeah.
Terms of,
He's a notorious reader. He's a notorious reader.
It speaks beautifully.
It's been said he's quite very familiar with all of the works of Shakespeare and he likes stuff like that really. So he's meant to be a notorious like a avid reader. So I think Tinubu should stick with him. I hope he doesn't fall into the trap because it looks like it's like the opposition are forcing him to take moves. He shouldn't fall into this trap that maybe there's a Northwest elite ganging up against him. He shouldn't fall into the trap because it's been dangerous if he swaps a Kanuri man for a Fulani man. That will make things very, very hostile and very, very hot in the northeast, especially.
But if Kwakwanso joins the party, which all the indications are that he will, then where does he slot in?
Kwakwanso then has to promise that he can run in 2031, and Kwakwanso in the party without a Ganduje keeping him in check as a chairman. He then could have a clean shot at it in 2031, irrespective of if Shetima is a VP or not.
But where does it slot in for the next 4 years? That's the thing. So what?
He was slot in as a party leader, the same way Tinubu slotted in as a party leader for 8 years.
So Kwakwanso will be the new party leader.
It wouldn't be the new party leader, but it will be a party leader. It will be a man of consequence.
But what role will he have in the government?
He will have he could get a very good ministerial appointment, Minister of Defense. I think he's been a Minister of Defense before under Obasanjo or under Yareba or something like that. I can't remember. So he could slot in as a Minister of Defense. I know he doesn't have a military background. Or he could get quite.
You see, for me, there are only 2 roles available for Kwakwanso.
Internal affairs as well. He could get internal affairs.
No, I don't think that's quite big enough. I think Kwakwanso may consider himself bigger than just a man. He's already been a Minister of Defense, so he's already been a governor. There are only 2 roles that I see possible. Either the party chairman or the vice presidential candidate. So
no, I don't think Kwakwanso would. I don't think he has a tendency for wanting to be a party chairman. It doesn't. He likes to influence who is the party chairman, but I don't think he has a tendency for wanting to be the party chairman. I think he'll be satisfied to be a big power player in the government and to have direct access to the president, which he already has anyway. But the problem is, I think things are not quite all right in ANPP or whatever, NNPP or whatever they call themselves. Things are not quite right. They actually had some issues there with the chairmanship and the Kwankwansia group and this and that quite some time ago, sometimes last year, just right after the elections. So things are not quite right in that political party as well. So he as well will be looking for something more stable. Because remember, he went to join them. He didn't found that party. That party was in existence. So really, Yeah, I think he'll be satisfied to be a big party player. I think he'll be satisfied with that. And I think Ganduje should openly accept his ambassadorial appointment. Apparently, he's rejected it about 2 or 3 times, which is, I mean, but now I guess he's going to have to accept it. Get posted out to somewhere. He'd be a bit out of the way.
Where would they post him to? Somewhere in the Middle East, Abby?
Yeah, somewhere in the Middle East would be good for him. Or somewhere in Africa, North Africa. He's quite an intelligent man, Ganduje. People forget that. I mean, he's a doctor by merit. He has a doctorate degree by merit.
He has a PhD.
Yeah, by merit. No one's
a PhD.
I think Ganduje is in it's possibly an engineering discipline, kind of like I think one of them has an engineering discipline anyway, aquatic engineering or water engineering, something like that.
I think that's Kwakwanso.
Yeah, so they're both intelligent people. I think Ganduje finished off in the Ibadan. And UI can be quite. Anyone
that's a tough school, yeah.
Yeah, anyone that does PhD in UI, you didn't pay for it. Best of luck to the political juggernauts. It's gonna be a very, very tough fight in 2027.
But don't you think, Arogidigba, don't you think what the coalition should be handling side by side this very moment is the electoral reform? Because the order of election favors the president so much.
Yeah, but
because if the president's election is coming first, as usual, all the governors, to guarantee their own winning, will also want the president to win. So for that 1 or 2 weeks, they will concentrate and make sure the president won, and then it will cover them for their own election.
Baba.
So one of the things I think they should be tackling now is the order of election.
Baba, how are they going to go about that with a Senate and a House that is firmly?
That's why they want to kill Akpabio.
It's not just Akpabio, the speaker as well. We saw it. The president gave us the State of the Nation address, and the people were singing on your mandate we saw stands. I found it to be rather very distasteful, really. I think the president needs to, on one of these occasions, he needs to be very, very clear. But then again, he probably enjoys it himself. He needs to put it quite out there that if he doesn't say it, people will continue doing it. Now that it's a bit getting a bit too over the top. This whole cult of personality.
And don't forget the INEC chairman. I think his term expires in November or so.
I hope I think he has the opportunity to get renewed, does he? Or is that it? Is it 2 terms?
I have not checked that.
I don't think Tinubu should trust.
I absolutely think Tinubu should trust Mahmoud. It's either he brings back Jega or sticks with Mahmoud. See, it's a very dangerous thing if Tinubu brings someone like this. Is it what's the name of that gentleman from 1993? That they all falling over themselves to try
Professor,
to get the
what's his name now?
Is it Onwosu Humphrey? Yeah?
No, the one from the southeast, right?
Yeah. Whatever his name is.
Yeah, the professor. I've forgotten his name.
Yeah, it's important that you stick with people that have conviction, and people that don't get pushed over easily. All right.
Hold on. If he was to replace, if he decides not to, and I'm not even sure that the Constitution allows him to stick with Mahmoud Yakubu still, but if he was to replace Mahmoud Yakubu, which region would you say that he should pick the next?
I think he should still stick with the north.
He should stick with the north. Yeah.
I think he should go to the southeast.
No, Jesus. If he goes, the thing about it is this. Okay, you can go anywhere you want, but you want to get someone that has conviction.
Okay, Maurice Iwu. Is that what the man you're talking about?
Yeah, that's no. Maurice Iwu was Obasanjo's guy now. He was not Humphrey Nwosu from 1993. Abiola's.
Humphrey Nwosu was 1993.
Yeah, so that's the man. Yeah. Maurice Iwu was a disgrace. We don't even talk about it.
He's dead and gone.
Yeah, it was a disgraceful man. Well, Humphrey Nwosu, the argument is that he lacked the he lacked the conviction when it mattered. It's important because look at Jega. All right, Jega was there, and that gentleman from the south, what was his name again?
Urubebe.
Orubebe. Yeah, Orubebe was doing his
Terrorizing, man.
terrorizing him. And see, he was very stoic, and he was very calm, comported. He didn't lose his cool. And look at this Mahmoud, this is, and look at what Dino tried to pull him and push him. Okay. And look at this the statements someone like Obasanjo was making, and the statements that people are supposedly elder statesmen were making, essentially suggesting that the president can annul the election and disregard the results. You need someone that is very, very firm, okay, and someone that wouldn't get that doesn't, because at the end of the day, everybody's going to accuse you of being of cheating on behalf of one party or the other. You need to stick to your job and see your job through, okay, and then let history be the judge. I hope I know there's decent people in Nigeria. I know there's a lot of them, okay, but it's always a difficult task when you want to choose someone. I don't begrudge the president, but wherever he goes to, I think he should stick to the north. I think he should stick to the north. I tend to think that there's a lot of honest people in the north, and I tend to think that there's a shortage of very, very honest people in the south. I'm sorry to say this. There's people, some southern people tend to be very, they go with the wind. I think there's very honest people in the north that can do the job, but I don't know why. It's just like I think we should stick to the north.
Yeah, the northerners are a lot more straightforward than
they stick to the job. They see it's true. In the south, we tend to we become too political, and everything is no. I think you should stick to the north. I think you should stick to the north. You'll find someone. You will find someone. But if you could stick with Mahmoud, I think you should just stick to Mahmoud and see it through. The guy has become very political. Otherwise, I tell him to just go back to Jega.
No, Jega has a role
already minister
for the cattle.
No, that's a different Jega. That's a different Jega.
That's a different Jega. No, that's Atahiro.
No, it's Atahiro.
No, that's not the same Jega. That's a different. That's Professor Jega, as opposed to.
He is. He is.
It's the same man. That's him.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why I thought it was a different.
I was surprised he took the appointment. Anyway, I was surprised.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah. So one
I was
man.
really
I'll make it quick.
Truly.
Make it quick. I'll go somewhere to address another. I think I've been there for quite some time. I don't want to hold you.
All right. And I wanted to go to Olufemi, but he just left now. Olufemi Anthony, if you want to come back, I'll come to you because we want to establish new voices. But so thank you, Aro. Let's move it and take it to Rational Mind, who's with us. Rational Mind, Baoni, Kilojale.
Last year, I knew one.
Have you heard of what's popping? What's popping?
You and your Caribbean.
No, that's actually a Fulani social media influencer. What's popping? Mamala.
You've been watching those Fulani TikToks, right?
Yeah, no, he came out to say that any Northerner that votes for B is anti-Islam or something. Yeah.
Really? Okay. So the one they voted there, that is there right now, the 242 that they did. The two Mumu that they did. So what's the what are we seeing? How is that better than a lot in the northern part of Nigeria? Am I surprised? I mean, the person you're talking about is a Fulani, right? So maybe perhaps it's one of those kidnappers that kidnap people and ask for ransom, because that's their newfound occupation now. Besides cattle rustling and cattle rearing. So am I surprised? So you see, woman, first of all, let me just say hello to everybody. It's been a while. I had to take that break. It was needed because in Nigeria, though, if Nigeria doesn't kill you, it's you'll be glad that you survived it. Nigerian is wala every time. It's always one thing or the other. I mean, I've never seen the rate at which information speed out of that country. Not even that. We thought we even saw wars with Bubu, but this one that is from what they call it, from Osun State there. From Poroko, this place they said it's from. This one is another. It's
Gbajue.
It's on a cloud 9. I mean, this guy is just the way it's just bombarding Nigerians with information.
Well, rational man, we're in 2025 now. We're in 2025. All these Sudani, Tulubus from Iraq kind of statements. Come on, it's long in the tooth at this stage. Everybody knows the man is from Lagos.
Lagos, my foot. So anyway, I listened to some people here. Also, people, the first two speakers, how they just gloss over things. I just sat down here, just start wondering, like, well, am I surprised? I'm not surprised. It's just that's what they do. That's what they do. I mean, they do it very, very well. They just gloss over it. And he went to what's it called? St. Kitts. What was his name? What's the name of that place?
St. Lucia.
Lucia, and they were talking about oil. They want to open one oil there. They have one in Guyana. They did this and that in your own country there, only to supply the Dangote oil that you would need. Even our local refineries there, they could not set up drilling things there that would drill those oil out for them. I mean, and then you can go out and invest or talk to other people that you can, and then somebody was saying here that it's a generous man. The boy is good. Apalonjebe, Apani president. If you don't understand that, he's a profligate. It's the level of profligacy I've ever seen in that country. I've never seen any other, not even Bubu. So people will come and just gloss over it like as if it's, and then these are points that we can use to argue during elections. But this idiot will never ever turn himself off for what's it called? For debate, because he can't stand the rigors of debate. Even if you listen to him when he even speaks, it doesn't even sound coherent, and you start wondering. The president, I'm as your president.
It's from Chicago now.
Stability,
American accent now. He's from Chicago now.
I mean, stability. It's just for me. It's just. Sometimes we just gloss over things and just make it look like it's trivializing. Like these are points. You are going any baba dash of any don't allow. You want to loss of one, you go free scholarship. Any middle of free scholarship in Nigeria. You put all our kids, you put them on some kind of crap of what you people come here and you promote here. He did a credit system. They did this. They can borrow money, and thereby you're going and you're promising a country to sponsor their kids to come and study in our country, in our own country, as scholarship. When your own kids, you put them on a lifetime basis. Somebody just gloss over it, make it sound like it's as if it's not a big thing. It's a generous man, generous man, my foot. It's just sometimes it's just it baffles me sometimes.
Rational mind, you live no, rational mind. Sorry, wait. Let me just put it this way. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. But you live in the United States of America. Wait, okay. You live in the United States of America, who for many decades gave scholarships and grants and aid to African countries. Yet, the norm is that if you want to gain third-level education in the United States of America, that you take and you get yourself and you take a student loan.
Who grants you scholarship? Who grants you scholarship?
America were granting US aid, US aid and all these things. You know how many people I know? You know how many people that were receiving scholarships?
Stop this crap. Don't say this crap. See, you people are very good at this.
It's not a matter of this crap. And I'm not defending anything, but I'm just letting you know that it's odd. It's odd. Why should I know it's odd? It's very odd. But I'm just saying it's not some unknown idea. Now Nigeria is not rich, so I don't know why Tinubu is promising scholarships. Nigeria is not a rich country, so I don't know why it's promising scholarships because we've never satisfied our own problems.
Yeah, so that guy called Tinubu is just, I think he has a complex issue, and forget all that.
Rational mind. What do you think he has gone to do in the Caribbean? What are your thoughts? What are you theorizing? What do you think he's doing there?
Well, whatever crap they say the people throw out because choice is propaganda machines, or it's hordes of sycophants and what's that other word I'm looking for? Brutes. You know, trust them. They will spin whatever out there. They will spin whatever narrative they want to spin. How do you see? It's just. I was a while ago. I was just reading. My stockbroking firm used to send me a list of the Nigerian news every day. I was just browsing through some of them. I just look at the quality of the reportage. Some of these news, it's like they have become the mouthpiece of APC. I just wonder what has happened to that that journalistic. How do I say that journalistic endeavors by those people like the likes of Newswatch of those years of the 80s up to the mid 90s, or even up to like even early 2000. What happened to those journalists that would go and dig out real facts, real information? It's just like this APC Oluibuku party came in and they just rewind people's head with their propaganda, and people started thinking like zombies. They don't even have the mind of their own. They come here and regurgitate the same thing that APC wants to want with Tinubu and his machines. The propaganda machine wants people to propagate. They'll come and on platforms like yours and other platforms, they will go and just regurgitate the whole thing out. There's nothing more like people sitting down and critiquing some of these things. I just look at those daily. I just got mad. Only just few of them I just say, well, maybe even the way they even report it is just like some people were doing here a while ago. They are just glossing over it, you know. Now they will talk about you're building a road. Only in Nigeria you build a road, an African country you build a road with $2.3 million a kilometer of a road. Here in America, if it's built with 1.4, 1.8, you know why it's like that? Because the standard of living here, you have to pay laborers. You don't get to pay the same amount to Nigerians like that. So why would you need $2.3 million to break just 1 kilometer of a road? The highest in Africa, according to that reportage. And then we all sit down there. We just make it look like as if it's nothing. And people are wallowing in misery. The level of despondency in that country, Nigerians are just leaving that country at an alarming rate. And you wonder who are the people to take over the country? Who are the people to put the country right? When all these mofos, they are all just there everywhere to just hijack that country. There's no substance when it comes to governance. Look at this one I went to St. Lucia, whatever the crap it went. You would imagine that you see, it's just you cannot give what you don't have. I've said it. That man does not have. Is devoid of morals. Is devoid of that human quality that makes somebody a human. To him, it's just everything he sees is from the prism of from the lenses of what is he need for me? It's not what is he need for the generality of the people I serve. No, just take a look at Lagos, and there you have your answers. You know, whatever he did in Lagos is not because he loved the people of Lagos. He just want to enrich himself and build a dynasty. So, woman, see, when I come here, I speak the way I speak of this guy. I cannot speak of peace of this guy. It's because I've looked at him from A to Z or A to Z, and I just weigh him in the balance, and I've seen that this guy is just defective. There's nothing good that can come from that. Some people come here and just trivialize it and make it sound like. But when it's Obi now, that is when you see them. They'll be, you hear them. They'll just be talking. And then the two things the guy said, somebody was saying, Baba was saying a while ago, saying that, what was it Baba said? I forgot now. He said something, but maybe I'll remember. So
speaking about Obi, Rational Mind, he has come out to say that it will only serve one term if elected in 2027. So what strategies are play there?
Well, for me, you see, that will be matter. I'm beginning to take a just I take a back. I mean, just take a back seat and watch from a distance because for me, I would prefer, because the only way they can defeat this monster in Asurok there is if they could try what they did in 2023. If we're to go by that figures that INEC gave them, that 12 combination of 13 million votes. I mean, Tinubu is an unpopular popular lead, unpopular president. Not even Bubu had this kind of lowest popularity like this monster in Asurok. I don't know, when people come here, they say they are championing his cause. I don't know what the crap they're talking about. When Nigerians, I mean, somebody a while ago was telling us that like I see they give us they've done something good for us by giving us a family of 2 with 3 kids. If you make $200,000, they give you a tax break. Like I said, come on, it's only $200,000. How much is $200,000? I mean, that's $dollars. How much is $200,000 naira? I mean, just sit down here. I just was like, and someone just said that, and like, just look at what is going on? I mean, you people come here, you praise this guy to high heaven. It's like, you did a tax bill. You gave a tax break to some family people where there has only 200 something thousand.
Are you bereft of analytical thinking at all?
I mean, what Rational Mind? Come on.
So
why would you? Are you bereft of analytical thinking or critical thinking? Does $1 can $1 buy you? Can $1 buy you a cup of coffee in America? And $1 is 1,500. He will buy you a bowl of amala in Nigeria. So put things in their proper perspective. Attack issues. Don't attack personalities. You hear me? Are you deaf?
No, Baba,
No, you attack me. You said somebody just come here and just put it lightly and was laughing over it.
I'm not going to go down.
I was giving information out and you were deriding it as if they are not fact. If they are not fact, say they are not fact.
I said it's not fact. Don't twist my words. I've never said it's not fact.
But you said you said I say it with a wave of hand. And how much is that?
That's even worse.
Do you know the weight of English? Did you study English?
English, and I know what I said. This is the same thing you did the last time here. When I said something here, and I went back and I
know what I hear.
Come on.
I'm not hard of hearing. I clean my ears when I take my bath every day.
I hope you did. But because it doesn't sound like you did. Because if you did, you would not.
So it's you that is deaf, that is tone deaf, brilliantly deaf,
what I said,
foolishly deaf.
It's okay. Let me repeat what I said again. I will repeat.
Rational Mind is not okay.
All right. Hold on, Aro. All right, gentlemen. Let's get back to.
So what I said, woman, was that I said somebody came here and tell us make it sound like I think people has done some great thing or the. That's what I said.
Don't say somebody. Rational Mind. There's only 2 people that have spoken.
If I say somebody. The person know who I'm talking about. I mean, I've not heard that. I even mentioned his name. So don't nitpick on everything I say. If you get it, you get it. If you don't get it, forget about it. So my point is this: is that I never said it's true or not. It's not true. That's not what I was saying. I said if somebody just gloss over it like, oh, $250,000 is a big thing. Like I see, it's like when you are here in America, if you're a family of you're filing jointly. I mean, jointly, married jointly. If you're filing, if you make like $250,000 annually, then you are getting a tax. You not pay much tax, or you pay higher tax like you do here. So it's not that, because it's only 250,000 naira. What is that value? You see, people come here. The Tinubu has increased the amount he gives to governors. What is the value of that money? What is the value? What is the purchasing power of that money?
Well, the value of that
That's
money
the point.
is the value of that money is such that the governors are paying down their debt and not borrowing. That's what that's what's being reported.
You see, this is what you people do because
is that not what's being reported?
This is the same narrative we hear from all these Oloribruku APC minions that they send everyone on different platforms. Hey, Tinubu has increased the money he gave to the president, to the governors. So go and meet your governors, or don't meet Tinubu. When Jonathan was there, why did they came and why weren't they saying that? Oh, leave Jonathan alone. Go and meet those governors, your governors in your states. Why didn't they say that?
But Jonathan was useless.
Why was
Jonathan was borrowing? Jonathan was borrowing to pay salary.
Hold on! Don't give me that crap. Under Tinubu, what are we saying? The same. It was not even worse under Tinubu than under Jonathan. Do you know how many disasters we recorded under this monster in Aso Rock? And you people come here, you gloss over it and make it look as if you trivialize it, like as if some people's life is not.
Nobody's trivializing anything.
This is the same idiot.
I'm yet to trivialize anything.
Hold on, this same idiot went to St. Lucia and was promising them about agriculture. In your country, your farmers they can't go to farm. They can't go to farm. I was on a platform today. A woman was lamenting. He was grabbing bags of Atari, Ati, Tatashi, and all of those things.
I saw that clip as well. The woman was saying
and you people will come here, you say rice is 50,000 naira now. I mean, you can cook soup of 5,000 naira. Nibo for where? Tinubu. I mean, you see, I'm not surprised. Am I surprised? I'm not surprised because you see, one thing about APC is that those people, they've succeeded in rewiring the brain cells of Nigerians. And sad enough, some people who are so-called learned people too, they've had their own brains also rewired. That we can't even see humanity anymore. All we see is because of my tribe. It's from Lagos, it's from crap, it's from whatever, it's my Igbo man, it's my Yoruba man, it's my whatever crap. That's what we see. If our people die, they then go to hell. Niger State did there. And to not promise a flood mitigation of flood disaster in St. Lucia. Look at your Benue there. If Cameroon opened that their dam there, look at what happened in Borno. This idiot never went there. He sent his deputy to go and go there. They even forced him to go. The one in Benue, he did not even reach there. He did not even reach the place. He even turned it to campaign. You see, when I see somebody say, I mean, when I come here, I diagnose this guy. Although I'm not a psychiatrist, but when from his behavior, you can tell that he's a megalomaniac. I can't even say it probably. I'm not saying it. He's a narcissist. He's so selfish. He's so egocentric. It's just any of those characteristics you can say somebody who is just about himself. That's just a definition of what Tinubu is. Everything is sees it. Look at it. We're talking about. I was reading a few. I was reading a Punch a few minutes ago before you called on me, and they were talking about 5 governors to defect. I just sat down. I was just wondering, what remains?
There's the anticipation that Fubara would defect. I think everybody.
No, defect. One man, I don't. I mean, I'm speaking even. Don't call me.
And Osun State as well.
But whatever. Let them defect. Let them turn the country to one-party state. I think you'll be. Mama, remember here? I said
but a rational mind. Do they know they are Nigerians? They are independent.
There you go with the APC rewiring.
No, wait now. Stop this nonsense APC rewiring. Do they not have a right to associate freely? But do they not have a right to? Do they? Stop these people. I'm just putting to you. Do they not have a right as individuals, Nigerians that are over the age of 18, who have a right to be voted for, and to vote, to associate freely? Forget APC, forget PDP, do they not have a right to associate freely?
I will go that way because we're talking politics here. There's no way.
Yes, but at the basic thing is they have a right to associate as they wish. You cannot stop them from associating as they want to.
I've never seen the level of this political insanity in my lifetime, like what I've seen on that team. But am I surprised? Because I've said it here like 2-3 years ago, before this guy even became president. I said, you people are creating a monster. You don't know who Tinubu is. Go and see Lagos, what he did to opposition in Lagos. He will make the chairman of those political parties his own stooges. He will plant his moles there. They kill PDP in Lagos. Tell me, besides Musili Obanikoro, and maybe his son that became maybe a councillor, what was that? Is it House of Rep under as PDP then? Even Musili Obanikoro, look at how he clipped that guy's. I mean, that's the only person that could have rivaled him, but himself he miscalculated probably. But let's forget that. That's another story for another time. After since Musili Obanikoro, when he won as a PDP guy, where did you ever hear PDP ever? And that was at the beginning, at the inception, when he was governor. I think Fasholatu was governor at that time. That was when we had like PDP winning a seat, maybe one or two seats in Ikoyi area there, Obalende area there. I think they won the seat there. But after that, what did you see? I mean, the reason why they won, PDP won, because Obanikoro he also has his own, he's strong in that area too. But now they're no longer anymore. But what I'm trying to say is this, is that he killed PDP in Lagos. He killed DP, what is that name of that party that this guy ran, that doctor, don't what's his name? Anybody can remind me. Anyway, so, I mean,
Jimmy Gbajue.
How they killed that party. So, you see, woman, it's just, I mean, my friend, it's just for you to look at something. Just look at somebody's antecedent. You can tell you what to expect of him. If Tinubu had performed very well, he doesn't need all this crap that is going on. Like, I mean, he knows he has failed. He knows he cannot, I mean, like in the words of Erufai, it's just an unpopular, it's going to be one-time president, OTP. He knows he's going to be one-time president with the crap that he has done. It's very unpopular. It's the most.
But that's not a crime. There's nothing wrong about it. We are Nigerians. You have the right to elect him.
I'm saying, I'm giving you what I think is a fact that I'm looking at.
If we don't return to Tinubu in 2027, there's nothing. There's nothing wrong. See, rational mind. Let's stop this stuff. There's nothing wrong if Tinubu. There's nothing wrong if Tinubu is a one-time president. It is not a crime. The world would not. The world would not end. It doesn't trigger me. The world would not end. But I mean. Rational mind. Come, wait, okay. You are, I know you're passionate about the country, okay. No, but I think we need to move away from this. This complaint, devise solutions to individual problems. Because I've never heard you. Critique something.
Hold on. Let rational mind have his flow.
Let me talk. I appreciate his challenging me. I mean, I said you want to.
I'm not challenging. I just want us to, because we can't do this forever. This Tinubu is a bastard. His eyes are big. He's a thief. He's a kleptomaniac. We have to just move away from this stuff. Let's critique the individual, okay, within reason, and then let us critique his policies. Let us critique his policies, okay? You are not doing that. All you really do is you come over here, you say the APC people are bastards. The people let's focus on the policies themselves.
But it sounds like to me like you're not listening to what I've said. You just want to only hear.
You just rubbish everything. You just lump everything together, rubbish, and just say everything is.
They are deserving of those rubbishing and that name calling. But at the same time, in my submission, I gave the crap they've been doing, but you never see to that once. And when I say something now, it triggers everybody, it triggers some people here. It's like, oh, I'm deaf in here. I mean, like I don't know what I said. Yeah, no, you don't look at that. But you want to look at what I say when I call them monsters. I call them Oloibuku. I call them. That's what you want. That's what people want to hear because it triggers. I like using that word just to help, just to show the degree of my
Rajima, thank you. Let me just add quickly. Greetings, everybody. I've not said anything before, and all the panelists. You know how to prepare them now. So let's not pretend. You know how to. But let me add one quick thing. I think this is one of the likelihood that I didn't think was going to happen, and this move Peter Obi made today, declaring that he's going to run for one term, is a very dangerous move for President Tinubu, because now Northerners don't have much of it. If they believe him, that is very important. If they believe him,
yeah, but that's the real key point, though. If they believe him, and they have no reason to believe him.
El-Rufai is a reason to believe him. If he's with El-Rufai, they will believe him. That's the thing. And
do you believe him that if he becomes president, he will serve only one term? Do you believe that?
I believe he can serve one term, but there will be pressure for him to serve 2 terms.
Of course,
I believe so.
But why would any?
Sorry, Aro. The Southeast would never allow it if he becomes president and he says
he has no choice. Peter Obi he tends to be a man of his word to an extent.
Yeah, forget that, man.
Well, the man promised never to leave Abga.
No, let me put it this way: if El-Rufai believes him, most people will believe him in the north. Let's put it that way.
You have to take that statement back that Peter Obi is a man of his words. The man promised never to leave Abga.
Abga. Okay, maybe not everything. But point is that I'm saying that if El-Rufai believes him, because El-Rufai worked with Tinubu and he delivered. If El-Rufai believes Peter Obi that he says he's going to serve one term, man, that is extremely dangerous for Tinubu right now. Because it means that the North don't have much to lose. They will do everything to jettison Tinubu and get Peter Obi, knowing full well that he's not going to run for a second term. And I didn't think this was likely. The fact that Tinubu, this is real now. I think APC really need to be watching their back. Right?
But wait, as Nigerians, should we not even consider what are Peter Obi's principles, his political principles? When he gets into office, okay, if he gets into office, which is not, there's nothing bad about it, one term or not. When he gets into office, what are his principles? What does he believe in? What kind of reforms is he going to implement?
It's still not been able to. We are 3 years into him coming into the Nigerian consciousness, and he's still not been able to articulate anything. It does this alarming something that they are running the country aground. They did that. They got the president is saying but he has not. Hold on now. You saw that interview he had with Rufai Oseni. He said, "Okay, what will you do differently?"
He will structure it in a what manner?
Organized manner.
So is he a progressive? Is he? What does he believe in? Would Peter Obi?
People suffer from Tinubu derangement syndrome will come here to talk to spew rubbish.
We are all Nigerians. Gentlemen, we're all Nigerians. There's nothing about panicking about our country. One way or the other, whoever it is, okay, let him do a decent job. But the thing about it is this, okay, we are individuals that have a political conscience, okay. Now, we all look at politics from a point of view of policies and principles. Would Peter Obi have brought forward a tax reform? Would Peter Obi have actually stuck by the removal of first subsidy? Would Peter Obi have actually stuck by removal of currency subsidy, FX subsidy? Would Peter Obi would he have gone to Supreme Court to make sure that the local governments, okay, are able to have their own authority to actually receive their funds directly?
You know what I want to hear from him? An article. Tell me, say, if I win the election in 2027, I will return the foreign exchange back to 460 naira, and you will buy oil at 150 per liter. Simple.
How's that going to work, Baba? Mathematically, that's not possible, Baba. Baba, that's not possible.
Let me tell you something.
Let him even say it.
The question is
hold on. One voice, gentlemen. One voice.
Yeah, it is possible. The question is whether he would want to do that. Because let me tell you what happened.
One voice, please. Yeah.
When Tinubu came in, there was no Dangote refinery to reduce our demand for dollars. And the fact that he was able to float the currency to the point whereby petrol went to the price that it is right now and it's not coming down, what does it tell you? If you decide to cap the value of the naira, you know anybody can put it at any price. All you have to do is defend it. But because Dangote is available right now to reduce and you stop petrol imports, the demand for the dollar will go down and the Nigerian naira can appreciate. If you decide to peg it.
Who's talking? Who's talking?
Is somebody from
I
just want that in from the wheel.
To Niger, come on. You are too smart now. You can't be talking as though you can't be talking about the central government, the CBN government is a magician.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let's get back to rational mind. Just so we have Zita is already saying when it's a turn and all that. But I just wanted to add, Peter Obi has not shown any divergence from Tinubu's policies. There is not one Tinubu policy that he has criticized that it was the wrong policy. What he tells us is that he will do it in an organized manner. He's not telling us that
of course now.
Yeah,
that's the truth. If you're going for an operation, somebody use machete to cut your belly, or somebody use a surgical instrument. Is there no difference? There's a big difference there. That's
organized manner is a policy.
No, organized manner is actually a policy. In other words, you do it transparency, you coordinate it. If somebody wants to go for operation and they use machete to cut your belly or they use a surgical instrument, there's a difference. Let's not act as if there's no difference.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that it goes then to who you are vesting confidence in terms of being managers of nations. So it's who is the better administrator is where the question is. But what I am saying is that Peter Obi has not identified any ideological divergence from how Tinubu is administering the country. All it's inviting then is that he can do it better, and that is subjective.
Of course, that matters a lot. Like what Tinubu did now, I'm not technically against the direction of travel, but everything he did damaged the economy. This is a man that wanted to make the economy $1 trillion economy. Do you know the prediction at current growth rate is going to be 22 years before we get there?
Well,
at current growth rate, when we should be heading there at this stage, right now, Nigerian economy should be around
just give me 30 seconds to push back on what Tunanja is saying.
All right. Sorry, Baba,
okay.
Hold on. After that, we go to rational mind, and the rational mind have his space, and then we go on to Zeta just to have some order. Baba.
Okay, Tunanja. As we stand today in order, they place us as the fourth largest economy in Africa by all indices available: import, export, surplus accounts, low GDP, and all the rest. Do you believe we are truly number 4 compared to 1, 2, 3? Of course,
yes,
no.
We are number 4.
What is outstanding? South Africa has rebased the economy. Egypt has rebased. Algeria has not. And of course, we are rebasing. If we are rebasing, what do you think will happen? Because we now have surplus trade.
Nigeria's GDP is hovering around $200 billion. We are the
it's inching towards 280 billion so far. But then, of course, there is the trade surplus is aiding the naira. But have you also thought? You have not answered my question.
Hold on, no. I don't want us to debate too sharply into that particular, rabbit hole. But give a brief response to Nigeria, and then we get back to the session.
Yeah. See, this president met the economy at around $450 billion, and he had just admitted that it's around 280 right now. So we are talking about almost $200 billion damage to the Nigerian economy. By my calculation,
do you believe that figure? 450?
I believe it because it's a fact. No, because it's a fact.
See, okay, let me juggle your memory. Wait, because this is a factual. This is a factual platform.
I don't want us to go to
that one. Is already passed. That one is already passed. So when I've heard P2B speak, you would think he was listening to me when he spoke. Exactly my kind of prescription is what he said. He said he would
probably are you still on this your Machiavellian whatnot so that you're
don't start now. Let's not go there. See, point is that it's almost like he was listening to me, because I said it that if you wanted to devalue the currency, you do it in a staged manner. You can even manage depreciation so that you reduce your outgoing in terms of defending the currency, while he has already saved money from removing the fuel subsidies. The money he saved, he didn't tell us what he's going to do with it. He just, everybody's now saying that he's giving the state governors 2 times, 3 times. How much do you think the Nigerian this in currency depreciated by? It depreciated more than 3-fold. So whatever he has given them, he didn't increase anything in real terms. So where is the real money that was saved from crude oil, this thing, fuel something removal? But let me go back to the point.
No, don't go.
Because we are talking about Tinubu, this in P2B now. I think this move P2B has made here, he just needs credible Northerners to believe him. And one of the most credible Northerners that will believe him, if he can get that this endorsement, is someone like DESTR0Y. If DESTR0Y believes he's going to do 4 years, man, the only thing that might save Tinubu is if he makes Kwankwaso his vice president. That's the only thing. Thank you.
All right, Brian. Back to
Let me just quickly just wrap up. I know there's some things I wanted to say, but I think
no, go on, because you were hijacked halfway through. So
yeah, it's he has this way of let me say one thing. Let me say what, and then
that will just take us to some psychedelic space, and then
let me quickly address something you
said. It will lose you in the fog of it all. Yeah.
So let me address something you said. You see, sometimes we are. I know. Sometimes Obi can be somehow boring to listen to. Sometimes, especially if you're the type that you have issues with. Is this his figure that he throws around every time? Somebody was saying here that he was throwing out some kind of a figure. He didn't do his due diligence when he said that Tinubu did not stay one day in the place he went to. And somebody was saying that he went to Castina. Castina for what? Was it on the state issue that he went to Castina for? Somebody that he heard about is it Mangu or where? What was that? That something happened in Plateau State. He came back from France. Or where was it? He went in Europe. He just barely came back. Next thing, Okorile Castina. He didn't go and see those people that we had that some terrorists killed in Mangu, or where was that, in Plateau State, or was it in Benue State? He did not go there. But only if you can go and do Amoria, you can go and do what's it called, wedding. Somebody tell us that he went for state. Is that a state function now, or a function that he went to?
Your principal said he never slept anywhere before.
Yeah, he never slept.
Said he has slept somewhere before. Simple. Didn't they teach you ordinary logic in one of your classes?
Baba.
It's a question of logic. You've not slept here before. Okay, I have slept there, even not once, not twice. Simple. But when you now say, what did you sleep there for? Did you sleep there alone? That's extension.
No. The logic there is sometimes when let me not speak for this guy. I'm not his mouthpiece. But we that understand him in the context of what he said, we understand him. If he says he has never slept,
so we need a Bible to interpret Obi's species now, right? There is okay. Print one for me, please. An Obi interpretation dictionary.
No, I'm not an interpreter, Baba. But the point is, I
know. Oh, you said you know what he meant when he speaks. I don't know. So I said, give me the dictionary if there is one available.
I'm not saying he's a perfect man. He doesn't commit what one man will call Freud. Is it Freud? What do you call it, one man? Freudian, or whatever you call it. He makes mistakes. He's a human like us. But I'm saying that it's true that Tinubu has never slept at the place, especially when it comes to state function. Where you're going to see the people, for example, people in that Benue. Did he sleep overnight there? He did not. The one in Niger State, did he go there? He did not go. The one in Plateau State, he did not go. But when he came back from France,
make una come kill him, bend the neck. Think we don't know in a plan.
You see,
una they lie. 8 years he go spend. He go cry. The derangement syndrome will continue forever.
We'll all be here. I mean, I'm not going to be the one who's going to suffer it. I just hope my people will be able to survive it. People I know, my friends. God will just make it.
Send them money before they denaturalize you, possibly. They can denaturalize you now. You are not talking of where you are even staying.
Well, I have a place.
They search all your social media account now is being searched.
And then
they open your phone.
Baba, I have no problem.
You are not talking about that. You don't know there is a new world order. Everything is changing.
Whatever world order they have. It's I'm not in that category, Baba. I'm not in that category. If you know who I am, you will never be saying all this. I'm not saying I'm not a born US citizen, but I know where I belong. So let's not go there. And I know when I start, I don't just jam tongue and talk anyhow. Let's just leave that. But my point is this: is that what I'm trying to say is don't make me feel guilty, like, oh, because of my country, it's my country, Nigeria. I have no other place. I have other place to go. If I don't live in Nigeria, I will go somewhere else and live. Yeah, I don't have to live in Nigeria. So don't nobody should shame me with, oh, Nigeria is the only country. You have no other place. If Trump kick you out of this place,
I'm not. You like to be verbose. You say I'm shaming you. Who is shaming you? Where did I use any language to shame you? I'm only attacking you on points. That's all I do.
All right.
I'm not interested in your personality or your personnel.
But you just said something now. That was why I was addressing that personal.
Baba, let rational mind have its flow. I think
let him round up and bring AI on a beg.
Hold on, because he didn't interject anybody. So let him. Hold on, rational mind. Let me just say this: we need rational mind, especially on this platform. Because there has to be a counterweight, or otherwise we're just a propaganda space. If we don't have dissent and
but rational mind is very counterweight.
Can you just hold on? Let me just make the point now. Just apologies, Aro. If we don't have a divergence of opinion, then it's a propaganda space, and then we might as well not be here if we're just a mouthpiece. So we need rational mind, a Kenneth, to Niger, as much as we need Baba, Aro, so that it's a more richer conversation. Rational mind, back to you.
Yeah, real quick. So
no, I don't have objection against that. Never have. No. Yeah, I like to debate. I like robust arguments.
So that's what I want us to do. Let us debate. I would show respect to my co-debaters here, even though sometimes I go petty sometimes, but I know where
maybe we'll put the two of you up.
I would like that someday.
And then we'll find a topic that you are both strong in.
So, I like the Facebook. So anyway, but what I'm
Manuel Etiaya, let that day come.
No problem. I'll wait for that day. So it will never wait for any state function. It's just his own personal whatever crap trying to aggrandize himself. I mean, it's this megalomaniac attitude of wanting to like be eulogizing. I mean, to be praised, sing praise. People sing his praise. It's just a megalomaniac who crave this sycophancy and all of that. That's the kind of person he is. So I think he's right in that sense. That's what he was referring to. Obi was referring to. He's right. He has never slept. Case in point, I've just given you Benue. I've given you where else again? Except Lagos State. I'm working in Lagos. He turned Lagos to some kind of sort of mecca for himself, where everybody come and do pilgrimage there. So let's see. You people don't see what some of us see. And I'm so baffled with sometimes that why can't we see? But I'm not surprised because some of us were so blinded by this ethnic crap of a thing that we always go by. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, woman, you were saying it. Well, I'm going to hand it this way. But I know this lady wants. AI say wants some more comment. I will hand it this way. Woman, you only want to listen to what you want to listen to. I'm not saying this guy is sometimes I get bored listening to what's it called, Obi. But sometimes if I just take my mind out of that boredness of the way he speaks and all of that, just speak on what he's saying and make sense of that. You only want to listen to when he says, I will structure everything. Yes, like our friend here mentioned to you, structuring is a part of being able to articulate your policies. Now, what he's saying, if you listen very hard, and
it's an ambiguous statement. That's the thing.
But then he said, he clarified.
He can say, "I will do it better," but what does that mean? You will do it better.
But yeah, this is what it means.
That doesn't evolve or advance anything.
Woman, there's nobody that has granted interview like this guy has granted interview among the three major candidates. Nobody has ever.
It talks a lot, but hardly ever says anything.
It talks a lot. That is why you need to.
Without actually saying anything. Yes.
No, woman, yeah. If you have the patience to have listened to every places he has spoken, you can piece the puzzle together. It's a whole puzzle. So you have to piece the pieces together. When he says structure, he has said it in other fora when he was questioned on that. He says, I wouldn't have done it the way Tinubu did it. I would have made plans. And I remember when he was talking to Rufai and this Abati and their program, he said, I will structure it. I'll make sure that I have plan. I will not have just removed it suddenly like that. He said that. You know, I said it that this guy is an impulsive man. This is your president, the monster in Asura. He just does things on impulse. Very impulsive. He just, because everybody eulogize. I mean, people sing his praise like he's a master strategist. He feels that that's what anything he says is law, or he's a god. You don't do things like that. You don't play with people's life like that. We're talking about the life of millions of Nigerians. So you need to sit down and think through policies very well. So I can go on and give you instances of what he has said, Obi has said, about when he says, I'm going to structure everything. He has said it. Talking about this, he said he would not have even devalued the Naira. I mean, is it devalued or was that?
We should not mind. The Naira was already devalued. We were just living a lie. When do Nigerians stop living this lie?
Hold on.
The Naira was already devalued beyond measure. We were borrowing money to defend the lie. Okay. So let us stop saying the Naira devalued. No, it did not devalue the Naira. It did not remove subsidy. There was no budget for subsidy.
No, he can always, but then he got in there. He did a budget supplement that allowed him to be able to buy jets and do all that crap that he did, right? But he cannot make plans for Nigerians, right? But he can make plans.
Do you actually know how much we were paying for subsidy every day? Do you understand how much subsidy was costing us?
You're getting me so mad with this. This is your reasoning.
But he can forget this your reasoning because
but he can ask for supplemental budget. He did a supplemental budget where they gave him money. He go and buy his Escalade. He bought a
Escalade, the presidential jet. We are talking about billions on subsidy every day.
See, it's okay. We can go on.
Do you know how much we are spending on subsidy every single day? 360 days in a year?
I will end it this way. One man, please. I know you might have your feelings. Even though no matter how I don't see I
366 days we were spent.
Hold on now.
Let me just land this. I know you will not see eye on many things. Even Tinubu and his minions, whenever they say something, I will sit down, I will listen to their policy, and I will compare it, I will critique it, I will look at it from a different angle before I can critique it. I don't just critique it by what the critics say. I want you to do that, one man. I know sometimes you cannot stand him. Try and listen to him. Maybe if you have the patience, any place he has spoken, piece the puzzle together. You understand what the guy is saying. I'm not saying he's a messiah or some kind of panacea to our problem.
A rational man. He's a bit dumb now. He's a dumb guy now. How can you understand him?
Come on. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. You have your right. Like
for me, FPC Lejeku round up. Okay, I will.
Yeah, my round up. So my point is this: one man is that listen to him. I know you don't have the patience, but just try and listen to him. He's not the best person to that talks, but I mean, he's a narrator. But then you just have to give him that time to be able to for you to be. Let me, because I have a lot of things I want to say, but these people have just been attacking me. They just give me bad blows for every side. Let me just end it there.
Yeah. No, I don't actually approve of that. I agree.
No, I like it. It's just that you don't allow me to flesh it out. That's why.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You know, I'm happy for people to take you on your views, but not to your personality. That's the bit that always makes me jar a little bit. Obi has he has no idea. That's just the thing. I've listened to countless attempts. Obi is trying to sell us something. You know, Obi has antecedents within the Nigerian landscape. He's a public figure, and his history is known. So we know his history as an administrator, and then we are seeing how it's being rebranded now, and there's no convergence between who he was quantifiably and who is trying to sell himself as. You know, Obi took, Obi.
Are you still one man? We can't hear you. Are you still there?
We lost one man. Okay. Rational man. Maybe you conclude. Yeah, we lost him.
I already concluded, but let me just say that, I mean, like I said, yeah, I don't know if one man finishes.
So can you don't hear me?
We can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I was just saying that Obi, we know Obi's antecedents. We know his history. We know how he administered at the Anambra State, and then we're seeing how he's trying to brand himself now as an excellent administrator, and the two don't converge. If you ask people what did this guy do? They'll say, oh, he took a vacation from this, that, and the other, and then he left a bunch of money for the incoming governor. But what did he actually quantifiably do? What is his abiding legacy?
Woman, yeah, I think I get your question. I know people are
No,
waiting.
no, yeah,
Let me just say this.
It's just a transfer.
So, woman, I don't know if you listen to this that interview that everybody is talking about, this recent one that is going around on the internet. Now, I'll conclude this way. I said I concluded before, but let me just conclude this way. He said something. I think towards his conclusion of concluding of that is the interview. He said something. He says, "If you give me 4 years, so I will restore empathy. I will install humanity into governance." Woman.
What does that mean?
Yeah, you go again. Yeah,
no, I'm asking you.
We can flog that again. Yeah.
No, I'm asking you. What does that mean?
I'll tell you.
What does that mean?
Rational mind. Let me just say something. Empathy. Because everything you've been saying, I was just laughing, right? Oh, empathy is probably if there's a problem somewhere, president will go there and sleep. I don't know where we now turn to unnecessary things, right? Oh, president did not sleep in this place, this and that. Rational mind, see, me, I like you, right? And I like you when you attack policies. Let me just be candid with you. And you speak better when you critique policies. But this night, let me not deceive you. You've not critiqued any policy. It's just been, Lori Bruku, stupid, and this and that. And, sometimes I listen to those things and I'm always laughing.
Mokolari, there's a part of me that would never give up that there's a personal history between Tinubu and the rational mind. In Kokowambe, and there's something going on there.
Sometimes I just listen to those things. Anytime I listen to one and I'm here, Lori Bruku, I say, rational. Even my wife, right? Sometimes when my wife say, that's rational mind. Because
my wife's cousin, he listens to the program as well. He says when rational mind's voice comes on, he will pause it and then he will check when they start speaking, he will carry on. I saw him at the wedding I went to over the weekend. He was just talking about rational mind all the way through.
No, it's but the thing is this. Let's just tell ourselves one truth. And for me, I think Obi lies a lot. Yeah, he lies a lot. And I think people should get to that point where you listen to people and you critique them. Like Obi coming and telling you, I will structure. This is the same person that said immediately, first thing he would do. So I will expect Obi to kind of probably say, probably before I get there, since I said this is the first thing I'm going to do, I will have had some plans in place and all those things. And people are not really asking those questions. But what I think is, people just want to follow who they want to follow. It's not really because they want somebody to come do something different. It's just, this is who I want to follow, and I don't even want to hear anything. I'm going to block my ears. I don't even want to focus on anything. I just want to follow this person. And let me tell you one thing. If it is Tinubu versus Obi in 2027, Tinubu is going to beat Obi arms down. I'm telling you, arms down. And why is Tinubu going to beat Obi arms down? Because the problem is that same knot. Because when you said El-Rufai, and I'm not like El-Rufai, go and put this thing down. El-Rufai in Kaduna today cannot win a senatorial district. Today, El-Rufai cannot win a senatorial district. Not to talk of expecting El-Rufai to have that followership across the north. El-Rufai is not really, probably you listing more of El-Rufai on newspapers and where they kind of like carry El-Rufai as somebody that it's so big, that has that follow, that has that say and all those things. No, El-Rufai is not like that. Probably El-Rufai before 2023. But now, as of today, El-Rufai does not have that clout now. So for me, I want you to critique Tinubu's policies. Probably if you see a policy that you think is not good, okay, give us probably what you think your best candidate Obi will do better. Right? Not this Olori Buruku, all this. No. Please.
All right. So
No, Larry, I think he knows them. He knows his people. That's why he could come up with that story and for land grabbing Deborah along Lugmon's property. Now he has done the right thing and he went to court now. What he should have done immediately. But he came out thinking his followers will run over all of the place and then grab the land for him.
Yeah, right. Well, Baba, it's okay. I mean, it's okay. I mean, we can go.
Can I say something really quick, please?
Let me just okay. Go on, please. Woman, it's up to you, woman. Okay, go on, please.
Oh, all right.
Rational mind.
All right, hold on. Give a short response and then we move on. And by the way, Dupsy is coming out on. Actually, when you land, Choma will tell us about Dupsy coming out on the 4th. But ask the question, Kenny. Give a brief response, rational mind. Choma, give us a little flavor of Dupsy coming out on the 4th, and then we go on to Zeta. Kenny.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone on the panelists. So I'm very grateful. Rational mind, please. See, like Larry said, I just needed to tell me one single policy that Obi said want to change from what Tinubu is doing, different from what Tinubu is doing. Apart from you causing Tinubu idiots and all those things, yeah. I need you to tell me one single policy. Pick one from what Tinubu is doing right now that Obi said this is my way of doing
consumption to production.
You know what I mean? So because I'm going to wait for my time. You understand? But I just need you to tell me because I will listen to you. You never tell me anything apart from ranting and causing Tinubu, you overfill the new machine. Just tell me one single policy from what Tinubu is doing that Obi is going to do differently. Confuse me to follow Obi. That's my question to you, Rational Mind, please.
Wow. You said even what you've not even said, I understand. I pick it up, but it's okay. Woman, let me just end it this way. I was saying to you a while. I will address your question, Kenny. For me, we have dealers. We don't have leaders anymore. We don't have empathetic leaders. If you listen to what the Senate when they were talking about what happened in Benue, what they expected the president to have done, but he did not do. And even my own senator from my own state, my own area, was Jimo Ibrahim. And he was saying something about, I will volunteer. Even if we have to stay there, we have to sleep the night there. This is what we're talking about. I know some people come here, do you expect this president to go and sleep? Is that a major issue? You see, sometimes I'm not surprised how we got here. This whole brainwashing and losing brain cells by so-called people that I expect to be. I haven't lived in civilized, developed countries like here, where the country runs on welfare. What's that word I'm looking for? The citizen. We call it. It's all about their citizen, taking care of their citizens, taking care about their people. But we run a country whereby it's about the leaders, not about the people. That is why we have people. This. If I call them Olori Buku APC, they come and they wire people's head. People no longer feel. Listen, do you know the damage that people did on Nigerians? How it got us so numb to human suffering. The killing spree that we saw that his people did, his own clansmen did. How we gradually became so numb that when we hear 2 people, 10 people, 6 people, 200 people, we just became so numb to it. And that's why people like Larry could be saying that, you expect to go and be sleeping there. Well, is that a leader? But you live in countries where you see your governors, when there's an hurricane, when there's some kind of disaster, they will be there to show empathy. You see them sit down. I mean, at least this one that is in the White House, at least even though he was throwing toilet papers to people in Puerto Rico the other day, during his first time. At least that was some form of empathy when the hurricane ravaged Puerto Rico. But he went there. At least he was throwing toilet paper to them. At least that's some form of empathy. At least show something. Let people know that. You see, when people like you, Larry, come here, make us want to feel like he doesn't have to be there. If he says, what does the president have to do? You see, that's just the point. This is how we gradually became so numb to the sufferings of Nigerians, our fellow Nigerians. That is why you have leaders who sit in the National Assembly there. They don't even think about their people anymore.
Please, can you answer my question, please?
Let me question. I want to address everybody's question, and I want to leave it at that. Because I know if I have to go into more details, I mean, some people probably.
So you're just you want to run away from that question.
You ask the question.
He can't answer your question.
You ask a question. I'm answering everybody one by one. I'm answering our friend Larry that was saying that. Do I expect I think I've answered that, but I don't want to go into that much. So my point is this: that if he says he wants to bring sanity back, whereby we have empathetic leaders, because it's only when you have empathetic leaders that they will be able to remember that. I give an example. Let me quickly say that my own rep here, this bill that I've been voting in the House of Rep, he sent me an email on it. I was reading the email a while ago. How she wants to vote against it. It was because they've been running hard here against her that she doesn't like Trump. They have any little minute, opportunity they get, they will attack Trump. They don't want him to. But yet, people like me, I'm informed. I know what the bill is all about. The budget bill, the bill that we're trying to pass. So that's the empathetic leader. Sometimes she will come here, she will talk to people around my area here, and she'll go back to Washington. That is what we want. How many of your House of Rep members are doing that? When Tinubu is not doing that, how do you expect them to be doing that? That was why Jimo Ibrahim was saying that. They said, I will go there. I know even that one, I know it's just saying for the showmanship. But let's leave that. We need empathetic leaders. That is how you can build a society. That is how you know people will go there, represent their people, not their own pocket. That is what he was talking to. You see, you people need to sit down and read beneath the statement made. Not just because he said it, because you don't like him, or because, let me say you don't like him, but maybe you don't just buy into his. Read and listen to me. I leave it at that. So our friend Kenny, I'll give you one. He said he would not have floated in Naira the way Tinubu did. And I'm one of those people that said it here. I never knew maybe he said that, but he said that in subsequent interview that he granted after the election. He said, like Zita was saying, he says production. He says every country that float or manipulate their currency, even China does that. When they do that, it's because they have surplus, they are producing, they are productive. They want people to come and buy their goods. Like Japan, yen is very cheap compared to dollar. You can get yen cheaper, and you can buy stuff in China, in Japan, because they have many things they produce there. So when you have many people, you are inviting people to come to your country, come and buy your goods, and you will bring in more foreign currency that you will need for international trade for that. And that way your economy will be very strong. Take a clue from Japan. Take a clue from China. That was what it was. That's why every time you use these Asian tigers, Asian countries as an example of what he's trying to say. You people just say, I better go and see that that's a physical job, like your president said. So my point is this, I gave you just that one example. He said we would not have floated Naira. And we have said it that you don't need to float that Naira. Even though you are going to float it, make sure that you're already producing. Every country manipulates their currency. You can't tell me that the value of dollar is exactly the value of dollar compared to other currency, because the United States manipulates their currencies too.
Rational mind.
I will conclude that way, and if everybody wants to send it after that.
Rational mind. Let me just say something. You are beginning to turn to Obi. You are beginning to turn to Obi. Production to consumption to production. See, if you tell me you are taking me to London, right? I want to see what exactly you've actually done. Right? This is one of the highest importer in Nigeria, and he's now telling you at least show example now. Show example. Where did Obi make his money? He made his money more from imports now. One of the highest importer in that country. So if he's not telling you, oh, don't worry, production to this, at least Obi has been a billionaire in Nigeria for years, and people know him as one of the billionaires. At least if somebody like Dangote, or probably somebody that I know that has factories that has been doing things, is telling me production to consumption to production, yes, I will believe.
How many banks did Obama or even Biden or any of those presidents, apart from maybe Trump, who was a businessman, how many of them did they run? How many of them ran business?
Those people were not.
No. Then you can promise me to make my life better. How many of them?
Wait.
You see, you people like to do this.
Wait.
Because it's an importer. Yeah, he's an importer. He's a businessman. So what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
No, because he's the one that is rational.
Let him finish so we can move on. People want to talk. Let him finish.
So my point is this, Larry, you continue real quick. One man. So my point is
just
this.
finish.
He has said your farmers, they will be productive. You make sure that insecurity at least it brings that low so that farmers can go back to the farms. He will make sure that yes, farmers are able to. He keep talking about Niger State, the middle belt being the food basket of Nigeria, how we can tap into that. And he said he will face security, making sure that security is priority. Is your Tinubu prioritizing security? Is he doing it? Buying tractors from the farmers, is that the only thing that will mass produce food? You see, we can go on and on this, but some of you don't see that. But when I call them Oloyi Buruku, Oloshi, and all this kind of you people get triggered. That's only what you see. But you don't see when I talk about local government, they go and do another thing, and then some of them will come here and will listen to us, and they go and do another thing, and then they tell us after he has done it now. What has he done? Where is the local government functioning? People like me, by virtue of the kind of thing I do, I should be in Nigeria, be working with local governments. Consulting for them, but I cannot do that because the way they structure the whole thing, you have to go and see the governor first. Why should I do that?
All right.
Thank you, one man, please.
All right, thank you. So that's rational mind, of course, a man who is clear in his own thoughts. So thank you, rational mind. So we go on from rational mind to Zita, but on our way to
thank you, woman.
Thank you, Baba. On our way to Zita, Chioma will give us a special. I think there are exciting times coming. Dupsy on the 4th. She wants to open up a series that wraps around relationship and marriage. Chioma, do you want to tell us a little bit about that before we go on to Zita? You there, Chi?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, guys. This is Chioma, if you don't know. I'm seeing that we have like almost 160 people watching, so I need you guys to like click the like button and behave, and send in your super chats to support the platform. So anywho, one man, you're the one that's supposed to make the announcement because
no, I did I introduced it earlier when I started the session.
So what did you say?
No, I said Dupsy will be coming out on the 4th because she wants to open up a series around relationships, especially focusing on marriages. And she's asking the question then that what form is modern marriage? Is marriage in modern times within the African society? And what sort of relationships are we forming? Is it a multi-layered relationship? Are we opening up to that open relationship sort of a space? What is the role of polygamy? Can you be monogamous all the way through your life with one partner? Are the conservative values of the African setting, are they a bit passé for contemporaneous time? So all of that sort of space that Dupsy wants to open up. Yeah.
And I think you're missing the last part is we're going to discuss like sexuality, like it's not so much like are you straight or bi, but more like are you fluid? Do you like to discuss
so
all
bring people on 4th of
Uh-huh.
July to discuss that briefly.
No, just be excuse me.
Hold on.
I'm just saying, yeah.
Choma, hold on. Just on what you are talking about sexuality and all that, let me play you this clip. I want you to see if you can recognize this guy and tell me what you think. Tell me what your impressions are of him, and I'll tell you who. What's your impression of that guy?
So I think he's metrosexual.
What did you say? Metro what? Teach me. I'm learning.
You know who he is. You know.
Baba, don't come to the show.
I'm not too old to learn. I'm teaching you.
Sorry, can you hear me? Chioma, do you know who that guy? Do you know who that guy is?
Is it Dan Relay?
No, that's Charles Soludo's son.
Okay, yeah. But there's some men like that, right? That they're not actually like homosexual or gay per se. They're metrosexual, They're men that likes to dress nice. They're into themselves. They like to be presentable, get pedicures, you know?
And they carry women's purses. It was not a woman's purse that he was carrying.
No, it's like I forgot what they call it, but it's like
Crossbody messenger bag.
exactly, yeah. A lot of that's the in thing right
That
now.
is Obama. That's what Obama calls the world. I give it to him.
Yeah, so stuff like that. So yeah, the last part we're gonna talk about, sexuality, because nowadays people are being like experimenting on all kinds of stuff. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. And I think we're gonna have a nice show because Miss Doopsy is so excited. So she's looking forward to you guys coming, joining us, share your thoughts.
The last one you said, that's actually why I won't come. Thank you.
Are you a prude? What's all this? Do you shy away from a bit of a risky sort of
I shouldn't be discussing that kind of a thing.
No.
Why not? Is the most human of functions now?
No, I shouldn't be discussing it. I shouldn't.
So the reason why I was saying that is because some, couples do different things than normal couples. So it's not so much about that, So yeah, that's what we're going to discuss on Dipsy Show. I mean, you can come for the first session, Miss Madam Zita. Not going to be as rated R. Whose background is
do you know what and don't leap to the first thought that comes to your mind, but do you know what dogging means, Choma?
Why are you asking me? We're not on Dipsy Show.
This is something they do in the UK. They go in the woods and then they park their car around the woods and then they watch people get at it. They call it dogging.
Hey, so that's one man. Like, don't expose yourself. Just wait for it to see.
All right.
You sound corrupted though. I mean,
I'm telling you.
How do you know about dogging?
No. It was in the news a few years ago. There's a guy called Stan Collymore that was a footballer.
End time spirit.
Yes. I don't get into what's going on too much anymore because the world gets a lot weirder. I'm not sure that I have what it takes to get into the world as it is now. So I just stay within my own conservative Yoruba whatnot. I can't get into, it's too funky out there, too funky. But we'll get into all that with Duxie on the 4th. So you have all of that to look forward to. Make sure you're subscribed and dial your senses to the 4th when Duxie will be. You would never leave. You will never be the same after that show. I can promise you that. She will leave impressions on your mind that some of you may wish was not there, but there it is. We have all that to look forward to. But to look forward to now, Zita, who's with us. So Zita, you're up next. We're talking about generally we're talking, but Tinubu in St. Lucia, a lot of controversy. Obi promising to serve one term. Is that believable? What's that noise? What's that noise? Is that from you?
Yeah.
Are you out and about? There's a heavy background noise.
I'm out in the garden.
Oh, all right, okay. Oh, all right, floor is yours.
Zita, please, just 10 seconds before Rational Mind quits the panel. I just want to sing for him, to needle him. Rational Mind, Bori Shewa, Igboro ni owo. Igboro ni owo, Wari Shewa. Zita, carry on. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So what man continue now? You are trying to prop me up.
Yeah, principally he's talking about the Obi's new direction, that he's ready to serve only one term in 2027.
Did he say that?
Handover. He said that.
Yes.
He said that?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Okay.
But it's not desperate to be president.
Don't start again. One man. You see, first of all, I must say something. When I hear Nigerian politicians talk about China, I really get very angry. And I feel they think we are stupid. Because if they know what went on in China before China started all those production, they will know that they are not supposed to either be alive or they're supposed to be in jail if Nigeria is to operate like China. But they say it anyway, and their supporters clap for them. Yeah, he's talking about China. They'll make Nigeria like China, production to consumption. But that's by the way. Obi is a liar. I don't even know why anybody will believe what he says. Anyway, that's by the way. But let me say this, woman, as I have said before, I really do have a very big problem with 2027 election. What is my problem? They said they don't like Tinubu. They said he's not performing. He's not doing whatever they want him to do. Then my question is, who do you want to replace him? And then what efforts are you making to unseat him? These are two important questions I've been asking, and nobody has been able to answer that question. Why am I saying this? Come 2027, people will say that he has rigged the election because he's the president. But the whole scenario is obvious to people like me. But most people are not seeing it. One man to unseat a sitting president is not a smoke screen. It's not something you just say. I don't want to use the word like in Africa, because all over the world to unseat a sitting president is not a joke. More especially when he show interest, emotion, passion to continue. It's not easy. I even heard that the Big Mac had joined another party. I really do have problem with PDP. Woman, I will keep saying it. Like me, hate me, I don't care. The only two parties in Nigeria now, somebody can run an election and get to Aso Rock, is PDP or APC. Why am I saying this? Because those are the ones that are in every place in Nigeria. To our mother's kitchen in the villages. They are there. They are not a new name. They have people. All you need to do is to bring them together. So if anybody is leaving these two parties to go and form another party to run on, you need a lot of work. And the time is not on their side. You need a really, really lot of work. And that work entails a lot of money, which most politicians I see today, more especially those hawks, that came out from PDP, they find it difficult to sponsor their mission. That is actually ridiculous. Look at what is going on. I heard that the governor of Bayelsa State had joined the APC. Woman, are you aware? Hello?
Yes.
You mean Diri?
Yes.
Ah, that's a new one.
Yeah, Diri has already mobilized his people to join the APC.
Okay.
That means with Jonathan's support, because he wouldn't do it without Jonathan's support.
Okay.
It shocked myself.
All the South is gone.
Okay, no problem. You see, I don't know how to say this, but this problem of demeaning people's potential and not seeing people's values I'm beginning to see it as a black thing. When an action is taken, you demeaning it. You look down on people, you look down on their potential, you look down on their abilities and capabilities. That's why we are where we are today. He has collected the money from Bayelsa State. He don't commot the money for Delta State. River State, he don't commot the money from River State. He don't commot the money from Imo State. Edo Kpakpa, he don't commot the money. These are the oil, mineral rich producing states. He don't whack their money come out from the hand. Now, for anybody who wants to fight against him, you really do have to bring out that money from your pocket. You people have to come together, put that money together to fight him. But their supporters are not seeing all these things. They are not seeing it. Come May 2027, then we still come back to your platform, one man, and say it has been rigged. Who cares? Who cares? You will whine from here till tomorrow. Nothing is going to happen. Since we are blinded with our emotions, we're going to whine. Because I'm not seeing anything they're doing to unseat the guy. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I am not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything on ground to unseat the guy. That was how Jonathan told us that after ruling for 2 years and come and rule for 4 years, if he cannot do anything, even if they give him 100 years, he will not do anything. But when he finished the 2 years, they gave him the 4 years, he fought with all our money to become the longest serving president in the history of Nigeria, with people popping him up. One man, I want them to go and look back on what happened in 2025. I will keep saying it. Hello?
We're listening. 2015, you mean?
Yes, they should go back and look at what happened in 2015. Those people opened the vault. They opened their vault. And they were loading out, call it which kind of money you want, call it stolen money, call it whatever. PDP, people like, what is it called? People like David Mark, them, they stole the hell out of us. They should bring that money out and fight their mission and their cause, because as it is, all these people I'm looking at, they're not fighting for Nigeria. Honestly, sincerely speaking, one man, nobody is fighting for Nigerians. They just want to be in Aso Rock. And their supporters, what they want is, let it be my person that is there. It's not actually to come and perform, because the people in, is it El-Rufai? Is it Obi? Atiku? Maybe probably Kwankwaso, but the thing is that when they enter there, their head turns upside down. Maybe Kwankwaso will do something in education. Maybe. But all of them are not, they can only do one policy, which is not going to affect any Nigeria. Any of them that enters their highest he can achieve is one policy. So they're not fighting for Nigerians. They are fighting for their ego, for their dreams and aspirations. So they should bring out money and fight it and get in there. But one man, if it is this, he's going to win them again. Trust me. He will win them again. And they should not come back to your platform to start whining. He is going to win them again. If it's this thing they're doing, they're forming Ada. By the way, one man, is he coming as vice president or as president? I don't even understand the heck.
No,
It looks like a child's play.
It's going to run as president, but not under their coalition. I think it's dismissing the idea of that coalition.
They will not. Shebi, I said it in this platform. Somebody abused me, cost everything that I believe in. I don't really care. They will not take him. You see, in as much as what happened in 2023 happened, politicians have a way they make their calculation. Honestly, they have a way they make their calculation. They don't want to. They said he came third. He has 6 million votes. Why can't they? I have asked this question severally. Why can't all of them gather now? Since he's the person that Nigerians are all over the internet saying that he's the best candidate for their future, not for mine anyway. So why can't they gather themselves and put money in him and project him? Why is that so difficult for them to do? That's the question I keep asking.
It's competing egos. You see, a lot of the actors in that coalition space, a lot of them secretly not the ambition of some not so secretly. I think Atiku's only interest is to beat president. That's why it's in the coalition. If he can't get the ticket, I think he'll just leave them to it. El Rufai, he wants to be president too, but he's willing to negotiate his ambition. We all know Rotimi Ameki wanted to be president. He ran, he failed, and is embittered. So he's looking for that ticket too. Obi wants the it's just competing egos and competing ambitions, you know.
One man, I said
You are forgetting Amechi.
He mentioned Amechi. I said they should go and look at what happened in 2015. All of them will have to say what they want. Do they want Tinubu out? Yes, we want Tinubu out. How are we going to take Tinubu out? We have to look for somebody who is generally accepted in a party that is generally accepted. And then project him to beat him. But until they do that, it's still a yo-yo. Honestly, sincerely speaking. Because that's what happened. In 2015, I still say it. At a point, they were looking for vice president. Because it wasn't actually a concern for them. Their concern was to bring a candidate that can beat Jonathan. That was where their focus was. When they got that one, they were not like, okay, vice president, oh no, you cannot be the vice president. This is a Muslim thing. Hey, okay, who are we going to use now? Who are we going to? No, Amechi, you cannot go. Hey, this person, Saraki, you cannot go. We have to look for somebody, or we have to look for somebody who is neutral. And that was when they started. But their main focus is to look for a candidate who can throw that guy off balance. But as it is now, these people, everybody wants to be the president. Who is going to be the vice? I've asked this question several times. Who is going to be the vice? And how many people are going to be the vice? He's going there. He said he's been, I heard him, where was he even talking? He said he has been part of the coalition from day one. So the coalition did not accept him. That's what it means. They didn't want to give him the ticket. So now he's going to go back to LP, or maybe, I heard there is a party called Obidient Party.
Yes, that's they're actually two. That's part of the names submitted to INEC for registration, but they are not under the. I think it's just an opportunist that latched onto that name and wanted to register it.
That shows how much a joke they're making the election. So when you register such parties and people come out to stand and make noise that such parties should be registered with such ridiculous and mockery names, then when the results come out, you begin to speak on how the election was not fair and square. It's actually ridiculous. But one man, what can I say? If the Northerners want to back him, let them back him now.
Madam Zita, can I say something?
Of course, you will say something now.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. I think, one man that brought this topic, that will be saying, he's going to run for one term. I think he knows the context, but he's just construing the fact. It was at a conference, that gathered over 15,000, online. At that, when this conference was going on, somebody asked Obi a question. It's not that Obi came out and make an announcement. Somebody asked him in this coalition, if you allow, will you do that? So Obi responded And he said, if there's an agreement, to serve one term, and he agreed to it, he's going to honor it. He's not desperate to be a president. And hold on. And if he honor it, he's going to only serve one term. He never come out and make a pronouncement and say, I'm
But
going
what
to only
difference
serve
does
one
it
term in
make?
this coalition.
What difference that somebody asks you a
But
question?
you're making it like he came out and make an announcement. It wasn't a stone said that he says he's going to do. He said if he agree, read the word. If he agree.
I don't understand how people understand question and answer. It's even better that it was asked as a question than him saying it. It's more weighty.
But you're making it like he come out.
It's more more
No. Yeah,
enlightening.
He said if he agree to that, and and the collusion, present that topic. If he agree, he never said I already agree right now. This is the point.
It did not say he would.
Were you in the conference? I was there. I was listening live.
I was there as well.
No,
so
whatever. But you know how you are. You're going to construe it because of your disdain for the.
Go back and look at it. You'll see me on the
I know
screen.
what I listen. Okay, I know what I listen.
Can you hold on? Just hold on now. It's not. You don't get.
Do you have it to play?
You don't get to be right if you are forceful. You only get to be right if you're establishing the facts. Obi did not say that I would not entertain it. He said he would entertain it. That's what he said, which is to say then that he's happy to serve one term and is flying that out there.
He said, okay, let's just leave it. Okay, you need to present it the way it was stated. It was asked, so it wasn't like he made a pronouncement.
What does it matter? He said it. He said it.
I mean,
they asked him a question and he said yes. He said yes. I'm happy to serve one term.
Nigeria is almost.
Well, by the way, why would he even accept to serve one time?
That's the thing now.
That's what he said. I don't see anything wrong with that. If that's going to actualize his ambition, there's nothing wrong with that.
So his ambition is to be the president of Nigeria.
There's nothing desperation about it. There's nothing desperation about
it. Do you know the kicker there? He said with the first 2 years, he will accomplish everything of the 4 years.
Is that not ridiculous?
I don't forget about. I don't want to be listening to those jabs. Anyway,
MOP, didn't he say that in the first 2 years he will do everything?
He said it now.
Let me say this.
Okay. I mean, that's his ambition. That's his ambition. Is he going to actualize it? Nobody knows. Tinubu that come said in the first day, things going to be this way. What has he done?
What people doing? Forget. Oh no, your time is still there. Forget Tinubu. We're talking about Peter Obi.
Now you forget Tinubu. But when
Tinubu is not the topic now. We're talking about Peter Obi.
Tinubu is supposed to be one of the topic. Obi every time. Obi. You just present Obi.
Don't worry about that now. Can you just settle down? We're talking about Obi. We're not talking about Tinubu, and we're talking about what Obi said at a space meeting at Twitter space he went to.
I listened to it.
Can you hold on, please, just please. He said he was happy to serve one term, and he said he will achieve the abundance of what he's intending to do within 2 years. That's a ludicrous statement to make. It's unbelievable. I've never heard anything so ridiculous. But Zita, back to you.
That is ridiculous by you.
But by any standard of measure, the complexities of Nigeria, you will resolve it within 2 years.
Ambition.
I mean, it's just
one man. Listen, you cannot separate ambition from desperation. They're very closely knitted. More especially when you have an ambition and you can see that time is running against you, you became desperate. So for someone to say it is his ambition, but he's not desperate about it, I begin to wonder, what is not desperate about it? I don't even understand that word desperate. I don't understand how it doesn't fall into Obi. I don't understand. He is not the first person that has been used for vice president in Nigeria that they didn't win. And he's not going to be the last. But he was used as vice president. Election came again. The people said, no, you cannot be our vice president. Neither are you going to be the president for our party. He jumped and went to another party to contest for presidency. And somebody come to say that's not desperation. That's his ambition. He's not being desperate about it. That's okay. Then again, he lost the election. He went to court with his supporters. They fought, abused people, fight people, do all manner of things which he did not condemn. After that, they lost. They even went to United States. His supporters wrote to Joe Biden. I don't even know whether that one got that letter. And that's not ambition. He did not condemn that letter. That's not ambitious or desperation. Then again, since 2020, of course, I told one man that he's not going to keep quiet. Because I was born in a state, a town that share border with Anambra State. So I know much about the man and his leadership, so much so that I can give him an F, not a P. Okay? So
sorry to cut into you, Zita. If you there's a platform. I'm not sure if it's still there, but there was a platform called Naira Land. Actually, I'll show you something in a minute. There's a platform called Naira Land back in those days. Every single Anambrarian, they were slamming this guy that is the worst governor that they've ever had. And then all those people now, I'll actually bring you. People have been pulling it together. They never rated him when he was an Anambra State governor, and the indigents of that state never rated him. They thought it was awful.
One man. I said two things in this platform that made his supporters hate me so much. But I don't really care. Because what I said is not, I'm not saying it to paint him black. I said two things. When he was governor, insecurity in Anambra State was a business. I said it in this platform, that insecurity was a business. It was a very lucrative business for the people who do rituals, for the people who do kidnapping, for armed robbery. It was a lucrative business during his time as a governor. When Obiano came, 4 months into Obiano as a governor, Obiano could not take it. Obiano declared what he called state of emergency in Anambra. You can pull it out now. And then started bulldozing the houses of those people were begging him, said, leave the houses. The people ran. He said, lie, that money they use they use in criminality, he's going to destroy it. Use the houses to do another thing. The man said no. That because when he finished his term as a governor, that another governor might come back and give them back the houses. Then come the 13 months of doctors on strike, and the people who live outside of the of Nigeria are comfortable with that shenanigan. That's sacrilege. People who live outside Nigeria that know that if a governor in wherever they are living in the West try that shit, he will resign. Let alone coming to contest for the governor of that country. Let alone coming to contest for president of that country. But he has his supporters. And they look at such a thing, they open the carpet and swept it in. As long as they're concerned, it doesn't mean anything. Doctors on strike for 13 months. And people who live overseas, who wag and twat their mouth about how Nigerians are suffering, no medical. 13 months of doctors on strike doesn't mean anything to them. Insecurity, armed robbery, and kidnapping and everything in a state as a lucrative business doesn't mean anything to them. But anyway, one man, that's by the way, I don't really do care. As long as he doesn't have my support, I don't care. Honestly, but anytime you bring his topic for me to speak on, I'm going to speak on it, I don't care. Hate me like I don't even care. His supporters usually abuse me. They don't like me in this platform because I don't support him. It doesn't make any meaning for me. But I will never, knowing what I know today, with my exposure in life, for me to support a woman as a governor who sat on emergency for a year and 1 month, I will never support that person. Let the skies fall. I will not be part of that person making an inch in his career as a politician. Because if you wake up in the morning and you feel good about your body, please remember that there are people who battle with all manner of health issues and they get solace in public hospitals. But if that doesn't mean anything to you, that's okay. But it means so much to me. It means a lot to me. And I wish you luck. I will not curse you the way you people used to curse people, but I wish you luck. You go to a state. One man, I don't want to talk about that man's leadership. Is he not a man? Hello, one man. Hello?
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Somebody who in his time, now you people have brought me back to the man's leadership. I didn't want to speak on that. But somehow they have drawn me back to his leadership and the gibberish he speaks. This man was impeached twice as a governor. And ridiculously, he campaigned with it. Are you people actually kidding me? That he was impeached twice. And that did not show lack of leadership. It did not show lack of leadership. One man, I told you in 2020 after the election, I told you. You said that's over. I said no. That man is what I call him somebody who is stupidly stubborn. You know what you mean by, I don't know if you have come across those kind of people. They are stupidly stubborn.
So, Madam Zita, I want to ask you a question, please.
Go ahead. I know you're going to ask.
I will never. Okay, so, Madam Zita, I love how you express yourself. It's so cool. But I wanted to ask you because you said that he's stupidly stubborn. And you also mentioned that he was impeached twice. But, you like Trump, right? And Trump was impeached twice as well. True?
You see, when we talk about politics, it's good for you to know what it tells in politics and leadership. Trump was not removed from office. Peter Obi was removed from office twice. When you impeach somebody in the House, you take it, that was a president. You take it to the Senate. Senate voted against it. You have impeached him, but he's not removed it because it's in the hands of the Senate to remove him from office. The moment.
Okay, Zita, wait. Let me support Chioma by asking you that Obi says, I will do this in an organized manner. And Trump says, I have a concept of an idea. They look similar, don't they?
Listen, let me tell you. If there is one politician the whole planet Earth know about that says something and he gets there, he said, I will do this. He gets there, he's doing it. It's Trump. You might not like what he's doing, but did he campaign on it? That's the problem he's having with Elon Musk today. When Elon Musk was jumping up and down, he was saying, I will kill EVs. And he will look at him and say, he endorsed me. But I said, I'm going to kill EV. The guy didn't understand because he didn't understand the guy because we don't understand people. If you understand Donald Trump, we know that Donald Trump is somebody who says something and go there to do it. Even if you are putting gun on his head, he's doing it. He's not a real politician per se. So not when he starts doing it, you start screaming. It's what he campaigned on. Give him his mandate. That's his mandate. He campaigned on it. He's doing it. The ones he doesn't want to do, he doesn't campaign on it. That's the one you will tell him that he has a vague situation, but he tried to wiggle himself out of it. But those ones he says he's gonna do it. take him to court, write this thing, fight him. He will be doing what he's doing. You know? And that's why people who like him. People who hate him. And that's the problem he's having with Elon Musk now. I don't even know where the man's madness is coming from. Because he used to look at him in the rally and tell his crowd, he supported me, Evie, but I said I'm gonna kill Evie. And as intelligent as that guy was, he didn't understand what he was saying. Is that what he's trying to tell us?
Let me show you something quickly, Zika, just to make the point that I was trying to make earlier, and then maybe we'll move on to Kwakwan. So to Ganduje being removed and all that. Can you see this here? This is from Unyewe edit, and this is what he has to say. He says that I stand with His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi till even when he retires from politics, his political and leadership prowess needs to be studied as a course. So this is what this guy said. He said that 26th of the 5th, 2024, I stand with His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi till even when he retires from politics, his political and leadership prowess needs to be studied as a course. So this is what that guy said. But this is the point I'm making. So if we go back to that guy here, so here is the same guy, but this is 2014. And the same guy, he says Peter Obi distributes cars to senators to ease path for appointment as aviation minister. And this is him in 2013. Uke deadly stampede, Governor Obi responsible. There he is in 2012, Governor Obi the saint who sinned by Churchill Okonkwo. And here he is, 2012, Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State in SAB Miller Brewery ownership scandal. And here he is in 2013, Governor Obi's controversial effort to resolve something or the other field. So it was a very lost critic of Obi whilst the guy was governor, but now he is now telling us that Obi needs to be studied as a course. So as I was saying, they were just slamming him when he was governor, these same people, but that's just how that place goes.
Madam Zita, can I make a correction? Madam Zita, can I make a correction? Can you permit me a minute or a second?
Go ahead,
People
please.
can make correction.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when we come here, okay, it doesn't matter who we are allying with, your political, alliance. It doesn't matter, but we need to speak true to the fact. Because she came here and stated that Obi was impeached twice. That can never be far from untrue. Obi was impeached on November 2nd, 2006, and was removed. His deputy Virginia took over for temporary, and he was reinstated after the court overturned the impeachment on February 9. That was the only impeachment Obi ever can. So we shouldn't come here and be lying. I'm gonna call it what it is. It's a big old lie. You just lie. So don't do that. It's not. You're not helping yourself. Your integrity,
One man.
It's not right.
One man. Please pull out where Obi.
Yes, pull out. Let's check
please.
Let's check that fact. Everybody here know.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You've made your point. Can we not make the platform rowdy?
No. I'm not making my point. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. But I'm making a correction. Go ahead.
I don't want to argue on what I said.
No, let people pull it out.
I don't want to argue on what I said or what you said. One man, if you can pull out where Obi said it with his mouth, that he is the only governor.
Let's pull out the record.
Can you
fact check?
Can you please hold on?
Yeah.
Fine. One man, even if it's not today, bring it out tomorrow. Where Obi uses his mouth.
Let me get out from here because I hate liars.
What is this now? Can they hear my voice? You've made your point. I lied. That's what you just said. That I'm lying. That I talk rubbish. I don't really care. But what I'm saying, I'm now making reference to one man. One man, could you please pull out Obi, where Obi, not on one occasion, on 2 occasions, on 3 occasions, 4 occasions, 5 occasions, that he is the only governor in Nigeria that was impeached twice, and he got back his mandate. And then when they did the meeting, what did they do? Hold on, please. Calm down, everybody.
Zita, don't overflog the point. He was impeached only once.
Hold on.
He may have misspoke. You are quoting him, but in reality, he was impeached only once, November 3,
his famous
2006.
campaign slogan. It was in that meeting, that town hall, him and Atiku appeared. Him, Atiku, and Abiola's son appeared in that town hall session. One idiot was doing, when you speak, the boy will do something on his iPad and said, fact check him. Then the boy said, you were not the first governor that was impeached. He said, yeah, I take that one back. I was not. They called one governor, either in Odo State or somewhere, that was impeached twice, just like he too was impeached. But this was this man's campaign slogan, that he was impeached twice, he got his mandate back, and his supporters, after the 2023 election, they used it to say he's going to get his mandate back from the Supreme Court, because he's very used to court, that he goes to court to get whatever he wants.
Madam Zita, I've helped you. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
One man can play it.
All right. Okay. You see,
you know one thing, Madam Zita. Even if it is once, I know that he said twice, but even if it is once, that is telling a lot about gross misconduct, irresponsibility, and ability to handle situation within the context of the law. So it doesn't matter whether once or twice. So I don't know why someone is trying to defend that. Oh, it was only once. And so if it was only once, it was good to be a rogue, to be a robber, to be a criminal once. Is that what we're saying?
Do you know why I said
Zita? Hold on, Zita. I think this may well be what you're saying. I've not heard it, but I think this may well be it.
This man said no one make we chop. And if people have that kind
That's why I was impeached twice. I was even from office twice.
So if you can imagine if people have that kind of intention. If you had an
this Obi, they talk anyhow. He was impeached only once now.
Can you apologize to me? Never mind.
This one hard.
I don't
because he was impeached only once.
No, Baba. You see what just happened here? It's still reinforcing our positioning that Obi and sub-obedient, they lie a lot. Too much lies. Even assuming he was impeached once and is emphasizing it twice, that is even a red flag again. Everything about this Obi is a red flag.
Yes,
everything is a red flag.
It was actually impeached once, but as you know, Obi is a part.
No. He was impeached. Hold on. He was impeached twice, removed from office once. Go and check the record. I said my town is beside me, share boundary with Anambra State. Obi was impeached twice, removed from office once. Go and check the record.
Yeah, you go again, and then people say, you people just look for something just to like. I mean,
which one is you people like?
Listen to our friend from Canada.
The man talking with his mouth. You are
you people just
rational mind. Rational mind. You don't.
Let him make a point. You are still abusing me.
I
don't understand this.
Zita, hold on. Let him make that point. Rational mind. What point are you making?
Real quick, I just want to say this. You people are saying that we lie. That it's twice. Somebody just confirmed to you now that said it's twice, but he was impeached. I mean, he was impeached twice, but removed from office once. So you see, and then somebody, our friend from Canada, they were saying that you see, at least of you that they lie too much. Come on.
No, you lie too much. See, you don't argue against facts. The facts are there. You lie that Obidient and Obi lie too much. I say Obi and some Obidient, they lie too much. It's a fact. So is it a lie? No, we see there. Do you want me to start quoting all those lies? The facts are there in the public space for us to see.
No, I don't
even know where this argument is going to.
All right.
The man said it with his two mouths, and you people are still defending him. What is
No,
going
I'm
on?
surprised because he was only impeached once, but this twice coming out from his own mouth
No, he was
is
impeached
my
twice, but
confusion
removed
now.
from office once.
Really?
Ntiaba. The woman's
Was
name is
Trump not impeached?
Etiaba.
Was he removed from the office?
Ntiaba. Eh?
Was Trump not impeached? Was he removed from the
He
office?
was not removed from office.
So,
Oh yeah,
The
second
two
go, second go,
impeachment
second go,
was
second.
see impeachment when they vote, they start the process. There is a process. The impeachment is different. Then after the impeachment, they start the process of removal from office. But if you are a president, the House impeaches you, it go to the Senate. When the Senate gets the vote, then they start the process of removing you from office. But if it's a governor, when the House impeaches you, they start the process of removing you from office.
The Attorney General has to sign on it. Has to sign up on it.
That's the process I'm saying now. Haba.
All right, start to bring it home, Zita, so that we're not
I
keeping...
don't finish. You don't say this, Sabi attack me. Go to the next person. I don't talk waiting, I want talk.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Zita. So Larry is up next.
One man, you see why your platform is unique? Fact checking. I don't know, but this one confuses me. I don't know. It beats me.
I think Zita may well be right that because my recollection also is that it was served notice of impeachment twice.
He was impeached 3rd November 2006, and he came reinstalled. His statement was in June 14.
The second
so about just 8
they
months.
didn't remove him off in the office. The first impeachment, they put that woman called Ntiaba or whatever. I will never forget it. They put one woman called Ntiaba.
I will check my history again.
I've forgotten her first name, something Ntiaba or whatever. Then
this were to be exam, I don't know. Me and the lecturer go pataramu. Because I'm still convinced it's only one.
The second impeachment, he wasn't removed from office.
You know one thing I see. I want to make a bold statement that I think many Obedients they don't like Nigeria because when people cannot be factual and you cannot differentiate between progress, but you want to replace fact with emotions. Now, Rational Mind was talking about how OB is going to float Naira only when we have surplus. You know, all these kind of things are red flag telling you that even person presenting to you that you want to govern the country, he does not really understand what you are saying. How under the heaven for a developing country that is known that is known for importing unnecessary things to the extent of spending like $200 million on even importing women here. You want to be in that country to be subsidizing dollar for them for all those things. A country that is known for importing noodles, prepare noodles, cook noodles from London, putting it on flights. You want to be subsidizing, and someone now, you understand, float Naira to make all those things expensive so that you look for local alternatives. I know that people go.
Are we still talking about impeachment? Where are we?
I'm changing the topic now. I'm just talking to one day. I'm talking to a Rational Mind that was talking about.
Sorry, Ola. Only because Larry has been here for so long.
Okay, yeah.
Land that point, but still on this Obi thing.
No. I was expecting Larry to even speak because I was saying Larry was there and he allowed the Rational Mind to went with to go with that bogus statement. You know, it was like an embarrassment for a leader that's supposed to know what to do to talk that way.
You and I will talk about.
No, Larry, I think Larry knows much about economics and he will tell you.
All right, but let's stay consistent with where we're in the conversation. So let me. I've taken that thing to chat GPT. It says that Peter Obi was formally served an impeachment notice just once. This was ahead of his removal on the 2nd of November 2006 by the Anambra State House of Assembly. There is no credible record of any other impeachment notice being served to him at any other time. Whilst Obi argues he was removed twice, this refers to two separate court-ordered reinstatements, February and June 2007.
not to additional impeachment notices. So that's what our chat GPT tells us. It says, to recap, one impeachment notice served in late 2006. He only faced that single formal impeachment process. Subsequent legal reinstatements did not involve further notice. So that's it's still somewhat convoluted, but it is Larry, you're up
Una still the argue am. You see man
no,
talk am with his
we
two
we
mouths.
wanted to establish the facts now, you know.
Okay,
Obi,
said it
Obi is
with his
always lying
with
now, so yeah.
So all the campaign about I was impeached twice. I'm the only governor that was impeached twice was all lies. That's what people are saying. Okay, no wahala. Obi was impeached twice, removed from office once, replaced with Tapa.
All right. Larry, you're up next. Sorry about the long wait, but it's
No,
always
no problem. Sometimes it's always good to listen to people.
Yeah.
I hardly talk about Obi on this platform. But let's be candid. Personally, I can't vote for Obi to be governor of any state. Personally. Because I want to see what you've done and I want to see what you're telling me that you do. Then I'll sit down and analyze it and see if you're really speaking the truth. And I think if you have the capacity to do it, then I can actually make an informed decision. But Obi as a person, let's not deceive ourselves. I've not really seen him coming out to really tell me this is exactly what he wants to do, and this is what he's going to do differently, right? Everything, that's why in most cases when I see people that speak for Obi, I always want them to speak to facts, speak to policies. Probably they could actually tell me one or two things that they feel Obi will have done better than having this general thing. Oh, I'm going to, consumption to production. I'm going to use a structural way. No, that's not it, right? Tell me exactly what you intend to do, because I'm too smart. Right, I'm too smart to listen to people that are not really able to convince me to do things. And in actual sense, most of the people you see, it's more of no, that's not it. If you tell me today that you want to remove Tinubu, tell me things that the person that is coming is going to do, that's going to do differently, that will make Nigeria better. But if you're still telling me that, this and that, blah, 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 and in most cases, let's just tell ourselves one truth. In most cases, when I listen to, it's always funny, right? Because most people that you see echoing these things are intelligent people. And sometimes I just sit back and analyze. I'm like, well, people that expect that if you're in a conversation with someone like Obi, you have to critique him to be able to really get the fact from him. I can't imagine 1,000, 10,000 people being on a call in a Zoom chat with Obi and nobody's able to ask him those critical questions for them to be able to see lies from the truth. But it's Nigeria, right? It's a lot of psychophancy. Everybody this is where we want to go, blah, 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 blah. And in most cases, when you are in those conversations and you ask yourself, what exactly is this thing? Okay, we started talking, rational mind was like, probably it's going to come, with a lot of empathy. And I'm asking, what exactly is the empathy? Probably it's going to be sleeping in, if there's a crisis in somewhere, it's going to go there and sleep.
Is that what I told you? Is that what I said?
That's not right. Let me talk. That's where the empathy is coming from, because he's going to be sleeping. Probably today there's crisis in Niger. Obi is going to sleep in Niger.
It is Sunni. I thought you slept.
Can you imagine that? That's what
I want throw bomb, so I'm not going to throw him again. You did
Obi is going to sleep in Niger. Tomorrow Obi will sleep in
because I'm waiting.
That's not really it, right? Because I know rational mind. Rational mind is very intelligent, and most times, right? I want him to speak to policies, but rational mind does these things like, Lord Boroko. I'm like, rational mind, that's him. But let's just be candid with ourselves. If Nigeria really want to change, give Nigerians someone that you think is better, right? Someone that you think can actually do things better. Someone that is probably younger, that you think, oh, you are really sure that this person can actually do things. Personally, I want to listen to that person. But all those people that you see around, Atiku, Obi, Rufai, and all of them, and all of them all together, they are the same. I don't even, these are the same people. Look at their antecedents.
But apparently, Larry, apparently you're not speaking. You see, this is what you're saying. You're accusing us of doing, but you yourself, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, because you've not really.
This is what I'm saying. You're not.
I'm not telling you that I have. See, wait. You have.
Did you listen to him? Did you listen to that interview that he granted?
Now, rational mind. I am not telling you that I have an alternative.
But I mean, I'm asking you because you said he has not said anything different from what people have said.
Yes,
but he has. He has.
No, he has not. He has. No, see, rational mind. For you, right? Because he speaks what you want to hear. He has. But for me, who is actually on the other side, he needs to speak what I want to hear, which is the facts, not what you want to hear.
How many did Tinubu tell you before he became president?
Now, I don't even care about what. That's why every time.
But you want somebody else.
Wait, let me tell you something. Rational mind. Every time you see me come here, I always want to speak to things that I know that are real, things that I know that are facts. If you tell me about, and I read a lot about Nigeria, I can tell you exactly what happened in Nigeria today, right? And those are things. When you tell me, take for instance now, you're talking about security in Nigeria. I can tell you that in the last 5 days, I can tell you that at least 3 key terrorists, bandits in Nigeria have been killed. The latest one that was killed is Kachala Yellow. So those are things I do, right? I can't come here and say, no security. Oh, no, that's not what I do because I don't learn from those things. So, but if you go and tell me that, this is this, and bring the fact, and I will listen to you. If you can't just come tell me, as of today, right? I can tell you that looking at prices of essential commodities in Nigeria, I can tell you that beans, for instance, the price of beans in Nigeria has gone down drastically. That's the fact.
So between 80 and 120, from 200 and something.
So that's the fact. And
why? Because there was surplus harvest.
Larry. You will not talk about that.
So those are the facts. And that's when
gas cylinders come down too.
Yeah, when you want to critique somebody, right? Because personally, I'm a scientist. I'm a financial engineer. So you tell me things and I will see that. It's not even when you tell me things, people know me. Right? Even when you tell me things, most times I just listen to you. I go back on my set, analyze those things, and if it makes sense, I tell you, yeah, what you've said makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, I tell you it doesn't make sense. But on this platform, what I do most times, we catch crews, and I like it. But I want to come to this platform to learn from people because, there are a lot of babas here. You are here, you have more experience, and I want to learn from you. That's why in most cases, I always want you to critique the government with facts, right? Critique them with facts. And where they are doing right, let's applaud them. And where we think we need to critique them, they are not doing, let's say it out. Because most times they listen to some of all those platforms. They listen to one-man platform, a lot of them. And don't be surprised that a lot of them they've not seen you, but they know you. And that's just it. So for me, Obi, I've not really seen anything. All of them, all these coalition. I've not even seen anybody. Because it's still the same person. And the thing is just that 2027, Tinubu is going to retire all of them.
They tell you the way they behave, you go retire all of them.
So Tinubu is going to retire all of them from politics.
And restructure the country.
And Tinubu and the North, I know where their fear is. The North is always afraid of Tinubu's second term. And
that's their biggest fear because it's a permanent game changer. This second
because
term.
Tinubu's second term, It's going to be more. Look at Obasanjo's first time. Obasanjo was basically just begging and begging and begging. Second time, Obasanjo got there, he did what he wanted to do. And
it's going to be ruthless.
That's exactly what's going on. And I understand their fear. Because they tried several things.
You know what, Larry? All I want Tinubu to do, since we cannot break up, just restructure the country so that everybody can progress at their own pace. Finish. Shikena. That's all.
So that's their fear. Because a test, what the North did, and why they are afraid of Tinubu, tax reform. The North was against tax reform bill. They came in with everything, propaganda, came with it, everything, which in actual sense, they didn't, what they did with the tax reform, if it were to be a president like Jonathan, he would have just forgot about that tax reform of the thing. Jonathan did confab. You spend money on confab, you did everything, a lot of great things came out from that confab. Because people were shouting, hey, blah, 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 confab, you killed it. And that is why the North is afraid, because they did everything, oh no, the governors in the North, no, but at the end of the day, what happened? Tax reform have been signed into law. And that is, if you ask me about Tinubu, what are those things I really don't like? Yeah, Tinubu plays more of politics. He's a politician, and I can't take that away from him. He does his politics. Every politician wants to win election. And they will always do their thing. But the more they do that policy, and personally, I really don't want him to start early have them start early with politics, because that's exactly, at least I want them to do at least 3 years of work, use 1 year for politics. But
Larry, you can't force them now. They force them out to start politicking early now.
No, that's you heard what I said, right? Personally, as a Nigerian that wants things for Nigeria, I want government to do more for Nigeria, right? Not policies. I don't even care, because they will do their policies.
I think Ken is right. The way they've been politicking aggressively since the last election, it has no choice but to come out and.
Yeah, I understand, right? I understand, because
Larry, hold on. I heard you when you were saying something about beans has come down. You see, this is part of the propaganda we
okay.
Yeah, this is propaganda you come and do.
Is that a lie?
Yeah, well, yeah. There is no. You just said it like as if something extraordinary happened.
Did it not happen?
Hold on.
Wait.
There's
you want to critique
there's a 100 kg, there's a 50 kg,
okay,
there's a 25 kg.
Okay, do you want to fact check me?
I'm already fact checking you already. I'm fact checking you already.
Can you bring it out? And let me bring it out.
One man, Google it. Just Google it for us. So you will see it. So 100 kg is 190,000, around 190,000 naira. A 50 kg is around 125, 100,000 naira. Then a 25 kg is about 50, 60 something thousand naira. So how did they come down?
Okay, wait, just give me a second. Let me. I like.
Because you said it came down from 180,000 naira to 125,000 naira or 100,000 naira. That's what I heard you and Papa was saying there.
Which commodity is that?
Beans.
Beans. No. It's come down. Let me check.
No.
I'm not saying it's not. You see, I'm not saying it's not. What I'm saying is this: you need to get it right. There's 100 kg, there's 50 kg, and there's 25 kg. So what kg are you talking about here?
Kg or no kg? When they say price of something comes down, it's all about kg. Okay, wait. Don't worry.
Okay.
Please, we can. It's always good for us to fact check ourselves, right?
Okay.
But it's one man. Let me just put it for you, and you put it up.
Larry, you've got it.
No, now, Baba. It's always easy for me.
So in the meantime, I wanted to ask you, Rational Mind, do you feel that Tinubu has done anything right in this his administration?
There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah.
Shema wants Rational Mind to say what she wants to hear.
No, it's
not.
Why are you putting me on blast?
That's exactly what you just did now.
Rational man, can you
on the loan that they gave to students that a lot of them cannot access.
Rational man,
He's indebting our children. And
you
he's telling them that
screen?
he's promising some people to come and get a scholarship for free.
Rational
your own
man.
citizens.
Rational mind, can you watch that your
guys
screen?
are self-saboteurs.
Can you help us read what is on your screen?
Oh, yeah, I can go on. Yeah. So yeah.
What is on your screen?
So what did it from what price? One man, can you read it to us? I can't see what that.
But number one, wait. Number one, confirmation. Can you confirm that the prices have dropped? That's number one. Because number one, you said no, it hasn't dropped. So now let's go from where it has dropped from, where it was in 2024 and where it is now.
I just take it from the third paragraph. It says News Agency of Nigeria reports that the second and third quarters of 2024, the price of beans increased astronomically to between 210 to 40 for 100 kg, as against 90,000. It was being sold in 2023. However, in the first quarter of 2024, the produce witnessed a steady decline in its price. A bag of 100 kg, currently 80,000 and 120,000, depending on the species.
So, rational mind.
Depending on the species, right?
Yes.
So,
depending on the species, it tells you that from 80 to 120. So, probably some can actually be 80, some can be 90, some can be 100, some can be 120. It's within that range. The species determines the price. This is English now. Right?
Hold on. Yeah, you see, that's what I'm saying. This is what I see. I don't not you.
Ewa olóyin, ewa beji, ewa funfun.
Species now.
No, yeah, different. You see, this is what I'm saying. This APC are very good at propaganda.
Larry, don't stop yourself.
Larry, all right. Let Larry carry on. I think Kenny is waiting for his turn. And then I think we've got Hassan here as well, who wants to speak. So back to you, Larry.
I beg, let Kenny go. Yeah, I just want to play with Rational Mind.
So Rational Mind, present your own facts. So because
these minions,
it's actually even dropped lower than 80,000 naira for a bag of 100 kg.
Well, all you just need is just Google it. Google it, you see it.
Now.
No, you see, woman, you see, punch all of the. I said something earlier. You see, all the media houses in Nigeria, they are all cowering to this guy. I'm giving you that.
Hold on. This is cowpea beans farmers, beans farmers, processors, and Marketers Association of Nigeria. So these are the people that are actually producing the thing and selling it.
What man? You said when Bubu was there, 2023, it was 90,000 naira for what? For 100 kg.
Yes, and it's 80,000. It's 80,000 naira now.
Tinubu got there in 2024. Yeah. How much was it?
It peaked at 210 to 240. And now it's 80,000 naira, which is less even than
depending on the species. Now, hear me here.
So all the spike in price also is depending on the species now.
So now, okay. Now, according to AI that I have here, not Madam AI, it says 50 kg of Oloyin beans is 100,000 naira for 50 kg. 125 kg is about 60,000 naira. So, 50 kg is 100,000 and 125,000 naira for 50 kg Oloyin. That's a species, which is the one that we're going. If you want to buy wagon, wagon mostly is Oloyin. Normal loaf share wagon, which is more like the staple among all the beans. That how many people eat white beans, but people eat it. But my point is this: you see, APC they all people on bono when it comes to how to scatter people's head with this their propaganda crap. And that's what Punch is doing here. Because I'm giving you now that Oloyin is, 100 kg is 190,000 naira. Let's even assume it's 210. Is that Oloyin was at 210 or 205, like you said, the peak of it. Can you difference in here? What's the difference?
Just accept that the price has dropped.
No, there's nothing to accept here. There's nothing to accept here. Look at how they spin that thing with how punch. He said depending on the species. Of course, that's a fact. Depending on the species. But I'm telling you,
But Punch is obedient paper now.
Rational mind. This is simple English now.
No, there's no simple English here.
No, wait. Let me just tell you something. Read that thing. They told
Larry,
you that
can't convince him.
No,
Don't bother
I'm
yourself.
not trying to convince him, but the rational mind is making all of us look like we don't know what we're doing. Simple English. Price range from 80,000 to 120, right? Depending on species. What that means is 80,000, that's the range. But the species will determine where you fall within that range. This is simple English now.
But the same article that does not tell us the 210 or the 2 or whatever. What species was that one that they were selling for 210? Which I want to assume is Oloyin, which is the highest grade.
That same.
Hold on. Sorry, Larry. It's still the same parameter. So let me give you the 2 paragraphs again. It says News Agency of Nigeria reports that as of the 2nd and 3rd quarter of 2024, the price of beans increased astronomically to 210 and 240. So that's a range right there, as against the 90,000 naira it was being sold in 2023. So now in 2005, the produce witnessed a steady decline in its price. A bag of 100 kg currency sells for between 80,000 to 120, depending on the species. So we had a price range at the spike.
You're not following what you just read. You see, that's what I'm saying. We need to use critical thinking.
No. Just say, yeah.
What I'm saying is this, woman.
Don't mind rational mind.
No, there's not. Don't say that. Don't mind me.
What's the point?
My point is this: when you read the 210, 240, or was it 210, 240?
Yes.
They did not mention species there, but I want to assume. Yeah, they don't mention species there. They did not mention any species there.
Yes.
So I want to assume that is the highest grade, which is Oloyin, according to our own normal.
So that's a price range now, 210 to 240. That's a price range. Okay.
Now, but they not mention species there. I want you to understand that they not mention species.
But that's embedded in the range now.
Well, the range. Okay, yeah, I get it. Now, when they were not telling us that it crashed, they now said depending on the species. They will not give you
210 to 240 is also dependent on the species.
No, they did not mention species there. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they don't have to mention it now.
But they can mention the species when it depends on the one that has fallen. They did not tell us which one.
Hold on. Is it not implicit? If you have hold on. If you have 210 up to 240, does that not show a range that there are gradients in the produce?
No problem. Now you Google how much is Oloyin being sold, 100 kg. Google it. And give us
all right, you've done that now, so you've told us. But
so that's what I'm saying. So what's the problem? What's the difference? 40,000 naira or 10,000 naira difference? You're telling me something came down. See how these people use this propaganda? They want to scatter people's head. Come on, woman. Let's be critical when we're doing something. Let us look at things critically. I can agree. Maybe they're selling for 50,000 naira. Some maybe depending on the species. Maybe all those white beans. This one
rational mind. Even if it's 1p, drop is drop. It's not going up. It's not going up. It's coming down.
Create a solution.
So just accept the fact that.
Accept. Go on. You people continue your propaganda. We'll all be here now.
All right. Ken, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. See, I'm not going to take much time. I'm too grateful for this platform. It's a fact-checking platform. And one man, thank you for your patience with everyone. You see, look, Obi is someone that he said is not desperate to be a president of Nigeria. He's a desperado. He's desperate more than anybody else in that country. You know what I mean? I just want to be the president by force, by fire. But he's not doing the right thing. People think he's doing the right thing. He's not doing the right thing. This year, he's going all over the world. Just of recently, he went to grant interview with BBC. All those interviews that he's giving to people is going to work against him because he said a lot of rubbish. He cannot even answer a good question. You can't say one thing that you want to do. All what you do is, Nigeria is not good. I want to bring back my country. I want to do. You know what I mean? He has nothing in his brain. Now he said he wants to do one term. Who is he fooling? Or do they think the Nigerian people are foolish like him or like his followers? I'm sorry to say. We are not foolish. When that time comes, we're going to ask questions. So you want to fix Nigeria? Are you coming to stop the subsidy, to bring the subsidy back? These are the questions I'm going to ask. Are you going to bring back the arbitrage from the from our forest? Yeah? Or you're going to tell the local government to, not to have the autonomy? Or you're going to bring back you're going to stop the student loan? What is it going to work about? He has nothing to talk about apart from we are hungry. Now, the food is coming down. None of them don't want to talk about it. Look at DESTR0Y, the way he's struggling. He's struggling to believe that the food price is coming down. But if the food price go up by 1p, up by 1 naira, about 20 naira, he will be the first person to come on this platform and start shouting, oh, look, there's still food is skyrocketing, but food is coming down for the first time in Nigeria. They will not talk, they don't want to talk about it. In the history of Nigeria, December time, there's never a queue. In Nigeria, it's a surprise. They don't like that, all because they don't want progress. The students, no strike now in Nigeria of today. They don't want to talk about that. This man just passed, tax reform bill. They are not happy in regards to that. They still try to pinch hole into it. You know what I mean? These people, they don't love that nation. They are not patriotic. You understand? All what they want is just because my person. The one that's not even is not from the other side. He's fooling himself to be Obi followers because you hate somebody. How can you hate your country because you be telling that Nigeria is going to fail because you hate somebody, because you hate one person? You know, and if you don't love, you don't love God. You cannot hate other person and you say you love God. You know, we all can see, all of us, it's only people that have eyes can see what this man is doing. He did the same thing in Lagos State. He laid a good foundation, and right now he's laying foundation for our unborn children. But all what you guys are doing is to cry about food and gari and eba because of your stomach. You are not thinking about future. Europe, America, London, that all of us are living now. Some people laid their life for what we're enjoying. I'm in UK now. Light, there's road, there's security. So people suffer for it. UK, they never start like this. We know how their country used to look like. But some people saw they did say, oh, my belly, oh, I'm hungry. Oh. They suffer and they were patient and they were patriotic to their nation. But in Nigeria, na lie. Now so Gary with the cry for, oh, we are hungry, oh, we are this, oh, we don't want to suffer. We are mortgaging the future of our unborn kids, but we don't care because of our selfish interest. We come here, we cannot even say one single thing we can do differently. I have DESTR0Y, tell me one single thing you are reverence, you are proud of, you are just going all over the place without giving me a single point to convince me that this man has something in his brain. Of course, he has nothing. It's empty. His brain is empty. He went on TV station, cried about lying, about land. About all of us know that party belongs to him. He's a pathologic dick liar. He can lie for the pit of hell. We actually dodged the bullet by not forcing that guy in. And woman, I can guarantee you, coming 2027, Obi will not get 3 million because everything that work in line with him in 2023 is going to go against him. He cannot go out there now and say, oh, yeah, Muslim church, take your church back. Daddy. There's no yes daddy anymore. No daddy is coming to rescue me anymore. Because we all can see that Muslim, I'm still bearing my name. My name is Kenny Olatunji. My name has never changed. You understand? My prayer name has never changed. And my prayer still go to church in Nigeria. So Muslim will not work anymore. You get my point? So everything he's talking about, all those all those things is a gunner. It cannot work. Let him come back with new thing. Now he's thinking, okay, let me go out there and tell them I'm going to do one time. Who is the fooling? Did other people do their politics differently? They are not fools. You understand? And Nigeria, we got past those days that we're going to have some kind of mumu be our president. So someone that they can push around. I can guarantee you, The Nigerian people, if they think they can put Obidient.
They will say, no, you are there now. You have to do your time. You have constitutional rights to do 2 time. So the non people are not fools. They prefer to see. You guys don't see. You don't know the sledgehammer that's going to hit you guys coming 2027. We are not starting yet. We are not talking yet. Even me, woman has given me a voice. I don't used to talk like this before, but woman he has given me a voice. Me now I will start speaking out. Sledgehammer is coming to hit you. All the South is gone. The money that supports the PDP and the rest of them is gone. This man is in power. Imagine someone that was not in power 2023, that he faced all those difficulties, he still managed to win. Now the Baba is sitting there on his golden chair. He wants to remove the chair from his bum. It's a lie. Tinubu will rule all now. 2031, he will rule over you. 2031, and nothing can change. I can bet my life on it. Because this man is working, we that we have eyes, that we have brain, we can see what he's doing. Exactly. Madam Sita,
so who's benefit if he rose to 2031? Who's benefit? You people come here, you just as if you're threatening everybody.
It's benefit of our children and Nigerians.
You're threatening people like as if Tinubu
is what he's doing.
What is he doing? What is he doing? Is that how to build the country?
Yes, that's how you build country. That's how you build nation.
And then you live abroad. Is that if that's how they build their own country here and you're living?
That's how they build it. Okay, tell me how America build their country.
Kenny, can you give me 10 seconds, please?
Yes, sir.
Look, Zita mentioned something. And because going to history, this China, we are talking today. Do you know how they evolved? Do you know how many people starved and died to create this industrial base they have today? You see, to grow is not an easy thing. Same thing for Singapore. Cheap labor. People were whipped in the farm. People died in rice farm. Poto. They labored. We've not even seen 1% of what these two countries saw, what they experienced. We are crying and condemning everything because we are spoiled. Let's go into history of China. Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you, Baba. That's why I always
Baba Kenny.
Yes, sir.
Baba Kenny, see.
Yes, sir.
Let me, if you don't mind, the thing that is shocking is like I told National Mind the other time, we don't argue against facts. Now, we had a government there that was busy doing round tripping, subsidizing for round trippers. We have someone that came around and said, okay, for those of you that don't have access to education just because of finance, I'm going to give you student loan. You understand? I know that immediately they put student loan. Everybody say, oh, some people are not. It's not a matter of whether some people are getting it. You don't get something perfect the same day. You are into engineering. So you can't tell me that even when you are building, when you are doing assessment, everything, you get everything perfect. That is why you have agile. You keep improving. You understand? Now, this guy, he remove arbitrage. That's a way of dealing with corruption without even making noise like we arrest you, I will lock you up. You are not looking at that. Oil subsidy, you are ignoring the development in the energy industry. But you are focusing on, the thing was that you were subsidizing for Cameroon, you were subsidizing for the Niger Republic, and you were even borrowing money to subsidize. And that money is being paid by Nigerians. The money that's supposed to be used for healthcare, road construction, and some other basic amenities, you are using that money to subsidize. You are even eating the future of the generation to come. And that is you are even benefiting. I've said it over time. What you think you benefit from subsidy, you are not really benefiting. It was just a matter of suffering. You know, it's just like someone gives you a plate of porridge and take like mansion away from you. That is what we are getting from subsidy. We said this thing over and over, but it's not clicking. Now, you know, I made some kind of postulation that, okay, I want to see how the state government in the next 10 years will be sponsoring pilgrimage, because this tax reform that we look at as small issue now, you understand, is going to expose a lot. It's going to expose the productivity within your state, because it's going to put all those things on their toes to do a lot. Because you can't be sitting and be commanding revenue coming from Lagos and Port Harcourt and River State. So a lot is going on. Just because this guy is not doing some kind of action, you all of a sudden believe that it's not performing. You know, a person like me, I don't care. 2027, I don't even want to, I'm not even going to argue with you. Because how they criticized Fashola when Fashola was doing all those radical things in Lagos. They say, oh, we are not going to return this guy. Those people that campaign against Fashola, they were the first set of people to go to that polling unit. They even defended the vote, made sure that this guy got in as at that time. By the time this guy finish, Tinubu will finish his first term, I pray that he accelerates state police and some other things. Then we can discuss 2027. I will keep saying that all these guys that we are racing, they don't even understand the problem they want to solve. And like Larry said the other time, give a better candidate than Tinubu, then we can discuss. Thank you, Kenny.
Azan, I'm going to bed. If not, I'll take you on today, but come tomorrow. Say this, Afi.
Larry, can I say something? Whose turn is it?
It's my space, oh. Yeah, you can talk.
Say the Safi Baba, sir. I will come back tomorrow,
And
inshallah.
sister, you can say something. Don't worry.
Amun Nagode.
Are you anyway?
Azan, don't go.
No, I'm around.
Azan, talk.
See,
Everyone engage
the
you.
person that spoke last, there is something you said that has been eating Nigeria deep. I made mention of it, and I showed so much disgust about it, and you mentioned it here. And to most Nigerians, it didn't make sense to them. I will call that thing leadership. Since Tinubu came to power, have you ever heard of strike? Even when they want to do the political one, he still negotiated with them, gave them 70, what is it called? When he started his presidency, they did all manner of, trying to do all manner of political strike, whatever. But the man had a way to sort everybody out. It might not be nice as they want it. It might not be nice as
was it that he solved those problems? That's why there's no strike? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on.
No, answer that question.
Can I speak?
Was it that he solved those problems? That's why there was no strike?
Please. The important thing is that he might not solve it the way they wanted. It might be too heavy what he gave. But the important thing is that he was able to bring his own side and their own side. They came to the middle. They find something in the middle that ended the strike. But what man people are coming here to screw trash about? Allow doctors to go on strike for 13 months. And that's the man that wants to be the president of Nigeria. That abused me, call me all manner of names. And something as heavy as strike in Nigeria, somebody came into power. Anytime he raises his ugly head, he can't sit down. Anytime he raises his ugly head, he can't sit down. And Nigerians are not, that is not important to Nigerians. It's not important. It's not important. And government has come, governors have come, governors has gone. And there are 1 month, 3 months, 4 months strike. And the one they want to put in power is the one that sat down, ignored doctors for 30 months. See, Nigerians say, I don't even know what you people want actually. But if it is this yo, ingo bitu na tire. I never see something.
So let me say this. So you said
all right. Okay, say that and then bring it
Real
to
quick. Yeah.
Kenny, and then we're going to Hassan.
Yeah. So Kenny, please. So you said something about there was no strike. When the NLC wanted to strike, the TUC wanted to strike. What was the politics and the crap that Tinubu was playing with them? At the end of the day, they did not take them to the Aso Rock and they went there and sing their on his pampas. They shall sit inside Aso Rock, and it deceptively it just led them along. Now that money that they said they were going to pay, are they be paying it? And he promised he was going to be paid the 70,000 or 75,000 naira. Are they be paying it?
Yes.
No, they've not been paying it. They've not.
Which
why are you getting
federal government or state government?
Both state government, both federal.
I can categorically tell you that federal government has been
begging.
paying it.
All right. Let's not open that place too widely, just so that we can get to Hassan. And then Ola waiting as well. So Kenny, back to you. Kenny, bring it home, and then we go to Hassan. Kenny?
Hello, woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I actually, let me just say this. I mean, this last one. Okay, I just want people to come here and be positive. Everybody cannot be positive anyway. You understand? But I know for sure. Listen, even the coalition they said they are gathering together is bound to fail. And me, I will continue to support the person I believe in. I will continue to support Asiwaju because it's a progressive.
All right. I think we've lost you there somewhere. Can I still be heard? Am I lost as well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Kenny. Kenny, you've dipped out. He's probably still talking. I think he's about on the road somewhere. But thank you, Kenny. So
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but we keep losing you. Bring it home, and then we're going to start.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm okay now.
All right, brilliant. All right. So that's Kenny Might, of course, who is a very popular musician in the traditional music scene. So thank you. So now Hassan joins us. It's always a delightful engagement whenever Hassan turns up. He, of course, totally disagrees with everything that's been said. So Hassan, the floor is yours. So you take the floor as I take my leave. Choma takes charge. Super chatters are your Audi and Ola. So thank you to those. We're not quite getting the super chats. We should be getting the super chats. It's just not acceptable, but there it is. So thank you to those. I'll thank everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll still be in the background listening, but the floor now, the elegant, eloquent Hassan. Olule, Hassan.
Good morning, everyone. From here, it's good to be back. I just want to say that today I want to partially agree with some of the points that Rational Mind, has been making. A lot of the time when Rational Mind speaks on this platform, there is too much voices against Rational Man. And it's not as if Rational Man is wrong all of the time. Rational Mind is kind of right sometimes and he is wrong some other times. But he is a counter voice to, this overwhelming support that Tinubu has on this platform. And all of the time, when he tries to bring his ideas along, he is always, bombarded, and he's trying to be. Everybody is trying to muzzle him out, but he actually raises some valid points. And Tinubu is no saint. He deserves to be criticized. Anyway, I want to agree with him as regards to his stance on the common man. Most of the time when I hear the arguments here, most of the people who support Tinubu actually support Tinubu from a place of they look at the economics and the politics of Nigeria in an elitist sense. Yeah, we cannot.
Azan, wait, let me just ask you something. Let's clarify something. You said you support rational mind, and one of the things rational mind said is that
not everything, not everything.
Wait, because we need to clear it.
Okay.
Is that ever since Tinubu got there, he has not done anything for the betterment of Nigeria. Do you support that?
No. I don't mean that.
No, you can continue.
Yes. I don't mean that. Yeah, you see, the way democracy functions is you have to give a chance for the critics to put their thoughts across, and to criticize brutally. That is what ensures that there is a balance in the way things are seen and perceived. Tinubu, yes, is more of a politician than he is, say a good governance champion. Most of his appointments are for political expedience. They are not for service delivery. And yeah, he has made one or two good appointments. Yeah, you cannot take that away from him. But the majority of his appointments are just for political expedience, and that in itself creates some sort of chaos. And maybe it is his Agbero background that ensures that he thrives in chaos. Everybody has his way of doing things, and usually the presidency and power in Nigeria usually conforms to the person who is in the executive seat of power, and everybody aligns their behavior to fit that personality, so that people can garner favor and then ensure that they get their own cake. Well, let me just say the reason why I'm here, and
wait, let me touch you on another thing that you just said. Most of his appointment, can we all agree that most of his appointment, particularly from the north, are not the best appointments? Because from the south, I know more of the people that is appointed in the south, and I can tell you about their pedigree, and I can tell you about what they've done. Personally, most of the problem I have of his appointments are basically the people he appointed from the north. Do you agree to that?
No, I don't.
So what are those? So can you
yes,
give an example of those appointments that you think is done, particularly the ministers that you can point to in the south that you think they are not doing what they're supposed to do?
You degrade you degrade the power of the presidency if you limit his appointments to just ministers.
No. Okay, can you point to? Okay, let's focus on those that you think is appointed in the south that you can probably point to that probably they've not really been doing what they are supposed to do. Because personally, if you ask me, the major people that are really pushing this Tinubu's government are basically people from the south. Well, those are the people that you can talk of in Tinubu's government that you can talk of and you can say, yes, these are people that are really functioning. Personally, if you ask me, most of the people, I'm not saying all of them, right? Most of the people is appointed from the north. Personally, I can tell you that they are just there, probably because they just want to put them in positions.
I totally disagree. First, let me tell you that the CDS, the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, he's of northern extraction. I think from all the security appointments, he is the best of the bunch, and he is
if we
from.
talk about that, what about the minister?
Let me finish now. You're interjecting too much. Let me make my points. Then you can counter. Just farabale. Okay. Now look, the CDS is doing a wonderful job. He is from the north. I would say again that some people that Tinubu is working with from the south who are not there the Senate president is one such corrupt, very,
The
very
Senate president, no,
ineffective.
talk about, wait. When we are talking, talk with fact. The Senate president is not an appointee of Tinubu. Talk about Tinubu's appointees.
That is why I'm telling you that you are degrading the power of the
The
presidency.
Senate
If you
president,
just limit
no.
me
If we are
to the
talking about,
ministerial
wait,
appointment,
no. See.
look, no, okay, wait,
Azan,
look.
Please allow
Azan.
Hassan to speak, please.
Let me
Because
talk
today that
now.
I saw him, there's a topic I wanted two of us to discuss. Can
You
you allow
you
him make his submission, please?
you want to limit me to a place where you are comfortable with, so that you can put your points and so that your arguments may look valid. But I am telling you that Apabio has done more damage than good, as far as the image of this of Tinubu's presidency is. That's one. Two, wiki of a person, wiki, yes, wiki builds roads, and they say he's doing well in Abuja, that he's doing it. But we also know that the level of corruption and self-aggrandizement and he is giving land, allocating land to his children, to his cousins, to his
Do you have
in-laws,
facts? Do you have facts
at
for
an
that?
alarming proportion.
Do you have facts for that?
I will send you the links
Don't send
some
me
other
any
time.
link. See, don't send me any link, right? I've lived in Abuja before I moved to the US. I lived in Abuja for nothing less than 18 years. So when somebody tells me something, somebody is telling you that Wiki has given somebody 2,000 hectares in Asokoro in Maitama. Where in Asokoro and Maitama will you see 2,000 hectares? So see, don't
2,000 hectares in Asokoro. No. That's not the case.
So those
It
are
is
the
in
things. Wait,
it is in Guzape,
no, you
and
can't even
it is
see. You
in.
can't even see in that same Guzape. You can't even see 1,000 hectares in Guzape today. So
You are misreading. You are misreading everything.
But
Look,
you said you have facts. Now, where is that fact? Bring that fact. Don't come here with propaganda or something. Where's the fact?
don't interject me with your emotions, and don't
No,
and
because you are
refuse to
here.
allow me. No.
We
I
will
know.
interject you if you don't have facts.
It is you that do not have facts. How
So
can
do
I
you have?
give you
Okay,
facts
can you
when
share
I'm
the
on a
facts?
platform like this?
Can you share the facts here where you see
Not
that Wiki has
not
given his children
now. We
land?
are not in a court of law, my friend. We are not in a court of law. Please, this is a platform where we are putting our ideas across. Stop putting a log in my on my route, so that I can put my messages across. Then if you disagree, you can come later and then tell me where you disagree, and then
This
in the
platform,
future I can get you
the
facts,
genesis
quote
of
and unquote, so that we can
anything you
understand
say.
each other.
Wait, anything you say on this platform, you immediately be fact checked. That is why if you want to say something, think about it before you say
No,
it.
I disagree.
Excuse me.
I'm not new to this platform, and
Yeah.
you cannot bamboozle me. Look, just let me be, please. Just let me be, please.
So,
Let me
guys,
pass my messages across.
please,
This fact checking of a thing, I do
hold
it
on.
better than you anyway.
Excuse me.
I it,
Excuse me. Can you guys hear me?
yeah, is that Chioma? Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, Hassan. You're very much
Hello.
welcome. I'm so sorry. And you guys, I'm the moderator, so let's be, patient when we're fact checking people, if you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
yes,
So
I am.
let's allow Hassan has not said anything, let him at least finish his statement, then we can interject. So Hassan, don't feel, awkward, okay? You're very much welcome. You can express your opinion. Not everybody here loves Tinubu, so I understand where you're coming from. So I want everyone to allow you to finish your statement, and then we can do fact checking. It's the fair thing to do with the opposition. So thank you, Hassan. Continue.
Thank you very much, Choma. I appreciate your maturity in moderating a platform like this. So let me continue. And let me just shorten it since there are a lot of people who have a lot of things to say. My newest and biggest grouse with Tinubu is the seemingly calculated ostracizing of the vice president. I am from Borno, and Kashim is somebody who I respect a lot, and who is a very loyal, and but he is also somebody who sees Nigeria as a nationalist and is eager to contribute his quota. Here is somebody who has stood by the president in the very early of this, before the remaining people who jumped in the bandwagon when it began to look rosy. He was with Tinubu even before anybody was with him. He has been loyal now. He is being punished, so to say, because of his loyalty and because of the region that he comes from, and because some people feel people who are from some regions are lesser Nigerians, or they hold lesser political value, therefore they can be discarded with. My latest grouse with Tinubu is with Kashim Shettima, and I am just saying that, yeah, if this continues and it is true that they want to do away with him and discard him like, you know, a used toilet paper, then there's going to be a problem, a very, very big problem. And people like me, and I believe that a lot of people like me will have to withdraw their support for Tinubu, because this portrays him as somebody who is cold, calculating, and who does not reward loyalty, and is just too self-centered to look at the bigger picture or have a sense of justice for all Nigerian peoples, or see them all as equals. And this atmosphere of chaos that he thrives in is not good for us. It's not good for the north. It's not good for Nigeria. And at the end of the day, he may think he's doing the genius tag that sycophants have attracted to him. There's nothing special about Tinubu. He is no genius. He's just an opportunist who, bid his time, took it. You cannot take the political dexterity, but that is expected. I do not see him as somebody that special, like the way people try to portray him on this platform. And by the time Tinubu is done, there will be nothing significant in the lives of Nigerians that will change to the point that we would say Tinubu is some sort of president that has some sort of legacy that will be celebrated into the future as if he's somebody. He is somebody who is counting that Nigeria's the economy is growing at some certain percent, but there is no benefit to the common man. Everybody is just suffering, and then we are just they are just giving us metrics that doesn't make any sense. So our economy is just essentially Tinubu is just working for the elites, the 1%. They're the ones who are making money. Inflation keeps going up, and then people are being paid 70,000 naira as minimum wage. People spend 70,000 naira in 3 days. in 3 days, like just for food and transportation. If you live in places like Abuja or Lagos, 70,000 naira will not. It's not enough for you to do basic things. Talk less of, say, a family, having to rely on 70,000 naira. Anyway, my grouse with Tinubu is on Kashim Shetima, and if this actually continues and that he is done away with, then there's going to be serious problem when it comes to 2027. Let me just leave it at that, so that somebody can speak.
Madam Zita, you want to speak?
So,
Okay.
Mr. Larry, you wanted to interject him earlier.
Okay. So Hassan, the thing is this. I know where your grouse is, right? Kasim Shetima. And I can tell you something. If Tinubu wants to drop Kashim Shetima, you should drop him. Right? If he wants to drop him, you should drop him. When Tinubu brought Kashim Shetima, against all odds, Muslim tickets, the Christians, everybody was everywhere. He stood his ground and he said that was what he was going to use. And they said something then. I still remember what they said. They said it's all about winning election. So, and this is second time. If they still want to stick to the same thing, all about winning election, they should use whatever approach it pays them to win election. Now, let's talk about Kashim. Personally, as a person, I don't have a problem with Kashim. I like him. But let's talk about what Kashim has actually done. If you are in a government, at every point, the policies of the government, you must be there to support the policies of the government. But when you don't support the policies of the government, you bring in your proxy to attack the same government you are in. And you think people will not see those things? A lot of people knew what Kashim did. During the tax reform bill, several other policies of the government, at least if we talk about Borno today, Kashim is a key figure in Borno. And one of the antagonists of the policies of the government in Nigeria is from Borno. Is it the governor from Borno? Is it Ali Ndume from that same state? If you're a leader of a state, you're meant to be probably more of a political leader. If people are criticizing the policies of the government you work in, all you need to do is to sit them down, talk to them, promote those policies. So you think every other person that is supporting that same Tinubu will see the same Kashim Shetima? Would they expect to be at the forefront of promoting the policies? Sometimes there are policies that personally you may probably think, this policy, you really don't really like it like that. But have some discussion with your boss. So but immediately you start bringing proxies, nobody's a fool. Everybody know what Kashim is doing. So if you now say because of Kashim, that's why Tinubu is bad, is this, is that. You're just being hypocritical. So if Tinubu says, I'm going to pick Kashim today, now Tinubu will become better, become good. No, that's not it. Criticize policies based on the fact that you want to criticize them, not because of what you want to get. Because you support Kashim, because you think they might actually drop Kashim, then everything they've done is bad. No, that's not it. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, let me tell you from here, if Tinubu believes that Kashim Shetima is not going to make him win the next election, he should go for anybody that he thinks will make him win that next election, because that was what they told us. They told us it's all about winning election. In 2023, the Christians were against that ticket, Muslim ticket, but they said it was all about winning election. So what has changed? It should always be all about winning election. If he thinks Kashim is going to help him win election, he should continue with him. And if he feels Kashim is not going to win him election, he should look for another person that is going to win him that election. That's just it. Not because, oh, he must. You can't even compel him, because what I see that happened with you guys is, oh, he must pick Kashim. Why? Who told you that he must pick Kashim? He has the right to drop Kashim if he wants to, and nothing will happen. He will go to the election with anybody that he thinks will win election for him. And
Yes,
this man
okay.
has not even come out to say.
I agree that he has the right to
Wait,
discard Kashim.
Let me finish. You come. Let me finish.
But the hypocrisy here is that
let me finish.
You are saying that there is hypocrisy in what I'm saying, but isn't there hypocrisy in what you are saying? Because we are running a democracy and people have a right to say counter narratives, even if they are in government, as long as
the hypocrisy is coming from. Because the hypocrisy is coming from the fact that you are against him because of your own person, because you feel you're not against him because you want to be against him.
No, that's one of it. It's compounding. It's compounding. It's compounding.
Let me talk. You've talked.
Yeah, but you are misrepresenting me. That is why I am interjecting.
It is what you said. You said your major grouse.
One of my major grounds. But anybody who has seen my contributions on this platform know that I've been criticizing Tinubu even before the Kashim Shettima thing.
I am holding you to what you said tonight, right? I am holding you to what you said tonight.
Yes, and I stand by it. And the world is not just black and white. There are different colors and 50 shades of gray. So you cannot just put me into a box so that you can push your narrative. No. Okay, say what you will. I will just listen to you. But I will retort.
Let me talk. I am not holding you to probably what you said 6 months ago. I am holding you to what you've just said tonight. Right? And this man has not even come out to tell you guys that he's not even picking the Kashim. And you guys have been threatening, oh, if he picks Kashim, you go to coalition. Go to coalition now. Go to coalition now. It's all about, it's not something that is so difficult. The same Ndume was on, he said he's been attending coalition meeting. He's been doing this. And I'm asking myself, why are you telling us? Come out. If you're a man, come out straight. This is where I am. Don't be here and there. Even if Kashim wants to go and attend coalition meeting, he should go. So this man has not even come out to tell you guys that, oh, he's not even picking this guy. They've been threatening, oh, if he doesn't pick Kashim. Even that, I can tell you for a fact that same thing that happened in Gobe has even pushed Kashim into a very delicate position. A lot of us that were not really looking, because for me, I think Kashim is a gentleman. Even though one or two things that we've seen. So, but for me, whatever the case is, if Tinubu believes that it is Kwankwaso or it is anybody that will make him win the next election, he should go with that person, and no threat or nothing that anybody can do that if he doesn't pick Kashim. Worst case scenario, he doesn't pick Kashim, you follow Atiku. Yeah, what's the big deal? That's just it. What's the big deal? The last thing, if you follow Atiku, yeah, that's it. Why are we taking it as if it's a lot of people did not vote for Tinubu because Tinubu didn't pick. A lot of people went against him because he took Kashim as VP. A lot of people, a lot of Christians, they went against him because of Kashim. But he stood his ground. He said it's all about winning an election. And he fought, and the whole thing went through, and they won.
That's one side of the coin, and a lot of other people also voted for him because he picked Kashim. You cannot just say that and then ignore the other side of it too. The, it's political calculation. Just as you said, yes, people voted for him. Uh, 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 some refused to vote for him because he did not choose a Christian, and that same logic holds that people also voted for him because he chose Kashim. So what are you saying?
So what I'm just telling you is that nothing is going to change. It's just going to be the same thing. Some other people will vote for him. Some other people will not vote for him.
Respectfully, that is your opinion, and I disagree.
No, that's not just my opinion, because that's how election is. Everybody's not going to vote for him. Some will
No,
vote,
that's your opinion, because we are talking about we are prognosticating. We are prognosticating for 2027.
Wait, facts in
It's
every
not yet
election.
there. It's not yet there. You are talking as if everything is done and
Facts
dusted.
in every
My friend,
election
it
is
is
everybody
not.
will not vote for Tinubu. Some will vote for Tinubu. Some will vote against Tinubu. That's a fact.
Yes, and there is a critical mass that is building. Then there is a chance that he loses and gets the hell out of our Aso Rock.
See,
Yeah,
election
put that possibility at the back of your mind also.
Election is either you win or you lose.
Good. Then you should talk of it in that manner. I don't like the way you are talking with such a conviction, as if you have some crystal ball that you can look into the future, and Tinubu is some kind of deity that he is beyond defeat.
Because he knows the election is all about winning or losing.
It's not only Tinubu that knows election is all about winning and losing. Tinubu is not the best thing that has happened to Nigeria or Africa. He is as an ordinary Nigerian president as every Nigerian president before him. Nothing special about Tinubu.
Everybody knows the election is all about winning or losing. So it's not all about Tinubu or anybody.
This is cliche now. This is something we already know. You are not saying anything new. You are not saying anything novel. You are not saying anything different.
Excuse me, I have a question. Give me 1 second. Hassan, you said Tinubu should get out of our Aso Rock. What did you mean our? Does he not deserve to be there as well?
Chioma, you live in the United States. How can you even give me a hint of being offended because I said Tinubu should get out of our Aso Rock? How many wait, let me just finish. Let me finish. Please wait. Let me finish. How many Democrats say that Trump should get out of our White House? Why do you people have double standards? Is it because I'm a northerner that you are saying this? You see, I get a hint most of the time from you, Chioma, that you have this opinion about northerners that I don't like the manner and the hints of it. There is this. Okay, let me just keep it to myself.
Hassan, wait,
I don't like the way you said it. I don't like the way you said it.
I don't want you to feel offended. It's just because you also called out Larry that he would sound like Tinubu is a oracle or something, right?
Hassan, can I
was just pointing out your own,
Yeah. Yes, ma. You can.
I want to move a little bit away from politics.
Okay.
Is it, you've heard about the killings in Nigeria, right?
Yes,
More
ma'am.
especially in the Benue State and all around South, and then Middle Belt. Do you believe those people are Fulani herdsmen?
Wow. That is a loaded question. I believe some part of it, yes, there are Fulani herdsmen, and then there is also another part of it that is not necessarily Fulani herdsmen, because our experience with fighting insurgency in the Northeast has taught us that it's not what you think it is. Like what is actually happening behind the scenes is a lot more deeper and more complex that than the simplistic views you get on headlines and news channels and papers. And when there is crisis, usually people have agendas, and that agendas is interpreted and printed in people own media houses. So they want a narrative out there, so they shape the narrative so that the populace will look at the things the way they want the populace to look at it. um there are a lot of people, a lot of actors who are not only Fulani herdsmen that are doing this. But I'm not absolving the Fulani herdsmen. They also have, killed people and are also killing people. But that is not the complete equation. I believe there are other clandestine, darker forces who are trying to destabilize Nigeria, who are using the guise of Fulani herdsmen and committing atrocities, because it is easier to just ascribe it to Fulani herdsmen so that everybody can, continue to hate the Fulani herdsmen and, create a narrative that the northerners or the Fulani, Hausa Fulani are the problem of Nigeria, they're killers, they're this, they're that. But, at the core of the human animal, every one of us have, the good and the bad in us. So I just hate generalizations anyway.
Okay,
But
okay.
yeah,
Uh,
but
Thank you
that's
for
just
your
what I think.
explanation. But you mentioned three things. You said propaganda, bad actors, and then you say you are not gonna exonerate Fulani herdsmen. Then you said it's more than the eyes can see. That means there are things that is happening at the back end that most people don't know, but they project what they want to project. Now, the way you spoke, maybe I might be wrong. It shows that you have a little understanding of what is going on. Now, I want to ask you a question. What do they want?
Um, uh, Madam Zita, let me just say this. Nigeria is not an island, and then when you look at you have to zoom out of Nigeria for it to begin to make sense. When you look at what is happening in other African countries, then you begin to understand what actually is happening with Nigeria, and that we are no different. We are not special. There is a new gold rush, not just like uh, literal gold rush that imperialists, neo-colonialists are coming back into Africa and are actively, jostling for the resources of Africa. But you have to understand what is false flag operations, and you have to understand the concept of plausible deniability. And these are things that are done by the French security services, the CIA. The Chinese are also involved, the Russians are also involved. So you will not see white people, you not see French white men, or the Russians, the white people themselves. No, they have intermediaries, they have people who act on their behalf, to create, instability in certain regions, to ensure that there is enough chaos that they can do what they want to do and get what they want to get behind the scenes. Let me just tell you one thing. Do you guys know who is the richest past and present since the turn of democracy? Who is the richest ex-governor in Nigeria? Even past and present, there is one guy who is the richest among all governors right now. Do you know him?
No, tell us.
Okay, so there is this guy, Abdul Aziz Yari. He is the former governor of Zamfara State. He is the one that actually wanted to be Senate president, and he rattled Akpabio because he went with Akpabio dollar for dollar, naira for naira. Akpabio was scared because the amount of resources that guy controlled. They had to, Tinubu sent Kashim Shetima and other people to go and meet him to sheath his sword, and they did some kind of behind the scene deal for him to actually withdraw um, his interest. Abdulaziz Yari is so stickingly rich that nobody even knows, how rich this guy is. But we know that he trades in gold, and because this gold that is the source of his wealth is uh, is not something that the EFCC can go after, because the way they do the gold trade is they take it and they export it, and then they know how they do to get that money back. I suspect that he is not the only one, invested in this gold thing. There is one prominent Yoruba businessman and one Igbo guy too, who is also his partner in this business, and they are all stinkingly rich. And I believe every government that has come, instead of doing away with this mining operation that has been going on for close to 12 years now, most of them want to get their share. So when they come into government, they strike some kind of deal with him, and they get a certain percentage, and then they let him off the hook, and they continue to do this business. Allegedly, let me just add allegedly, because these are serious stuff to be saying on a public platform. So it's just allegedly, but uh, there is this common phrase that they say, when there are issues, you should follow the money. If you follow the money, usually you get to where the crux of the issue is. So
Okay.
I put a big question mark on Abdul Aziz Yari, and I know there are a lot of people like Abdul Aziz Yari, some traditional rulers too, like the elites of Nigeria, who are, because this is off the books. So Ministry of Mines, they are not regulating this industry. So I think probably the minister too allegedly is in on it, and then you can understand where I'm going with this. So people are not even looking at it, and hardly do you see any publication regarding this matter on our daily tabloids or on our news channels or on our. But if you go to sites like CITREP, do you know CITREP? It is an intelligence platform. It is an American-based intelligence platform. You can download it from Google Play Store. I think the subscription is around $20 to $25 per month. You would see some of these things laid bare. You would be surprised by the kind of things. This is open source intelligence anyway.
No,
Uh,
no,
uh,
Hassan, let me.
and you begin to get a sense of what is really happening in some of these things. So
Okay.
let me just keep quiet like that.
Okay, so what you are telling me is that in Benue State, mining is going on. Is that what
No,
you're saying?
no, not in Benue. You see, and Tizita, the problem with arming people with assault rifles and making them to be your foot soldiers to create chaos in an environment. The problem with that is that those people also have their own human agency, and what being armed does to an illiterate person who does not have any moral guidance guiding philosophy, is that there would be consequences for people who he perceives as his enemies. Now that translates into this terror that we are seeing all over Nigeria. You see,
I
the
don't really want to believe that it is the mineral resources.
it is not in Benue. It is not in Benue and Plateau. The problem is with the small arms proliferation, and because the Fulani herdsmen are the foot soldiers in those mining operations, and because culturally the way they are like a close-knit society. So there's a lot of small arms, within their ranks, within the population. So, and they go around. So wherever they go, and some of them, with their cows and all that, some of them engage in kidnapping. Some of them engage in terror and vengeance of all sorts, because these people are just they are just illiterates and ignorant. Let me just say ignorant and vengeful people.
Hassan,
Yes.
let me tell you, there are some times when we say things, we tell a story, it turns out to be a narrative that we are trying to push, but it's not actually the fact. Before you start having problem with people who are living in an area or occupying a land, is when you come to do something there and they show resistance, then the force might come in. But for someone to tell me that some group of people run into villages in Nigeria, that some of them don't even have any kind of emerald, sapphire, or gold, or platinum, which is rare in Nigeria, and then you run into those villages and somebody is calling you on the phone that some people came to their village, and you are telling him, run. And then by the time you call the number again, somebody else is telling you that they've gotten to the person, they just spy the person, and then the person you are talking to the next minute is dead. And you tell me that is part of mineral resources. No. I know I'm daft, but I'm not going to believe that. Even as I'm very stupid, I wouldn't believe such a thing, because I have worked several years in Nigeria in a company that has to do with mineral resources in people's land. It doesn't work that way.
A legal company.
Let me finish. I know people who have special interests because of a mineral resources found in a particular land. They doesn't operate that way. There must be a move, then the resistance, then comes the power. But when you never made a move, there was no resistance to your move, and all of a sudden people are staying in their village, in Ondo, in Akure, in Ekiti, in Edo State, in Benue, and some part of Southeast, and some part of Southside. You just come, wipe those people out and run away. And somebody tells me it's part of mineral resources and mining and stuff like that. That is actually, if that is true, then I must be the most stupid person on
No,
earth.
Madam Zita,
No,
you missed my point. You missed my point completely.
Before you respond, let me add to what Madam Zita just said.
Can I?
Madam Zita, you missed my point completely. Let me.
Your point. Let me finish.
No, you missed my point.
You said
I was trying to connect arms proliferation.
You said
And
some are actors that they, because they have these guns in their hand, they just go and perpetuate evil. Okay, you said that. I heard you. You said that some of them are actors, and there are some little militia groups that have formed, and they go out and they do bad things and come back. But let me ask this question. Nigeria must be wary and scared to their pants if they have some militia groups, little militia groups in their country that doesn't have a reason or a purpose for buying people. Then we're in a deep shit. Because
I don't know whether anybody on this platform has seen like 2-3 weeks ago a Chinese man was arrested with weapons. Yeah.
I'm the moderator. So, Madam Zita, I was going to say that if they found mineral resources and all those things, you want them to be going about making noise that, oh, there's mineral resources in Benue State, and that's what we're here for. Do you want it to be a conflict of interest?
No. Let me tell you, hold on, Choma.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I started saying that I don't believe what Hassan is saying, I made a comment. And when I speak, I like people to listen to me. I said, I have been in a place where we have to go for a resource in a land. And how does that work? You have to show interest. You want to take something from that person's land. That's number one. Then number two, the person will show resistance before the force, before you come with force. So what I am saying is the instances and happenstance in Nigeria, apart from Zamfara, we know Kebbi, we know some part of Borno. I know if you go to, I call it NITTA or whatever website, you will see states and what natural resources they have. Apart from those ones, yeah, let's agree that they are trying to dig it for free and sell it and make their money. We agree that. Then come down to the south, and more especially that Benue. And from that Benue, they are littering all parts of Nigeria. I must be very stupid to believe anybody that you want something in somebody's land and all you could do is to run into that land, kill everybody and run away. Number one, you killed everybody. Number two, for 12 years, this has been going on. You have not come back to dig shotgun in that land. But what you do is from time to time, you come there, you wipe people away and you run away. And you tell me that that is because of what is in their land. No. Somebody is not saying the truth. What the heck is going on? Because if it is something that is in their land, the first attack, second attack, third attack, you would have come to show us why you are buying people by digging the ground, by exploring, by mining. But none of that is going on. But from time to time, for 12 years, you jump into people's houses, you set villages ablaze, you buy people and run away. And you say it's the land? How on earth in my daftness will I believe such a thing? I don't get it. This has been going on for more than 12 years now in Nigeria. And it's spreading. People can no longer move easily. And if Nigeria, according to Hassan, has some little malicious group who do bad things, then Nigerians are in deep trouble. Because if somebody just drives joy in doing bad things and he's well armed to the teeth, and it's not one person, it's not two people, it's not three people. I heard the one they did, is it the Ondo or Ogun State? They came with a motorbike. They came with a motorbike. There are more than 20. So what the heck are you talking about? Is that how to mine? Is that how to explore?
Madam Zita.
No, hold on, please.
Can I just say something real quick, guys?
No, not yet. Let's allow Hassan to respond.
Yeah, but just wanted to say something real quick. I mean,
No, you
Madam Zita, if you're
no,
asking this question to,
no, don't do that when I'm moderating. No.
hold on now, Choma. I know. I just wanted to put something across.
Hold on. No, hold on. Hassan, do you have anything you want to say?
Yes, I have a lot to say. Especially because I think
It was
Madam
you and
Madam Madam Zita has misconstrued what I am trying to say.
No,
Let me
I didn't.
change.
I didn't.
Okay, okay. Let me just say this. Okay. Um, Look, just as an example, imagine two group of people, are living, are fighting. Say the Fulani are herders. They come, they eat people's farm produce. They put their cows into the people's farms, and people will not take that. They will resist. They will not take that. And that is natural for a human being to protect his resources, his labor, his hard and means of livelihood. Now, what makes this worse is the fact that one group has access to assault rifles, the other is unarmed. And that is why I have always said and I've always believed that people should have the right to self-defense. The best way for me, because the responsibility of securing lives and property obviously rests with the government. And the very fact that these things continue to happen is because the government has not yet, responded sufficiently effectively enough to nip this thing in the bud. Now, when we begin to apportion blame, yes, we will apportion blame to the instigators, of course, but as a country, as a nation that exists with all its security paraphernalia, we must also put blames at the doorstep of the government. Now, this simplistic view of uh, you know just being generalizing and being prejudicial or reaching conclusions that it all starts and ends with the Fulani, I think it's a little bit it falls short of creating the complete picture of the realities on ground. The proliferation of small arms is a real world issue, is a real problem in Africa, the whole of Africa, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, if I may say. And a lot of Nigerians tend to think that somehow we are somehow immune from the things that are happening and beyond our borders and all that. But that is not actually the case. And the point I was making was not that they are mining in Benue and Plateau. No, I am telling you that this same set of people that are being used as foot soldiers and are being supplied weapons to serve a primary purpose, in this false flag operation of mining, also have those arms in their hand. And when they go harding, now that gives them another impetus to do things brazenly and even go into people's farms and even murder them when those people complain, because there is escalation dominance. They have access to weapons that they think they can use force to do what they like. Now, the solution for me, the way I think about it, is for the government to come in. It's either to arm the locals in a structured manner, such a way that they can effectively defend themselves, or the government should come in and do the defending for them. Somehow, that has not yet been the case. And I am advocating up till now that I believe, as a farmer, if you are a farmer in Nigeria, you are in this hinterland, the government has to find a way to arm people or to create an effective militia, because the only way you can defeat these people is to show them superior. The only thing they understand is violence. So you have to show them that you can do the violence better than them. Subdue them with superior firepower, and then after you subdue them with superior firepower, then you can begin to talk. Yes, I'm listening.
I'm
Do
sorry.
you know why?
Hold on. Akim, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, Chama, I wanted to ask him a very good question. But however, how is everyone doing tonight?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, Hassan. Well, I listened to you, but I must say that some of your submission is just out of place, right? And this is my question to you. You talked about Shetima, that should Shetima be dropped, there's going to be a problem. I wanted to ask you, when did you start supporting Shetima? Because the last time I checked, you were an Atiku supporter. So when did you shift base? What happened?
Can you come to politics later?
No.
I
I mean,
want to discuss this one
because I think he has. Look, he's not going to give you any better answer than that. That's my question.
This is his moment. This is his moment, please.
First of all, I am from Borno State, and Atiku and 2023 is gone and gone forever. Time moves in a linear fashion. This is just basic reality, and then so what has passed has passed. We look into the future. That is my philosophy. I don't look backwards, I look into the future. Now everybody is looking at and strategizing about what the future is going to look like, and you take action and you plan against the future. Nobody plans for the past. So, my brother, I don't think that question really holds any water for me to even entertain it. Human beings are dynamic, they change, plans change. This is politics, it's about interest. So, when we talk about politics, let's talk about it as it is. It's just politics, okay?
So you would agree with me? Okay, just stop right there. So you would agree with me then that whatever politics Tinubu is playing right now, politics is politics, according to you, right? So that shouldn't be anything like out of the ordinary that should Shetima be dropped. That again should be what? Politics.
That is Tinubu's prerogative.
No. Hold on. Because you've just answered that question. That is exactly what I wanted to hear, right? Politics is politics. So given that politics is politics, okay, Shetima being on that ticket 2027, or someone from whatever parts of the country becomes a VP to Tinubu, that shouldn't be any problem, except for any biased reason that you have.
Tinubu no go try am.
Okay? No, don't say Tinubu no go try am.
No go try am.
Who the hell is Shetima?
I said you no go try am.
Hold on a second.
Who the hell is Tinubu?
Who the hell is Shetima for Tinubu?
Who the hell is Tinubu?
Hold on.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't disrespect Shetima just like that.
Listen, I like Shetima, but because of what you just said, there's going to be a problem. What do you mean there's going to be a problem?
I don't like people who say they like somebody and then they insult him afterwards. What kind of hypocrisy is that?
They're a politician. I can decide to cause Tinubu tomorrow. It's not a problem, man. What are you talking about?
And that's you. That's you. I'm not like that. That's you.
Listen to me. I never liked Tinubu anyway. You understand? So for the fact that I say who the hell is Shetima doesn't mean I can't turn around and say who the hell is Tinubu? You get it? But for you to come with a hypocritical idea, mentality to say, if Shetima be dropped going forward, then it's going to be an issue. What do you mean?
My brother, you
what
are
the hell
just
is
so
this?
shallow. You are just so shallow that I cannot go on with this discussion with you because there's just so subtle insinuations of insult in these discussions, and this is not the way I like to discuss with
That is
people.
politics.
I don't
Again,
want
that is
to.
politics.
I don't want to degenerate into that. I
Again,
do not know you.
Again, that is politics. Again, that is politics.
No.
Hassan, can we go back
That
to
is
our
not
discussion,
that is not
please?
a gentleman kind
You
of
cannot answer
politics.
the question.
If you cannot
I rest my
talk
case. You
with
cannot answer my
decorum,
question. Have a
if
good
you
one.
cannot talk with decorum and
You cannot answer my question.
respect the person
Forget
you are
about it.
talking with, then there is no point me and you discussing. I decline to talk to you anymore.
Because
Please,
you're running away from the. Excuse me. You cannot stand the
no,
question. So please, just
because you do not hold the capacity, not in the slightest sense, of understanding the complexities of what is happening in Nigeria to even begin
because
to put your mouth in this and then try to insult Kashim Shettima while I'm here trying to support him and then expect me to just listen to you and continue to push you forward.
Exactly.
Yes, and you made my point that you are a shallow person.
This is the hypocrisy
you
I've
are
been talking about.
shallow. You are a shallow individual. You
This
can
is the
just keep it
hypocrisy
there.
I've been talking about.
You are the biggest hypocrite for not understanding what we are talking about in the first place.
I'm the moderator.
Where were you? You are just announcing we know. Where were you when?
I put you on mute. That's where I was. Give me a second. Hassan, you have to moderate your language. You cannot be calling people shallow. That's a sign of disrespect.
The hypocrite. Nobody should be calling me hypocrite either. Nobody should be calling me hypocrite either. If you tolerate him calling me a hypocrite and then call him shallow, and that is when you think is disrespect, then that's a double standard, Chioma.
That is the double standard. That is
I am the moderator.
That is the double.
No, I'm gonna put everybody on mute. I'm the moderator. He didn't say you in particular. He's saying it is. There's English in it. It is hypocritical. But anyway, what's his name? Allah wants to ask you a question, Mr. Hassan.
When somebody said that what you said, hold on, let me finish. Chioma, when somebody says that what you said or how you behave is hypocritical, is in the same as calling you hypocritical. Understand that?
Don't let us go back.
That's English language.
Let's go.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you totally.
No, let's go back to insecurity. Don't let us escalate, please. I beg of you. Because I was even enjoying this security matter. So, Azan, you know why I find it difficult to buy into your explanation of insecurity in that country? You know, we have 36 states of that country, and all the incidents there, they have nothing to do with raw gold or mineral resources. An example is Southern Kaduna, except you want to prove it to me. It was allegedly on courts that even at the escalation of things that El-Rufai was supporting some part of ethnic group in whatever they were doing there. And when we look at demography in the Southern Kaduna, you know what it means. Christian and other type of religion. And there was a time that El-Rufai was quoted to have celebrated Muslim administration in Kaduna. That one. Then it's on record, even when El-Rufai was saying that he has to pay all those foreign X-Men just to protect his people. Indirectly in a serious country. That is like a government of the country financing banditry, government of the state financing banditry, or let's call it what it is, terrorism as an extension. That's for one state. Then the issue of insecurity, there was no good when Boko Haram started in Borno State. So all these story of mineral resources we hear this day
they are just as an extension, they are just an opportunity, it's just an opportunist venture that came later. But what actually happened was the type of when the northern leaders, sorry to say this, failed to do the right things like educating people, and you make some tools available for insecurity. When we talk of this proliferation of tools, are you saying another part of the country are the ones that have access to those tools? So are we saying those tools cannot escalate to other part of the country too, for them now to start doing what they were doing in another part of the country? So this argument about proliferation, about good, it's not adding up. We have to go back to the root. And for us to move forward in that country, we need sincerity of purpose, and we have to be authentic about how we are trying to solve that insecurity. So, you know, I normally share this opinion, the way you present yourself, very eloquent, and I've learned a lot from you. But this evening, at least something went off. On that insecurity, I beg to totally disagree with you.
Okay,
This
and
more
thank you, Ola, thank you, Ola, for your question. I understand where you are coming from. It is true that yes, there is a level of illiteracy and ignorance in the north, the type of which it is very, very huge. In fact, we have over 20 million out of school children in the north alone. You see, that is a very, very huge issue. Um, like when people talk about they're not sitting on a keg of gunpowder and things like that. Yes, it is true. But what I find surprising, especially because today people are kind of disagreeing with my argument about the proliferation of arms, is I am quite surprised by how a lot of you people who are quite, up to date with the geopolitical realities of this part of the world, um, somehow refuse to understand. I'm not putting everything on the proliferation of arms. I am only saying this farmer herder clash thing have been existing for more than 2-3 decades. It's just that the enormity of it, when you put assault rifles into the equation, can't you guys see how that changes everything? Can't you guys see how the whole world is fighting against the proliferation of nuclear weapons? Why? Because they are weapons of mass destruction. The normal Fulani of 20-30 years ago goes with a stick, and highest maybe he has an axe. Today's wandering Fulani goes with AK-47 and the 3, 4, 5 magazines with maybe 100, maybe 200 rounds of ammunition. For God's sake, how is that difficult for people like you here to understand how and why the scale of the destruction and killings will explode in anywhere the Fulani has a problem, the Fulani herdsman has a problem with the indigenous community. There is a positive correlation from when these Fulani people began to have access to this. And let me correct something. The reason why other ethnic nationalities in Nigeria do not have access to these arms is because they are not a wandering ethnicity. The Fulani, there are Fulani in Guinea, Burkina Faso, Mali, some of them are in Niger, some in Chad, some in Libya. Now, just Sudan, just look at that area that I'm talking to you about. It is easier with 50,000 naira. You can go and get a Glock and get some rounds it is being sold just the way you go and buy
So no, Obidient,
gari.
let me quickly ingest something. You know,
No,
when
let me make the
wait,
point now.
no,
And
you
you
take
know
it.
how
Let me
our
Okay, let
borders
him
are
finish now.
porous.
Let the guy finish first
Let me
now.
make the point. It's like you don't want to agree with the reality. You have preconceived notions that you just want to hold on to that and and continue with that worldview. But understand me for a bit, and then you can understand how these things can change. If you know anybody who is into who understands security or is active in the security architecture of Nigeria, please put these points across to him or to her, just so that you can just widen your horizon. I
That's why I
understand that
said,
a lot of
let
you.
me add a point.
Hassan, I got to go. Can you come tomorrow?
Now, what I'm
Or
saying
today?
is it's on
Thank you,
record.
Madam Zita. You are the only person that seem to get a hint of what I am trying to say. Thank you, Ma, for
Let me add
understanding the
something now.
complexity of this issue. Thank you very much, Ma. I will come tomorrow
They gave me.
because of you and Chioma, who has tried to be fair to me today.
Wait, no. Azan, don't
Aslan,
worry.
please come
Okay,
tomorrow, please.
I'm also laughing. That's why you're funny.
Please come tomorrow.
Let me finalize. Let me
Bye
address
bye.
Azan. The point is this. Let me tell you something. I'm more like a blaming the northern leader. It's on record that towards the 2015 election, in an attempt that maybe Jonathan would not be out of power, the leaders in the north went to the Sahara to recruit these militias. It's on record. It's in the public place there. You understand? Now, they promised them, and after they won that election, they neglected these people, and these people escalated. Look at that situation. The leaders imported militia. You invited them. They were on their own JJ. You carry them come. That is why I'm saying I'm disagreeing with you. And secondly, when you talk of proliferation of weapons, you talk about, it's on record that the South part of Nigeria, when they were doing their militancy about the pipeline and all those stuff, they were even using the military weapon, the Nigerian security weapon. Not necessarily, they were not even crossing to the desert. So it's showing some kind of leakage within our system. So I don't want to go ahead and be blaming something that happened in Libya when we have it on record that the militants in the South, they used Nigeria military weapon to even disturb, to terrorize the country when they were doing that. But we had a winning leader like Yaradua that solved that problem. The situation we have here is your leaders in the north, they are not ready to solve this problem. That is exactly where I'm going to. They are not ready to solve the problem. So I don't want to buy the excuse of, I'm not saying arms are not coming. You understand? I'm not saying the arms are not coming, but we've had issue of where there was no where was no sub-Saharan or this kind of falling of Libya, that even right in the south there, they had more than weapon that can bring even the military down. So how do you reconcile those two?
Yes,
So
okay. Well, 1 minute. Let me just retort one. Okay. The people of the South, they are kind of, they have a goal, and their struggle is about economic independence and then resource control, and it is quite a structured and a goal driven, they have a purpose. And so even though they are armed, they channel the violence towards achieving a particular goal. And they have leaders who are not ignorant, who are very quite educated, at least for that kind of your struggle. Compare that to somebody who has lived his whole life in the bush, does not know how to read, does not know how to write. Yeah, he only knows how to live. He only knows how to live off the land, and rear cattle and ruminant animals. Now, can you see why the level of discipline and control over the use of arms can be vastly different between these two groups of people. It is nothing different. It is just, you just have to look at the culture and the level of ignorance and the demographic distribution of this particular kind of, and then what they are, the goal of having that weapon in the first instance. That is just it. Let me just keep it at that.
Okay. Good morning, Hassan. Thank you for coming here. I really like how you've spoken. I just want to ask you one simple question, and that question is, if you can just summarize your idea of how this can be solved in a simple way, because you at least you understand the complexity on it. You get me? Like, what do you think, like, would be a simple solution to this? Because we have different ideas of how we think it should be solved. But what do you think could be the solution coming from your side or coming from a northern side? Or what do you think? And, like, I know me, I've learned it that it's complex, it's broken, it's different types. What is in Zamfara is different from what is in Benue. What is in Kaduna is different from what is in Plateau. They have different missions and different levels of this. But what do you think would be a simple solution to this? You understand? That's I'd like to understand. I know it's complex, but
Thank you very much. I am just one person, just an ordinary citizen, a civilian, but I can make my own infantile
in your own
attempts to.
perspective, so not like
Yes,
a
yes.
general. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, okay, yes. And from the things that I have witnessed and the kind of experts that have had speak and all that. Recently, the Chief of Defense Staff of Nigeria was talking about building a wall. A lot of people were criticizing him, calling him incompetent, blah 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 blah. But I am on board with that building of the wall thing, my brother, because it reaches a point where you have to take, as a country, you have to protect your sovereignty, and if that means we build a wall so that we can control inflow of these people, because the borders are so porous that we don't know when they come in, we don't know when they come out, and they come in with all sorts of things. You get what I mean? But if we can be able to build that wall, that is just the first one. The second thing to do is going to take us decades to accomplish, but you need to educate uh, the northern population, like real education, and this education has to be rooted in philosophy, and the kind of philosophy that prioritizes humanism, such that even though you do your religion, we are not the only Islamic country. Why should we subscribe to this kind of ideology of Islam that is so backwards, that has stagnated our region and ensured that poverty and destruction is always with us? You look at Indonesia, you look at Malaysia, you look at, these are all Islamic countries. Don't even talk about the Gulf countries. Those ones, they will say their kind of riches is so overwhelming that it looks like an earthly paradise. But they are also Muslims. Okay, so the war is not a kinetic war. Most of the people from southern Nigeria think that it is soldiers that will come and just shoot everybody and kill all the Fulani herdsmen, and then the problem is solved. But I disagree. That is not the solution. Yeah, bullets can kill a person, but it does not kill an ideology. You only counter ignorance with education, good education, That is another layer to it. The third layer too is ensuring that there is access to basic life amenities. You know, as bad as it is in the south is a lot better than the north in terms of social amenities, access to clean water, access to sanitation, access to schools, medicine. People need to feel the impact of government, and I believe we cannot disassociate or divorce the history of this region from our current realities. If you go back 70, 80, 90, 100 years back, this place is a feudal state. So while we have transitioned into a nation state, the structures of the feudal system are still quite in place, because there are two classes of people. There are the commoners and there are the elites. So the elites of northern Nigeria are still the elites, of course, and then the commoners, the elites have not allowed the commoners, to upgrade. They have not given them access to education. They have not given them access to basic amenities, and that is another crux of the matter. Now, we may need our own Liu Kuan Yu, we may need our own Mao Zedong, we may need our own, leader, and a system that, will implement some sort of Marshall Plan that will take decades to implement with such a focus and consistency that it deserves to create a different result. Now, up until you groom a generation, from kindergarten to say maybe till they get to the age 20, maybe 20, maybe 25, and then they have a completely different worldview. I think these problems will be with us one way or the other. Yes, we can use the kinetic approach to suppress it. So while we are doing this, we should also be doing that. So it's not a simple problem. It's a complex and difficult problem to tackle, but I am an eternal optimist. I believe it can be done. We just need the right leadership, and the elites of the north, at some point, they would have to do away with them. The consciousness of the commoner have to be raised to such a level that um, they will stand up for themselves. I think that is the ultimate solution. You see, it's not an easy solution, but that is just
Okay,
what I feel. Thank you very
one
much.
more question before I go. One more question for you. Now, correct me if wrong.
Like before you ask
Why
question,
is
can
it
I
that
can I just throw this question? I need to go to
no,
bed.
let me just land. I'm going. I will be listening in the background. Now, the question is this: why is it that there are more banditry in the areas that we don't have Emirates more than where we have Emirates? That's the only question I have for today. Thank you.
What areas are you talking about that do not have
No,
Emirates?
I statistically, I'm not going to pick. Just tell me that it is wrong. It's not true. Why are there more banditry? The banditry seems to be more prominent. Even during the Boko Haram, they seem to be more prominent where there are no Emirates than where there are Emirates. You understand?
There's no
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, there's nowhere in the north that there are no Emirates. So there's
No,
nowhere
are
in
there
the north.
Emirates in Benue? Are there Emirates in Plateau? Are there Emirates in
Oh, oh, oh,
Benue?
oh,
Are
oh,
they in
oh.
Borno?
Okay.
You
No, you
understand?
see that is the point I was making earlier, that because the north is so backward, and we are not telling our own stories from the north. If you look at the media space of Nigeria, it is dominated by southern-owned media stations, TVC, Arise, what do they call it? What is the other channels? All the places you guys are getting your news, Sahara Reporters, Vanguard, Punch. All these are southern. So you are looking at raw information through the glasses of a typical southern Nigerian person who thinks the north is backward and is somehow, the problem of Nigeria. So they always construe information and put it out there in such a way that it paints the north in a negative light. You don't hear from northerners all the time, so you hardly hear our perspective. And I'm just one person who doesn't even
But
really
that's not
know
my
that
question,
much.
Hassan. That's not my question.
It's
Emirates,
relevant.
where we have
It is.
no, it's relevant. It is relevant. Where there are Emirates, there seem to be more protected than where there are no Emirates. It's statistically relevant.
No, you did not let me finish. You did not let me finish my answer now before you interjected. Now I'm telling you now, go and check the statistics, okay? The amount of people that have died in Zamfara, in Kebbi, in Sokoto, in Niger, okay, in Borno, are 10 times more than the people that have died. In every death is bad, is unfortunate. Let's just make that clear. Every death is bad, is unfortunate. But when these Muslims kill Muslims, when these herders kill herders, the general notion from southerners is na family matter. Now then they kill themselves. That sentiment is what we. Let me just finish.
Can I stop
I
right there?
believe you.
So
No,
there
hold
is a sieve. There is a sieve on the information that you are getting. But
Can
the
I
moment something happens in Plateau,
can I interject you
because
real quick?
one part is Christian and one part is Muslim, it gets it gets a lot of media attention because that is more sensational and it is more consumed and people want to jump in and give their 2 cents into it. Please, Ola, go and make your findings so that when we come back next time, you can confirm or deny this very fact that I'm telling you. This is something that I know for a fact, and this is not anything to accuse the South or anything. It's just human nature, and it is our own deficiency as a society that have not, developed to the point that we are telling our own stories with owning media houses and things like that. We are in an information age, and the person who controls information controls narratives. Let me just leave it at that.
So, D, you wanted to interject, Hassan, Abi?
No, I think I agree with what Hassan said. But I agree with what he said 100%. I beg, please, if you can come back tomorrow, maybe early, so you can educate us more, and we'll put down the points one by one. Because I think, in my view, I think everything is mixed up. Do you understand? And like we've come to understand, my view is that I've come to understand it. The escalations of these criminalities is different, and they need different approach, or they need a simple general approach. But again, from his answer for what the first question I asked him, when he said if they have to build a fence, that's going to be expensive for Nigeria. That's not even possible. Do you understand? So, but, I mean, we can find other ways to answer it. And I
Yeah,
think I'll just be listening.
security is expensive. Anything that will protect our lives, I don't think is expensive. I think if there is a political will
Because
we can
remember,
do
like,
it.
there's still corruption here.
Yeah,
Remember,
right.
there's
Yeah,
big
you're right too.
corruption
Yeah,
here. So
yes. Yeah.
if that kind of thing, where if you put, for example, 10 billion, if it costs 10 billion, first of all, they'll say it's 40 billion. Do you understand? In my view, yeah, I've said even in long times, yeah, I don't think even the military kinetics energy style buying of Tucano jets, all those things is necessary. Does it? If they spend that money to create jobs in those areas, people probably not be having those criminalities. Secondly, my main solution, because now it's escalated. Remember now, there's a lot of people who've killed so many people. So people are emboldened. You need drastic action. So my own my own personal what's it called solution is different from what I think most people will want. So I mean, that's not what I would want to learn how the people from the area think they can solve the problems. I mean, that's why we would want you to please come back and give us more insight of what's going on. Then we can ask you more questions. Do you understand? So
Yeah, thank you very much. I will come back tomorrow, same time, by the grace of God. And thank you, Chioma. Wonderful, wonderful job today moderating. Let me go and get ready for work. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Um, Hassan, are you there?
Yes, yes, yes.
I think Akin wanted to ask you one more question. Akin,
Go for
Akin,
it.
are you there?
Go for it. I want to go and get ready for work, but go for it.
Okay, so you keep saying this idea of whenever there's this chaos or killings and enough, from the Southerners' perspective, they look at it as headers farmers clashes. That is not totally true, because the Benue clash or the Benue killing, put it that way, even from their own kinsmen, right? They have that idea, that this has been happening for a long time. And each time they are being interviewed, right? So what comes out from the mouth is farmers, herders, clashes. You get it? So this is not just a southern thing. So let's clear that. And number two, the issue of this chief of general staff CDS proposition for a fence. That's a welcome development in my own view, right? However, I think that should be backed by the presidency. If the presidency backs it, definitely it's a go for thing, and 50% of the problem will have been solved in that regards. And number three, I'm not accusing. I just want to reroute you to the first question I asked you earlier, when you were not trying to get my question properly. I was not calling Shetima or just trying to make him look like he's nobody. No, I'm saying that because he's a typical politician, just like Tinubu. Tinubu is a typical politician. I do not like him, right? And I will not pretend that I like Shetima either. You get it? So when I say Shetima, who is Shetima? I'm not saying it from the perspective of a Southerner. I'm saying it from the perspective of who I am as a citizen of Nigeria, as a concerned citizen. Okay? These politicians are just politicians. They just care about themselves. The same thing with the coalition guys, Atiku, Kwankwaso, and whoever. They're just about themselves. They're not about the country. They're not about you, all right? They're about their personal interests, how they want to sit Tinubu from office. So I just want you to put that in your, take that with you and not look at it from, this is a fight between the South or the North. But if you're looking at it from that lens, that, well, this is the fight between, if Tinubu drops Shetima going forward, then there's going to be an issue. Then let it be an issue. You get it? So that is what I wanted to know.
Okay, sir, I don't even need. I think obviously you understand your question, and I think you're coming from that area. In my view, of is Mr. D. I think you're coming from. I think you're coming from that internal APC politics area, which is probably reacting to. Do you understand? Yeah, but I think for us now, we just want to even know how to even solve the solution, because I think there's been wrong diagnostics to the problem. Like even the chief of general staff, they're all getting it wrong on the answers of the solution to this issue, because this is a big issue now.
I
Do
hear
you
you, my brother.
understand?
But is it there? Let him answer my question first. So is it there? Is Hassan there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
I have never said this is a south north issue. There is nuances in the way I discuss these things. It is not my aim to make these things look like it's black and white all the time. That is why sometimes I kind of talk too much. But let me just say this: I take every southerner as my brother, as somebody who is also a citizen of Nigeria. Anything that affects a southerner negatively, I believe will also affect me negatively. Therefore, I look at Nigeria as, a country that deserves to have more internal cohesiveness. We are not yet there, because our nature of patriotism is also not yet there. However, I am a humanist at heart, and therefore I have never intended to malign the South or anything like that. I am just presenting the things as I see them to be, and my issue about my explanations about how Southerners see the things that are happening in the North and misinterpret it. I don't think it's an accusation on the South. I just think that I'm bringing a fresher and perspective from somebody who is on ground, so that all of us can be able to understand these things at a more deeper level, so that we can discuss the solutions not based on assumptions but based on the realities on ground. Please permit me to take my leave. I need to go and get ready for work. We can continue this
All right, you are
discussion
permitted,
tomorrow.
but
Thank you for
hopefully,
listening, everyone. Choma, Ola, everyone on the platform. Thank you very much. And, see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you, Hassan, and have a wonderful day.
all right.
So, Akin, were you going to say something?
Oh yes. So I mean, well, based on what he said, that was my response, because some of the submission he gave, it's just, I will put it this way, it's just been clever by half, if I may use that word, right? They're not totally correct, all right? That's why I had to interject him and ask him question. But of course, he misconstrued the question I presented to him. Okay, I wanted him to clarify, because he was talking about if Tinubu did this, if he did that, if he did that, So I was just wondering, when did he start being an APC member? Because the last time I checked, he was on the side of Atiku.
Already very warm this morning. Signs.
Yeah. So the last time I checked, he was on the side of Atiku, and of course that is PDP, right? So with this politics going on in Nigeria as it is right now, 2027 on the corner, and all these rumors flying around that they're looking at changing hands with regards to VP, and here you have a son, coming up with sure, Tinubu does this or that. This is what is going to happen. It's not going to. There's going to be an issue. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just a
it's
shame.
almost sounded like a threat.
Yeah,
And
right.
Hassan was speaking very passionately, so I can only imagine what would happen in 2027.
So you could tell that these guys are not really about Nigeria and Nigerian citizens. It's just
Sorry,
about,
boss, can I ask your political position, if you don't mind?
please.
Yes. Can I like where do you stand? I'm not trying to, but like, are you with the APC presently?
I don't have any party, honestly. I'm just you can call me a concerned citizen of
You
Nigeria.
sound like an APC guy.
Okay, let me just clarify.
When
Let
you
me
say
just
you don't
clarify.
have a party,
Let me
you
clarify to you.
sound like an APC guy
Let me
because
clarify. Let me clarify to you.
clarify. Yeah.
Yeah. So at the beginning of all this I can say political saga, right? I was leaning towards Obi.
Yeah.
Okay. I was leaning towards Obi. Not that I'm obedient, but I was leaning towards Obi.
In the middle, like in the general Nigeria betterness. Good.
There you go. But in the midst of all the charades and all that nonsense, I look at it that the southeastern people they started taking a position. They started making it look like, well, these are not B's project, or these are southeastern projects. You get it?
Yeah.
Forgetting that everybody in Nigeria is just tired of the nonsense going on with Buhari's governments. They want to change.
Okay.
And I saw a good reason. I saw why everybody was frustrated at that time, and I said, hey, Obi probably will be the better option for Nigeria. Tinubu, in my mind, didn't even have a chance. Honestly, he didn't have a chance. But like I said, in the middle of it, those who I thought were genuine with regards to the Obi becoming president, they started bringing in tribal, tribal
Lines
things.
and fire for fire kind of
So
business.
I say, hey, I don't think this is genuine. I don't want to do this. If this is what it's going to turn to, and I backed out, right?
Yeah. So Akin, did you
Yes.
forget that Tinubu campaigned on Emilokon and Yoruba Lokon
Yeah.
slogan?
I knew that. Yeah, I knew that, and that's one of the reasons I never supported it in a way, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, I'm Yoruba, but I don't say because I'm Yoruba I'm going to be supporting my own kinsman blindly. You get it?
No, but you have. I mean, there's some biasness, which is allowed. It's not bad. And again,
No.
it's politics, so
Yeah.
it's
No.
fine.
No. I wouldn't say I'm going to support my own kinsman blindly. I'm not saying that I cannot support a Yoruba man. I will definitely if the opportunity comes, but not blindly just because he's Yoruba. Then just because his name is Akin, okay, I have to support him. No.
No, Aki, let me ask you a
Right.
question. What exactly do you want in any candidate or in any government? What exactly do you want? And who do you think can give? And how do you want it executed?
Okay. Good question. So what I was looking at in Obi at that time when I was leaning towards Obi was okay, he is somebody who is down to earth. That's the first thing, right? Down to earth that in the sense that he is going to be that listening president. That's number one. Yeah, he's going to be that person that you can always pick up your phone and reach out to, and you probably maybe not an instant answer, but at least it's not something you would you will wait for the longest to get a response, right? That's true. And number three, I look at him as someone who has a good vision for Nigeria with regards to the kind of policies he was rolling out at that time, which is of course different from the one the current president Tinubu has, right? So And for me, being that the Igbos, number one, they've been agitating for we've not been in power for I would say for a while, and they're trying to give it a shot through Obi. I thought, well, this could be it. And Obi seems he kind of portrayed that quality of a good leader that anyone could definitely throw their support to. So I definitely did not think about it twice. I said, okay, Obi would definitely be a good sell. All right. I campaigned for him, campaigned for Obi, even though I never lived in Nigeria at that time. Right. Campaigned for Obi.
Okay. If I may respond to, because I have to that question. You see, one thing about me is mine has always been about administration and the effectiveness of administration. Now, me today, I'm not supporting Tinubu just because the name is Tinubu. Everybody knew here. I was even praying within myself that the like of Tunde Bakare should be there, not just because I would see him as someone that would have that support, but I totally wanted another person and someone that would say, okay, it's coming from the religious sector, that will be able to come and demonstrate exactly what you'll be preaching, all those things you'll be telling us. Then my second option there was Osibajo. Then at the end of the day, there is a common denominator to all those stuff. You understand? This may look like ethnic bias, but it's not. I've seen the politicians from the south, for the southern part of the country, to be more effective than those from the northern part, apart from Babangida. Even Babangida created a lot of havoc, but at least part of his policy, we are seeing the gain today. Part of it was telecommunication. He was the one that deregulated telecommunication. He was the one that deregulated broadcasting. He was the one that started the banking framework we had in Nigeria. You understand? So when I look at what that guy did, he put some structure in place. So the slogan of restructuring now kicking. Now, looking at what Tinubu did in Lagos, he has the prototype of what I was expecting. I could see. This is not about corruption, because, you said something the other time that Obi was done to her, all those things. And I'm sorry to say, everything you said about Obi, everything is actually against him. Down to heart, the guy will tell you that nobody buys fuel until he's in the car. What does that tell you? I can't trust my followers. You micromanage everything. You claim to save money. Meanwhile, the money you saved, you actually played that money against the contract you've already executed during your time. So the check will just mature. You understand? When you are leaving the office. A lot of things that he did that is actually contrary to exactly what he's preaching. You talk of production to consumption to production. You cannot even give an example of it. So, one thing is for you to say something. Another is for you to have the prototype of what you're saying. I would rather believe Atiku, because I can still tell you that Atiku has farm in Nigeria. He has school in Nigeria. You understand? When you want to look at all those, you say local content. But Obi was just, to me, I see Obi as another student union activism. That's where I see those things. People wanted something, but they are doing it emotionally. They are not even looking at how practical, how can they do this thing practically. Just like when Showore will come out and say, I will increase worker salary to minimum wage to 100. How? You do not even know what was coming to Nigeria. You don't even have anything. Even when Awolowo was saying he was going to do free education, he has something to benchmark it against. So that's the problem. So now, when my top candidates were not possible, I can still connect with Tinubu. Now, why is it that I'm supporting Tinubu now? Because he's doing some of those things I expected him to do. Restructuring, tax reform, done. Although the credit of Petroleum Industry Act should normally go to Buhari, but the fact that Tinubu did not reverse that, and Tinubu took the hit, why Buhari dodged it. So I can give him part of the accolade for that Petroleum Industry Act. And Dangote today is moving forward, and many other refineries will come. That translates to job creation. This about 4 decade project of this Lagos Calabar that everybody is condemning today. You understand? I see that in as a serious economic activities that will create job. You understand? When we say create job, now by the time you look at the escalation, directly and indirectly, it be affecting millions of lives. You understand? So now it's bringing PPP into building public infrastructure. You understand? Those are the little things. Now it is following up on local government autonomy. The state police that all these politicians they be avoiding, they've not been doing anything. You understand? He's doing it, and probably the state police will be effective, will be on ground even before the next election, because naturally some politicians will be afraid that okay, governor can use this against me. He's not looking at that. So the way he's taking all those policy heads on is why I like, because most of these politicians, by then they are there, I can guarantee you that Obi will be there. They will be treating Obi like Jonathan. Because Jonathan was just soft.
I totally agree. I totally agree. I totally agree on that. Based on that point, definitely, because later on, like I said in the mid of the whole charade, I came to realize that this guy is just a fraud, right? Yeah, it's a mistake that I actually try to support him. Okay, so I had to back out of that. My emotional mentality, that I had for him. You get it, because of all those nonsense that was going on. He couldn't even come out and condemn, come on, statements that were put out by his own people, by his own obedience, right? So I mean, if he couldn't do that, and he's been handed the mantle of the country, I mean, how then can he translate it into prosperity? So I mean, when you put all these things together, you'll see that they don't really add up. If and when he becomes the president of Nigeria, so I mean, for me at that time, it didn't really mean anything. I thought, hey, I think this is the best time to back out, and even as I backed out, I never looked in the area of either Tinubu or Atiku. You get it?
Yeah.
However, this is the deal though. When Tinubu got into office, and first thing he did was to remove the petroleum subsidy, right? I thought that was a big mistake, right? Not the removal, but maybe the announcement was a big mistake to have done at the first place. Probably he should have waited and probably soften the ground a little bit, cushion the ground, I should say, a little bit, and make that announcement. And I'm sure things will have been more stable than it is right now, because we should understand one thing too, that Tinubu, yes, is the president, but he didn't cause the problem that we currently are facing in Nigeria. It's been there over time. So that he announced that the fuel subsidy is gone on its own, it puts a big dent in his administration, right? And part of the reason why a lot of people don't really like his administration And you know, I mean, is he trying to make things better? Yes, I think he's trying to, right? Uh, is he going to win the next election? I think so. I think so. I think so. I'm not confident, but I think so. I think, you know, he's probably going to win the next election, right? Can the coalition that is coming up now, can it's, you know, can they be any of significant stumbling block? I don't I don't think so. I don't think so, right? So yeah, if Tinubu continues the way he's been doing with regards to the policies he's rolling out right now, I think yeah, he'll probably do much more better than he started. And you know, but I think one thing Tinubu should also learn is that he should learn to caution his his team, right? Especially his media aides. You know, they're not really, they're not they're not doing an excellent job, in my own opinion. Right? So you should you know, there are things, there are times to play politics, and you know, of course, governance, right? So you know, this media aides, sometimes they come out and say some stupid things, you know, very stupid things that's, you know, don't really make sense to Nigerian citizens. And I believe if they kind of uh, you know, sit back and, you know, listen to themselves what they say without thinking, right? They will know that it doesn't really make the administration looks good. So I think they should, you know, Tinubu and his media aide, you know, occasionally should sit down and, of course, talk about the policies and, you know, uh, the, the way the administration should be run, you know, so that before they go out there and you know, spill out nonsense, it will have been, you know, given a thorough thought, you know, a thorough review and all that, you know. So yeah, I think come 2027, Tinubu would definitely um, be the next you know, president. I don't know if it's going to be in a landslide, but however, he's going to win. So that's just it.
Okay, so sir,
you know,
you're happy with Tinubu. That's what you're saying. You're happy with the way the country is.
I never hated him before. I
So I'm
never
not saying you're
hated him.
happy with the way he has ruled us right now. You're happy with the state of the country.
So
The
far, this is it. This is it, though. You know, I put a caveat there, right? I put a caveat there when I was you know, giving my submission. I said he's doing good with his policies. However, he should sit down occasionally with his media aides, you know, do thorough thinking. You know, they should have a good, you know, at least 1 hour conversation or two, if possible. Okay, and think through whatever they're going to put out there. They don't just go out and spin nonsense. You get it. Yeah, because they are talking to Nigerians and people are really agitated. People are really frustrated. People are tired. People are hungry. You get
so
it.
sir, you're thinking that the problem is the media, the way they present the problem, or the way they answer the problem out.
They
That's
add,
what you think is the issue.
I'm not saying the media. Media is not just the problem. Media is part of the problem.
No, their media,
Or the major. His
yeah,
media aides, not the
yeah,
Nigerian media.
media, but not his policies. That's what I'm trying to say. Not his policies.
Yeah, now this is
That
the
that
policy.
is
The
the
media is the
issue.
politics now. my
The
brother.
media is not the policy. No, media is what you present out, how you speak to people, which
No,
is
not
what you're
policy.
saying.
I didn't say policy. I said the You are talking of the politics, right? That's what you said.
No, the policies, policies like
Yeah,
the solution.
I already talked about policies now. I said though his policies that he's been reeling out over time, some of it are working, and some, of course, need to be retooled, right? They need to review them okay, before those media aid come out, spill out nonsense to already frustrated Nigerians, already hopeless Nigerians, already hungry Nigerians, already angered Nigerians. You get it? So, I mean, it's like they are kind of, making it look like Nigeria is a joke sometimes when they come out. You get it? So they make the Nigerian president look stupid, look foolish, like he's not doing anything. Whereas actually he wants the country to move forward, right? But maybe their presentation sometimes is just so awkward, right? That maybe they don't know it, or they're just being so sycophants. You get it? So that is the way I look at it. I might be wrong, but I think I'm at least 50% right in this. Okay.
So one thing about me is that, to be honest with you, I don't really care about 2027. I just want to know, because 2027, yeah, I know for politicians, 2027 is just like tomorrow, but to me, it's a long time. Because, yeah, like I said, in as much I can see something, that's because 2027 without that state police in action by the end of this year, to me, I will see that in as failure, because I'm not one of those people that believe that Tinubu cannot be defeated in 2027.
Ola, did you say state police? Sorry, did you say state police?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead. I have a question.
So now I want to see state police by the end of this year, or at the latest, maybe first quarter of next year. So, contrary to general opinion, I know it is difficult to defeat the incumbent, but I'm not absolute on that. I know in anywhere in the world, anything can happen. So I'm more particular about what he can do now, because, like, if you put state police in place, probably, and you make sure that the local government autonomy, you understand, fully implemented, you understand, and some of those things in their exclusive list, you bump it or into concurrent, or you find it a way just to into total deregulation. I'm okay with that. Those are the things I want to see. So, because if this guy is not doing it now, my fear will be those guys that will be there in 2027, or maybe after 2027, they may not likely do that, because Jonathan failed. Because some of those things that we are seeing now, Jonathan should have used the opportunity of that confab to implement some of these things. That's where he failed. So to me, those are the things I care about. 2027, well, I know people are talking about it, but nothing is guaranteed in life. Had Jonathan implemented on that confab of 2014, probably we won't even be where we are today. But he was waiting for the second time, which never comes. So and that's why I say, like, I appreciate it, because the way he's taking everything else on, when complain. Your people are talking about this subsidy thing. See, as at that time that subsidy was removed, to be honest, nothing we could do as at that time, because we were spending all, because our debt to revenue ratio was like almost over 100%. Over 100%. You understand? Like, we're spending everything. So we will need to spend to defend Naira. We will need to spend to defend gasoline. Why? All of a sudden, when the country no longer pays subsidy, the total consumption. Although I know that people will say, "Oh, because the thing is because the fuel is expensive." Yeah, they could be correct, but when you see the difference is too huge. You not ask yourself question: why are those people in Cameroon outside Nigeria are causing Tinubu for removing fuel subsidy? It simply means that we're subsidizing for Cameroon, we're subsidizing for Nigeria Republic, we're subsidizing for the Republic of Benin. Those are the things. And not only that, the petroleum industry, We never witnessed any development if we continue. But see what is happening now. It's developing. Do you know that Dangote could not even become the largest producer of cement in sub-Saharan Africa until we totally ban importation of cement? Dangote refinery may not be even producing at the current capacity if there is no total removal of subsidy. So it's just a matter of time. Some people will come and join, and that will be the end of subsidy. But when people are saying you're supposed to do it slowly, when you do it slowly, over time, you just forget it. Now, ask yourself a simple question. When Tinubu tried to delay that Oronsaye report, what happens? We'll go and deliberate upon it. Oronsaye report, he gave order to implement that thing within 6 months, right? If I remember, maybe within 6 months or 3 months. That was he said that like almost 2 years ago. Where's the report today? So sometimes declaration to do things immediately works, and you follow through, than postponing. So to me, as far as I'm concerned, you understand, there is no saint among these people. I don't want an angelic politician. I only want a competent politician, because like I keep saying it, I've said this over and some people believe that it's me supporting corruption. No, it's me not allowing myself to be deceived that a politician is holy, that is a saint. No, because normally as I see all of them, they are corrupt. That's my first impression of any politician, no matter, even if I've not seen you taking any money before. You are corrupt. But within your corruption, are you competent? Are you competent? I don't want someone that will say, okay, I give you 100 naira, the 100 naira is there. Okay, let me ask you, although this thing does not, it may not hurt. You understand? When you have someone that will give talent, some people got 5, some people get some number. The one that got only 1 did not use it. And it thought that way. I don't want someone that I will give 1 million. I will keep the 1 million there by the end of the administration. I don't want that. I want someone that, okay, even though he may be corrupt, I'm not advocating for corruption, but with 1 million, probably is going to create opportunity for 100 million. You understand? Wow. If you eventually steal from that 100 million, well, we know that stealing is not good. But it's still better than 100 million that is not multiplied, that stays there. You create 100 million, you steal 12 million out of that. Yes, it's stealing. Nobody is justifying that. But the impact of 88 million cannot be compared to the impact of 1 million. That's the type of politician we were looking when we went for Buhari. What happened? Buhari incompetence set us backward. That's just the point. All this American president, all this, you understand? Some people, where they may not be corrupt directly, maybe by DP, but nobody tell them. Now, when most of them leave the office, what would they do? They publish book. They were exploiting the position they occupied before. So to me, that's just me. I just want good governance, but I don't want anybody to come and tell me that I do this. Anambra, we are talking about, you can't really point to anything in Anambra that's okay. This is what this guy has done in Anambra. No, you can't. Yeah, when one man was talking of Naira Land the other time, yeah, that's where we used to get our information. I don't even know that the two people long time to know that people were engaging on Naira Land or what Obi was doing that time. Some of us, we've always known these facts. And that's why I keep telling people that if you really want to know what is happening in any state today, go and take the audited financial report of that state. All the lies that politicians are lying to you, you find it. Because some of these people, they speak out of what when they speak, go and look at their financial statement. You will not find it there because they know Nigerians will not check. They know. They will prefer what they are telling people. We were asking Obi. Obi said, "I will have done that thing in a particular manner." They ask him, "What is organized manner?" You cannot explain. So
that is the worry. That is the worry I have to Allah. That's the worry I have with Obi.
No,
okay.
Some of these people, they just go and download dictionary statement and maybe they prepare speech, but by the time you engage them, you really know they don't. Okay, so let's say I will increase the minimum wage to 100,000. They now ask you how. You say, wait, what then? How come Awolowo was able to explain it so? That's you. How come Lula of Brazil, by the time they ask him question what he was going to do, he was saying it? Don't tell me that when you get there, I want to know. You understand? Okay, you want to start a business. You now you are now doing your pitching. You are now telling me that okay, this is what you want to do, and you want to get my support. You are telling me that you are going to make me worthy. That okay, I should borrow you money, but you are not telling me how you want to do that for me to give you that money to go and invest in that business. I'm not stupid. Anybody can go to ChatGPT and Google something up and make a very well-placed speeches and just talk. After that, what happens? Nothing. That time, Buhari was telling everybody that he was going to make a naira equal to US dollar. Some Nigeria bought it. They bought that idea. Some of us were shouting, "How? How is this man to explain?" He couldn't. They talk about subsidy. He said, "Who is subsidizing who?" He was grandstanding. But just because people just hated Jonathan that time, they just wanted Jonathan out. They were not paying attention to the red flags coming from Buhari. They were not paying attention. All they were concerned about is that Jonathan must go. Jonathan must go, but you are not looking at the replacements. How bad it will be. What people are talking about today that people think it is Tinubu. It is actually that all those things go to Buhari. You were the one that just came immediately. You just crashed Naira immediately. And what happened? You created arbitrage, a very big one. And all of a sudden, your cronies became billionaire overnight. You formed Kaaba to the extent that even the wife of the president could not even stay in Natural Rock. You have to go and be living in Dubai. Those are the kind of gang of people that are not gagging up together. They want to push Tinubu out in 2027. But just because when people have hatred, people don't try to look at when you have hatred for someone, you are not even thinking how that hatred is affecting you negatively. Your focus is this guy that I hate, I want to push that person out. The question that you are not asking that the replacement for the guy you want to push out, is it really to your own benefit? Is it really to your own benefit or to your own detriment? People are not looking at that. I hope Nigeria will get it right. I can only say may it be well with Nigeria. That's the only thing I can say.
Yeah. That's the same for me too. That's the same for me. I hope it's well with Nigeria.
It's well, yeah.
We are saying this because we are concerned Nigerians. It's not.
Yeah.
We'll just leave the country to think.
I'm the only one, and probably few of us that are here, because like 90% of what I'm even seeing, almost 90% of my family members or more are in Nigeria. So where you have your people is your roots. Look at one silly thing that is happening in America today now. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Just I was just like making I'm making fun or making jest of American that when you were voting for Trump, these are the kind of thing we told you. Trump is now trying to accelerate the naturalization of people. You know, gradually, if they allow that thing to flow, you are not concerned Nigeria. Okay, you say I'm not concerned Nigeria. That's your opinion. So I see someone there, Tata. I guess like no. That's what you think. That's what you think, bro. It's not true that we are not concerned because when you say we are not concerned, we are here sending school fees. We are here supporting people to pay rent. We are here supporting people to. Do you know the pressure on us? Some of us that we are here, if you put an instrument to measure blood pressure, some people their blood pressure is not within the normal range just because they are working their ass to support their people back home.
Absolutely
Now, when
correct.
people are saying people are losing
Absolutely
life,
correct.
so guy, Tata, when you are saying people are losing life in Nigeria every day, you understand? The first question you ask yourself is this: you in Nigeria, before you blame people in diaspora, what were you able to do to stop that loss of life in Nigeria? Before you say people in overseas are not. As you are incapacitated, so are the people overseas. The only thing we can do, okay, you see me now advocating for state police. Why do you think you think I don't have anything to do to stay here in the midnight and be shouting state police? Because you see me supporting Tinubu because of state police. If he doesn't provide us with state police, then to me he has failed. If he has not restructured to me, because I've always supported restructuring as far back as that 1993. That type of Abiola. Now,
Ola, let's stay on this state and police thing. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Right? Instead of advocating for state police, right? What if we have NSC DC, I believe, right, in Nigeria at the moment, and I'm sure that's another arm of the security agency. I think that was carved out of the police, right? So, if you look at the police strength in Nigeria at the moment, I think it's about 500,000 or close to 1 million, right? If
I don't even know the number. Yeah.
If the government takes it further by giving it the structure it needs, the structure it deserves, and what I mean by structure is to.
I am quite surprised by how a lot of new people who are quite.
Are you there, Ola? Are you there?
I'm here. I don't even know who is. Hey, I'm here. I can hear you.
Right. So if the governments if they go ahead to restructure the Nigerian police with housing, equipment, and of course remunerate them right properly, and of course without all these shenanigans of I want to join the police and I must know somebody in order to get into the police force. Okay, I think that will help to stabilize all this criminality we have and all these headmen and whatever crisis we have in Nigeria. And now my question to you is that even if the government goes ahead to create state police tomorrow, who are those that will be employed in the state police? Would they not be Nigerians? Are they different human beings from the federal police? Are they going to be different human beings from the Nigerian police? Or are they going to be from the Republic of Benin or Cameroon? You get it? So that's the question.
Okay.
So that mindset of just being a police officer, I mean, from that angle, if you kind of if you look at it from the prism of ordinary Nigerians, right? That concept alone is just it's not just working, because they look at it from the angle of criminality. So what I'm saying here is that if the federal government should actually structure the federal police as it is right now, give them what I just mentioned earlier on, right? I'm sure that we'll see a big difference in the police or policing system. What do you think?
You see, the way I see it is this.
Excuse
Our military.
Hello. Sorry.
Hi.
So I'm going. Hi, Ola. How are you?
Hi.
Yeah. You know what? I'm interrupting. Sorry. So I'm going to shut down the program in 5 minutes. So you guys can go ahead and conclude.
Okay.
Well,
no
thanks for having us, Chama. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. You know, the thing about those police is, I want you to let us look at it this way. Our police or security architecture generally is politicized. Now, look at what happened during that Buhari time. All those Fulani herdsmen, they were just on rampage just because their people were there. So when you look at the military, okay, look at insecurity in the north, they were not responding, but they quickly responded to Sunday Igboho, all those stuff. Now, why do I think state police is better is this? Look at what Fayose did in Ekiti that time. He called all those herdsmen there and warned them that, okay, if you do not support them in this security initiative, I will flush all of you out. He didn't just say at that time, he mobilized the local hunters with cutlasses and a dingo. Did you know that during Fayose period? Because when people are talking of rifle, the rifle, all those AK-47, all those stuff, because that was part of the question I was trying to ask at that time. Why didn't they come to Ekiti that time and dare Fayose? The other Fayose went beyond the police command in Ekiti that time, because we know quite well that the governors, they don't command this police. Because how do I mean? Look at what they did to Sanwo-Olu. They sent police to Lagos State to operate within Lagos State, and Sanwo-Olu, as the chief security officer of that state, could not even stop the police from carrying out the order, because that one listened to the Inspector General of Police. Look at what happened to Bola Ige then. Look at how they will deal in security detail. So what am I trying to say is this? It simply means that we've seen the situation. We've seen the situation where the Inspector General of Police will deal the security details of a state governor. So the thing is this: we need, if we have state police, there won't be fear that, okay, if all these herdsmen now comes to my bush, if I deal with them, one Inspector General of Police is going to give order. Everybody will be. See, I want to guarantee you that if we create state police today, trust me, all those bandits you are seeing in the southern part of the country, they will disappear immediately. I'm using Fayose that was even using hunter and machetes and dingo.
There you go.
That time.
There you go, La. So why don't you think if what Fayose did in Ekiti, if it's replicated in all the 36 states of Nigeria, right? By activating the you said hunters, right?
Yeah.
Right. I'm sure every state in Nigeria has they have this forest guard. Yes, as it is. So if that is being activated, that would actually go a long way to help with this problem. Instead of
don't let them stay with the federal. Don't let them stay with the federal.
Huh?
Because don't let the autumn. Autumn tried everything in Benue State. They could, you know, when Southwest was even trying Amotekun, it was a tug of war between the Southwest region and the federal, which they were even refusing to even give the Amotekun the necessary arms. So the question, so because you know all these civil defense sometimes, you know, they will go and do their job sometimes, and police will still go there and harass them. So we need to make the law in such a way that you take policing away from the exclusive list. Let it be concurrent. We've seen how Lagos State created last man. You know, that's why this is one of the reasons I like Tinubu. You know, it was still tug of war between last man and a Federal Road Safety Corps that time. But what happened eventually? Tinubu won. We know today that even though last man, they have their own flaw, they have their own SSCs, but they are far more effective than the traffic arm of the Nigerian police and Federal Road Safety within that Lagos axis. So if you look at the sources of last man just in the area of traffic, now let's assume we now have armed state police now. What happened in Norway will not have happened in Norway. All this rubbish that you see happening in Benue State will not happen in Benue State. Because why are those things happening? Just because they know that when they talk, they have people they can talk to up. Even the insecurity we are even talking today, you will see that even though insecurity is happening under Tinubu, I know, but you can't compare to what was happening under Buhari. But where was the last time you see the ATL issuing warning to state governor? They were issuing, just imagine the ATL and some others in another part of Nigeria warning Southwest governors.
Yeah, I think Akeredolu, the late governor of Ondo State, I think he dealt with that when he was alive, right?
Yeah,
because it was back and forth between him and that idiot Malami, you know.
Yes, it dealt with it, but you know, if they made that thing, if it were to be like in form of state police that time, you know that Amotekun will have been harmed very well. Even without that arms now, you see what happened. Not because we have they have Amotekun. What happened? Insecurity, a security situation in Southwest has improved. That's just with, we are not talking of heavily armed Amotekun now, lightly armed Amotekun. Just imagine when they are properly armed.
There you go, Ola. There you go. You just made my point. So
no. You get my point. If you harm the state, if you harm the federal police, and you have the like of Malami and the Abubakar who was controlling them, that is a sympathizer that, you know, like I say, they've ethnicized our federal security architecture. But now, if I have a state police or regional police in Southwest, they know that whatever Malami was saying in Abuja will not affect them. And whatever Malami was saying that time, we just back it there. Nobody cares because this is regional. Nobody is threatening you. But a policeman, a federal policeman, knew that time that Malami could order the Inspector General of Police to remove him. So we've seen where state policing work. Nigeria, as big as we are, we are supposed to even have local government police, university police, so there's nothing. Federalizing things in Nigeria, as we've known for a very long time, that has never worked for us properly. Anything we federalize in that country hasn't worked properly. Whether you want to talk of university,
you see,
whether you want to talk
Ola,
of,
I agree with your concurrent list policing structure. You understand? The one you talked about earlier on. You understand? Let it not just be on the exclusive list, just like you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
But one thing we must realize again is that just like I said earlier on, these policemen, they're not being hired from neighboring countries like Benin or, Cameroon or Niger and the rest of them, right? They are within us. They are within Nigeria. So I think the first thing they probably should do, in my opinion, is that from the federal police, from the federal police system we have currently, they should try and submerge them into the state structure. You get it, with the tech home, for example, in the southwest and whatever they have in other regions. Okay, that way, I believe the issue of trying to one politician from Abuja is trying to dictate to the policemen in Zamfara or KB or Lagos, will not be there anymore. You understand? So the point of creating state police, number one, is a welcome idea, but it shouldn't just be like, well, we're just going to start from scratch. Let them submerge part of what they already have. They already structured apparatus they have on ground, which is federal police. Let them submerge that into the states, into all the 36 states, right? So that's what.
The situation is that the federal police can still keep their police. We are not saying they should be. There can be federal police.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm not saying they shouldn't have that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have federal police either. I'm just saying that some of them, or maybe 1/4 of them, should be submerged into the states. You understand? So that gradually, the federal government will still be the one responsible for the pay for their salary, but gradually they will be phasing out. That will be phasing out, and will be left to the state governments to actually take care of. So that's what I mean.
You see, if you ask me, you understand when Tinubu created the last man, I don't know how he trained them, but I don't believe he trained them through the federal police traffic units. And in honesty, except that those guys behave like Gbajue, sometimes they are more effective than the traffic. But I know that those things is just because there is a way. Because I suggested something one day that our police in Nigeria, we should not be putting them in pickup. In fact, we should do it in such a way that we should have specialized vehicle for them in such a way that anytime they are putting their arms from maybe they have some kind of like holster or whatever inside the vehicle, anything that can just record how many times they are bringing their rifle out or a particular type of weapon. And you should put camera that in such a way that our police will not be leaving their vehicle and be doing roadblock. Because one of those reasons that you see our police not doing their job is just because, number one, once those police are inside the pickup, they are out. They are on another mission entirely. Maybe mission to go and be collecting that. Maybe it's 100 naira they are collecting that. Maybe an era of 20 naira has passed. We can do it in such a way that you have to put the vehicle in such a way that where they will park the vehicle, the camera will be capturing all the police. Any police that will be missing at a particular point in time, you'll be able to account for what is doing that. We should have an independent body that will be auditing the activities in such a way that they can vote out the boss of the police or whatever. What I'm even saying generally is that we should have a way of monitoring. You understand? So that's the kind of thing. So to me, why we've not been effective is just because of that federal. That's just the main thing. Like, let's just go and hire whatever. Maybe now for the southwestern region now, it'd be like they can convert Amotekun to the state police. You understand? Amotekun is a police already, it's a form of police, but because of the type of structure we have now, it's only the federal police that can prosecute. Those Amotekun can just arrest and the federal police will now be the one to be prosecuted. Although I know that they have the Directorate of Public Prosecution, whatever they call that, you understand. But because of the power they've given police, all those police you see, they harass every other paramilitary, like civil defense, like a Motekun. You see all those police harassing them. But if the law now let them know that you don't have this power, that these people, they are equally have power to arrest and do all those stuff that the regular Nigerian police do today, then it's going to be totally different. So imagine Amotekun now arresting people now, putting those people in their own detention facility instead of handing them over to the Nigerian police, whereby they arrest Fulani S-men, they put that person in the police cell, and the call will come from Abuja, and they release them. If it were to be a maybe southwestern police that has no business with Abuja when it comes to that policing or whatever, who is going to come from Abuja to release? So if they are not prosecuting, then we know that our state governors are the one not doing their job. But if we give them this state police, I will still hear that banditry or kidnapping still exists. Then we will know where to face. We will know who to face. So to me, the federal police has existed before I was born, and it has never been effective. Let us try another thing entirely. It's just because our police, they've never been effective. That's why they are creating all this civil defense as somebody. That's why they created Federal Road Safety Corps, all those stuff. Because normally,
Ola, good thing you mentioned the civil defense. So why do we have the police and we have civil defense? You understand? It's really, I believe it's just a waste of taxpayers hard-earned money. You understand? Resources. You get it? So either the government, they think outside the box by making a better use of NSCDC, which is the civil defense, make them state police. You get it?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
Bring
I
to the
know
level of
they
state police.
can dissolve.
And we'll just have one.
All those.
Huh?
I said they can dissolve some. Maybe they can. No, although I think civil defense are the one.
Critical infrastructure.
I think they are the one guiding our pipeline.
Yeah, there's a critical infrastructure. But of course, before the emergence of civil defense, who was in charge of that before? Critical infrastructure.
They were supposed to be our normal regular police.
And the Navy, maybe, right? Nigerian Navy.
Yeah, for the
maritime
waterway Navy, for the
right.
yeah.
Exactly. So I mean, it's just because of somebody wants to eat, somebody wants to, make their bank account, really full. Some politicians.
No. You know this thing you are talking about. You know that yes. I'm sure you're a business person too. You understand? It works it happens in the business so that when you want to create a new department, you have to move that department away from the current boss, because if you don't move it away from the current boss will kill that initiatives. Maybe you got me, because that's why they call it spin-off. That okay, you have this new initiative, you want to drive it, and there's one big guy that's the general manager there. The management will say that if you put this in order, this guy, because why are you even bringing that thing out of that organization before? Because the general manager was no longer being innovative like it used to be. They now bring in initiative, they spin off. Sometimes they will even move the office from far away from under that new general manager. They will create another unit entirely, and they can make that unit a profit center. Okay, go and generate your own revenue, develop on your own. It happens in the normal business world. Yeah. So that's why I believe that if the federal police is not working, let all the state government, at least I don't, okay, one of the reasons I like Tinubu, and I can now give this example enough here. It's a thing that, I work in Lagos, even I grew in Ekiti, but funny enough with my husband, I live in Lagos more than even in Ekiti, funny enough. Now, the thing is this, robbery, even during the Marua period, you will see almost all the van in Lagos will be pursuing Shinarambo, all those stuff. You understand? And Shinarambo will still escape. But when Tinubu will come, he form RRS. His own strategy that, okay, I'm not going to be pursuing you with pickup now. I will give you a more personnel carrier. Position all those in strategic location. What happened? Lagos become a difficult area for anybody to rob. The armed robber in Lagos, the bank robbers in Lagos, they moved to Ogun State. When Ogun State started responding, they moved to your state. Why am I saying this thing is that all the 36 state governors, they will react to security initiative differently. And the whole 36 states cannot fail at the same time. Once you see 2 or 3 of them that are successful, others will copy. That is exactly what I'm going to. As long as one person that can even be product of nepotism, quota system or whatever, it doesn't matter whether the person may be Yoruba, the person may be Igbo, the person may be Hausa, Fulani, whatever. Egbeto Kuna, for example, now is against the police. You start asking him, why is against it? Well, the problem with some people is that they just want to win his power, nothing more. Probably Egbeto is going to America, is going to different countries, he is exposed to different countries that I knows that even in South Africa there, policing start from the community level. But when it comes to Nigeria, they want to be the Oga Patapata controlling the entire federation. So,
Is that not hypocritical of him, or hypocritical of the government to have someone like Egbeto Kun, and he's saying he's against state police for the betterment of Nigeria, for the government progress? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know.
I know. I know. One thing I've noticed Tinubu for is this. Immediately when Tinubu said state police is no longer an option, I think the thing that's passed the second reading. I think I don't know the state it is now, but I think it has passed the second reading and it has gone to the committee, and maybe I'll come back from the committee or whatever. I will try to find out the state. The way the thing is going, there is tendency that we can have state police before December, because it's like the bill is being accelerated now. And one funny thing, it appears that all the northern governors, they agreed. They are in support. Probably they may be in support for different things, I don't know. But the most important thing is this: if we are going to implement state police, if that state police will secure life and property, and we make Tinubu look 2027 elect, I don't care. But are people going to be saved? Are people going to be secured? Are they going to be protected? I'm more in support of that. As long as Fulani bandits will not come to my Ekiti state, and one person in Abuja will be giving command to the police, that's what I don't want. But if my Ekiti governor can just carry his own police to flush them out without anybody disturbing him, that's what I want. I strongly believe that once you put all these state police in place, all the story of Sub-Saharan Africa and proliferation, the story will change.
Hola. Ola.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you see a state like for example, Zamfara states, right? Borno states, and maybe places like Yobe states having an effective state police? Should there be any creation anytime soon?
I think what's the name of this governor? That professor. It was, I think it's a professor.
Zulum.
Zulum. You know, they were even, there was a time that those Boko Haram people even targeted him. So the thing is this: if that guy has his own state police, you understand? I believe as at that time, because of the level of his zeal, if Tom had his own state police at that time, believe me, all those Fulani nation, whatever they were saying writing him, they would not even try to write him. Because
let me put my question in a better perspective.
Okay.
Do you think I understand that the governors, as it is right now, they do not have powers over the commissioners of police in their states, right? In events that state police are created, okay, the effectiveness of those states, of the state police, is dependent on the performance of the governors of the states. Do you agree?
Yes.
Right. So that means if they don't what's the word now? If they fail to show leadership by way of discipline, right? By way of effective communication, by way of integrity, by way of not playing politics. Okay, I think state police is going to be an effective mechanism to solving, I would say, 90% of the problem in well, maybe not just in their state, but in most of the states in Nigeria. You know, so yeah, I think that is one area that the government at the center should also be looking at. If at all they're going to give each state their own state police, and for example, let's say a state like Zamfara is telling you that, hey, I don't think we can fund state police because of our limited resources, right? And in neighboring states, maybe KB is the neighboring state to Zamfara. If for any reason they have to loan their police to Zamfara for whatever reason it is, that means whatever allocation that the federal government is giving to Zamfara, be it fiscal year 2026 going forward, that should be it should be redirected to a state like KB, which is the neighboring state, because of the services provided. What do you think?
No. Like I said the other time, because we are talking of escalation, if another state is not performing, right? That's what we are talking about.
Correct.
Yeah, like I said, at that time, the governor we have nowhere to hide. Because as I speak today, do you know that the governors, some of them sponsor the poll, like the one I mentioned about Tinubu the other time, all those RRS, all those things. Tinubu funded it, bought them bulletproof, bought them rifles. Like, okay, let me give the recent one that people can easily find online. When Amosu was leaving that time, Governor Amosu, so he returned some rifle. I can't remember, maybe 1,000 AK-47 or about 2,000. I can't remember. With about, I think, close to 2 million rounds or 1.5 million rounds of ammunition there that Then there's some bulletproof vest, then armor personnel carriers. So some of the state governors, they still spend their security votes to equip all these police. But the problem is, even despite equipping those police, they don't have control. You know why Ibukile Amosu responded with his own armor personnel carrier? It was just because the robbers they chased away from Lagos, they became a menace in the Ogun State because they could not enter Lagos. Ogun State was their zone as that time. And you know one funny thing is this: Zone 2 controls both. I don't know whether it is like that now, but as at that time, Zone 2 was the one controlling both Lagos and Ogun State. Now, look at what was happening now. Lagos State under Zone 2 was well secured just because of the activities of the governor. Another part of that Zone 2, which happened to Ogun State, was insecure until Ogun State governor or the Ogun State government responded, just like Lagos State. Immediately they responded, what happened? The armed robbers, they ran to Oyo State. There was a time that even when you were in the redeem, before you know, you just hear that, oh, armed robbers, they've come at a particular point in time. So the thing is, yes, if Kano State respond properly and Kaduna will not respond, the thing will affect Kaduna. Then, in my own perspective, my own belief is this: if Kaduna is well secured and the criminals they run to Lagos State, they run to Kano State, I want to believe the Kano State can, because the thing will be so glaring. The thing will be so glaring that, okay, Kaduna protecting their people and the person in Kano. So, to me, I want to believe that even if some governors among the 36 governors will not be responsible, probably few of them, maybe 2 or 3. I don't believe they will not. They will respond. Because why I want to believe is because it has happened before. I believe they will respond. But just because it's federal police, now every one of them can hide. But that time there will be nowhere for them to hide. So to me, I'm not saying all of them will perform the same way, but I may be selfish. As long as I have business with my own state governors, all of us we won't be shouting Tinubu now. So instead of shouting Tinubu, maybe I'm from Ekiti, I'll be shouting Bow. If I'm from Lagos State, I'll be shouting Sanwo-Olu. If I'm from Ogun State, I'll be shouting Ele of Ogun State. So, everything we'll be talking here about security today. If it has always been Tinubu, we are not talking of the governors. And the governors too, they pretend not to be, like Femi Falana will say, SCM will say that state governors are supposed to be part of the Police Service Commission, but it's like they've left their own duty to the president to do. Because normally, when you are supposed to select Inspector General of Police, I think those people were supposed to have 6, even though constitutionally, probably I think the president is also the one that will nominate. But as part of Police Service Commission, I think all those governors were supposed to be part of the selection. But Nigeria now, I think the president has hijacked everything. So to me, I believe if we delegate those things to every one of them, I think they will perform differently.
Wait a minute. Did you say Police Service Commission?
Yeah, Police Service Commission.
Yeah, I think the governors, they still do. They are still part of it. They are part of the Police
Yeah,
Service Commission.
Yeah, they are still part of it.
And I think they have a very significant power, in that regard.
Yeah, but the Inspector General of Police seems not to respect them. Because that's one of those.
I can agree. I can agree with that. Definitely, yes. Yes.
So,
because it's all politics anyway,
So if the Inspector General of Police now knows that he no longer have power in Ondo State now, and the Ondo State governor has his own police boss, which he can fire if it's not performing, then we know. So because do I think the state governors will abuse? Of course, they will abuse the police. But would they abuse it in such a way that kidnappers will just be entering the state at will? They won't do that. Right? Because even if they are going to abuse power, it's going to be versus political enemies. You understand? To me, I'm not saying that is good, but I would rather allow politicians to face themselves than for innocent people just to be suffering insecurity. So the benefit of state police to me outweigh whatever they may say is cons. So to me, state police has got to stay in Nigeria. That's just my prayer. So if Tinubu can achieve that one, even if he's only a one-time president, I don't care. As long as my people are secured.
If Tinubu doesn't give state police, he's going to go out, though. Guarantee, more 100%. If he gives state, I swear, if he gives state police, the dynamic will change. If he doesn't, he is guaranteed to be cornered out. So it's up. He will be cornered. They go corner him because now 6 brothers, 9 they chase. 9 be the rest 5 of them, yeah, will chase one person, will capture him. So nothing way they go do. That's the only thing that I think can save it. In my view.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So let's say he doesn't fulfill that part of the advocacy of creation of state police. Okay, and he loses election in 2027. Do you think the next guy who's going to be there do you think this is going to be his problem to create state police?
Yes, because remember, understanding criminality, in the next 4 years, Ross, this state police, you'll be seeing, even the governors will be begging, please, do it, because all these criminals, they've been killing one people. Now they're killing 100, they're killing 1,000. Maybe that time they'll be killing 10,000 that time. Watch, because it will be more, because remember, this system that they've got is not catching them. You understand? So it's only going to get worse. Like, there's no going back at this. At the beginning, people were resisting. Only 8 governors agree. In fact, now all the governors don't agree because it's imploding. No, it's not imploding. It's coming from inside. It's going to destroy them, destroy their family, destroy everybody. Look at all the bandits. They're young kids now. They don't have work. They don't go to school. Nobody to catch them. They've been killing. They just be killing, and they don't have anything to do. They have to survive. They have to go for kidnapping. So the only thing that can capture it is that, unfortunately, right now, no VIO, double policing, all those rubbish that they're doing, road safety, all those jobs of police jobs. That's why they're never effective. Do you understand? So if you have a state police, it will have all the road safety, and they're all in one system. You know, the rapid response as well. I think because Uncle was saying about that rapid response. They need a rapid response system put in different areas. People can call number when, and if you have your own people, not like your people, but dedicated people of that place, they will face any criminal back now. So, sorry, that's what I mean. Instead of going, that's what I think.
I think you're apt. That's it. Yeah, that's a good point because I think they should just dissolve all these beats, road safety,
VIO,
Yambanga group, all these whatever name they call themselves, dissolve them.
The one they say they create the protective pipeline, all those are police issues. Do you understand? Like the police, regular police things. And if you have all of them in one system and it's controlled by a governor, you understand? I think it will be solved.
Right.
But
you're right. They have one.
If your Oga, your supporter, if you know give us, he go out to make you know.
Yeah, I'm that's a very good point. Honestly, because you just have too many duplication of duties in Nigeria. That's why I was mentioning to online earlier on about the NSCDC, right? I don't even know their work. I don't know their function. I don't know, maybe they're just sleeping, right? Because
no, that one is for them to gather our infrastructure.
in my own opinion, or in my own observation, I should say, it's like they are duplicating what the police should be doing, or maybe the police should be doing the same task they're carrying out, right? So
I've seen situations whereby police went to those people before. You see police slapping officers of civil defense. Can you just imagine that? So all those kind of nonsense, I think because it's like all those duplication. They need to. We just need to create that state police properly, because all those civil defense, I don't think they are not created properly. You can bring them under the state police. No, you can put them under the federal police. You can give that pipeline and other infrastructure to the federal police if you like. But all I know is this: I want my state police to be able to enter the bush, whether my state police will be in the form of forest guard. Because I was shocked when the federal government was even going to employ forest guard, because I think forest guard used to be the responsibility of the states. Even if I remember very well, probably some even local government there. So to me, and one thing that one reason that Tinubu need to get this done is this: he has the advantage of the Senate that listen to him. I see some people the other time saying that he has cornered the Senate. See, sometimes because you have Senate and you have the National Assembly, it doesn't mean that you should not be fighting. If you have laudable bill like a tax reform bill, a petroleum industry act, this moving state police from exclusive to concurrent list, if you have all those stuff, right, and they are supporting, it's not a bad thing. So now that he has the National Assembly, it's the best. Because the next person, you may not have the National Assembly, and people will start fighting. So to me, it has to, honestly, it has to. Because if it counts as if that I've never forgiven, or to be honest, even though I know my forgiveness has nothing to do, but then I know my forgiveness doesn't affect him, but then he has to.
So other than that,
what it means now? People now travel as I speak now. If some of those people that I know are traveling from Lagos to Ibadan, they go with police escorts. How can that be happening? And we have federal police. How can that be happening? They have to go. The individual now, when they are traveling now, they go with police escorts. People going from Lagos to Ekiti. Like I have a friend there in Abuja. Anytime he's going to Ekiti, he goes there with police escorts. And I'm even talking of someone that is even working for Federal Ministry of Finance, not even the ordinary person, not even just the government workers, not even just like maybe someone that is a private person that is super rich. But if an average person, we have to travel from Abuja to Ekiti, and we have to go with police escorts. Abba. So
not one police escort, or maybe like two or three.
Like two now, yeah, like two. You have to go. So that's why. So the security situation is worse than we say. When people are saying we don't know what is going on in Nigeria, sometimes I laugh. I laugh. We know a lot. Even as some of us, we get like video of happenings directly that you will not find on YouTube weekly. So to me, it's a thing that we need to do, to be honest. No, like Tinubu himself said, he says it's no longer an option. It has to.
Yeah, but it shouldn't just be it shouldn't just be one of those political statements, right? They should match it with action immediately.
I'm just looking at where the bill is now. The bill is even very slow because as at the bill passed second reading in February 2024, and this is the middle of 2025. What is happening here? Because the Senate related bill, because they say HB 617 was the first bill, and it passed second reading in 2024, and committee reviews and stakeholder engagement are ongoing. When will they finish this thing? So another governors and AGF. So they just need 24 states ratification. And to the best of my knowledge, I could be wrong. The information I have is that all the northern governor, they support it. That's like already they are talking about how many states? That's like about 19 states, right? So
yeah.
So so that one with Southwest alone. If all the northern governors support, and we have Southwest, I think they've already got more than 24 states already. So I just see a problem.
Look at that. That's a huge that's a huge number. I mean, 24 out of 36. That's a goal. That's a goal.
Yeah.
I mean, if they are really doing that with the mindset of they really want to achieve something before the end of 2025, I think they should be able to achieve it. They shouldn't be looking at it from the area of politics. That time.
Tinubu should be able to implement it himself. Should not wait for allow any other person to.
Yes.
Okay. Now, timeline goes now. The Constitutional Review Committee announced December 2025 deadline to complete all reading and concurrence. Okay. So this implies the third final reading is expected sometime before December 2025. Okay. It's like I still got the timeline right. So
one question, one more thing here. And if he doesn't do it on time, and he doesn't act fast on time, the opposition would do it. And he will do it.
I see, bros. I don't trust the next government. Let Tinubu. You know what Jonathan did? If Jonathan has implemented all those his own comfort, probably wouldn't have had Buhari as the president of that country.
You think so?
Understand? Probably. I'm not sure.
Probably.
Okay.
The government is going to be the south person anyway. The next government is either Obi or Tinubu.
You know, bros. I don't want to bet anything on that. You understand? I only know today. See, we all believe that some people believe that nobody will have changed Jonathan out. It happened. So it is complex. You know, if Adatiku and Obi work together the other time, Tinubu would not have become the president.
Yes, I agree.
Tinubu would not have become the president.
But
so what if Obi now say? What if Obi now go agree with Atiku tomorrow, and they now
Obidient would right? It's called Obidient for Tinubu. That will be the new one. If Obi announces that he is going to be vice president for this thing, that means they don't swear for a head. I swear to God, you see. It's not. It's this. Bro, I know, like
no, bro. Politicians are generally desperate now. They are generally desperate.
It's not. Even you.
Your phone is cutting. Your signal is cutting. Oh, my people! If you want to continue discussion, you may continue. But I think I want to share my thoughts. Maybe I should.
I got to go to myself because it's bedtime for me. And well, it's been very
Yeah.
nice speaking with you guys. And
Thank you. Please do come regularly so that I like chatting with people like you and Mr. D, and I really love to do a discussion anyway. The way we engage.
Yeah, it went well. Yeah, we had a very good discussion, and
yeah, you did well, Shoma. I have to give it to you. You did well.
I always do well. Thank you.
thumbs up.
I know you are stubborn sometimes, but I will give you your credit.
I want to go and
I always
I want to go and listen to how people tackle Azan. I was actually a bit. I was semi asleep. I was semi conscious at the time.
There was the mini basketballs though.
Yeah, I heard some of it. I was kind of semi conscious, but I'm gonna go back and listen to it.
Oh, that's nice.
If he's very confident that he's gonna be here tomorrow, of course, which is today, in any case, depending on where everybody is.
He promised Madam Sita, so
Okay. I don't know if you're going to be moderating later on today, Choma. I'm going to try to be here because I have a couple of questions for him. He didn't really answer my question. He was answering my question from a point of bias, and which is of course.
No, but I think it was. And you came in. That's why when I came, I said, "What's your political point?" You sound moderate, but when you said Obi this one, then you go for Ashewaju. But remember, say right now there's a fight between Ashewaju and Shetima, even if you guys are APC. So I think he's defending that way. This is how I think, because you understand.
You said a fight between Ashewaju and Shetima.
Yeah, I think there is internal.
Is that substantiated? I mean, how did you come about that?
Do you not see this guy is a Shetima guy? I have a friend like this guy. He's my friend. He's a Borno State. I believe with Shetima people. I swear to God, the guy told me, he said, Douglas, now we go cause fight for that place because they don't say they won't promote Shetima, and those guys they won't back out.
Gombe something, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So like they've known that this guy is trying to remove him. So that's why they're trying to fight for his place as well. Otherwise they're going to go to coalition as well. So it's good for us. We the Obidient and the Peter Obi people, so that they can fight among themselves. Consign us.
Let me ask you a question. Right?
Yeah.
You say you are Obidient, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what is your own take with this coalition? And of course, should Obi become the VP to
go for big bad thing. God for big bad thing. Obi become, let me tell you, but when let me tell you, even the 23 election, yes, the rise up of Obi was to counter article as well. And that's why sometimes like when like the APC guys, when they start to now when they start to not even thank the South and the Southeast guys for helping them down.
Give me 1 second. Let me close the show. I want to thank Mr. Larry, Baba, and Madam Sita, Akin, Ola, Mr. D, Mr. Arogedeba, and Hassan for being on the show tonight. I really appreciate you guys. Today was actually a very good show. It was very deep discussion, and I hope we continue to have more of this. Thank you to all the viewers and to all the contributors. I hope you have a lovely day, and may God bless you all. Thanks. Ta-ta.